It is a fox jade beast that is despised by everyone, and its final fate is to become the scarf of noble ladies. However, the moment I saw it for the first time, I decided to contract it to be my first jade beast. The students beside him saw this and mocked him, saying, "You are a fake. You only deserve this kind of garbage." Even the school beauty Liu Ruyan advised me not to give up on myself. However, what they didn't know was that I had actually awakened the magical jade beast evolution system. Although it can only activate the hidden bloodline in the female jade beast, it can evolve it into a beast girl form. The bloodline hidden in this red fox's body is exactly that of the SSS-level divine beast nine-tailed sky fox. I had just returned home and carefully placed the red fox on the bed. The little guy was a little timid and could only curl up in a ball in the face of an unfamiliar environment. I gently rubbed its little head and then tried to establish communication with it according to the method in the book. "Are you willing to sign a contract with me and become my spiritual pet?" Upon hearing this, the red fox's body trembled, and even its fiery red hair stood up. It quickly looked up and looked around and finally found a friendly and amiable human in front of it. "If I become your spiritual pet, can I have some delicious food?" I nodded without hesitation and said, "Eat whatever you want." When the red fox heard that there was something delicious, he nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." Soon, I felt a certain connection between me and the red fox. Then the prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the red fox, entering the complete monster encyclopedia, and obtaining the reward. Low-level fire resistance. Low-level fire resistance resists all primary fire elemental skills. The complete monster encyclopedia is a god-level talent evolved from my original F-level talent. Not only can you find out hidden information such as the target's talents, bloodlines, skills, etc., but you can also collect the contracted monsters into an illustration and give it back to the host as a reward. The higher the level and better the talent of the collected monsters, the richer the rewards. When I heard this, my eyes lit up. This way, all the fire element tests in the college entrance examination would not affect me. However, before I could calm down, the reminder sounded again. Ding! It has been detected that the host pet has the blood of the nine-tailed fox and is female, which meets the conditions for upgrading and evolution. Would the host like to evolve it immediately? And this is the moment I have been waiting for, and nature chose to evolve without hesitation. At the same time, flames suddenly burst out of the red fox's body and burned my bed in an instant. Seeing this, I quickly dodged away and looked at everything in front of me nervously, not daring to slack off at all. Fortunately, the fire did not spread, but gradually became restrained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful evolution. At this moment, as the flames slowly faded away, a lazy and seductive voice came into my ears. It feels so good. Then I saw a flawless face appear in front of me, with two fox ears trembling on top of its head. I was a little dazed at that moment. This was actually a girl with animal ears. Nine-tailed sky fox demon fox. Human form combat power SSS-level. Bloodline. Sky fox. Bloodline skills. Power without feet. Control of sky fire. Cut off tail to survive. Talent. Sky fox inheritance. Potential SSS level. At this moment, the prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the nine-tailed heavenly fox and demon fox, entering the illustration, and obtaining the reward. Skyfire control. Heavenly fire, the divine fire cultivated between heaven and earth, is controlled by the nine-tailed fox and can suppress any flame. At the same time, I felt a stream of hot air flowing into my body. Then, I made a move and a ball of pure flame appeared in my hand. Is this the heavenly fire? Feeling the power of the flame in my hand, I couldn't help but gasp. Even though he hadn't mastered it yet, the temperature was at least 10 times higher than that of ordinary flames. Just this small flame in his hand was as powerful as a cannonball. Then I quickly put out the fire, fearing that it would accidentally blow up my house. At this moment, a beautiful face came in front of me. Master, what are you doing? I'm so hungry. The sound was so tingling that it made me shudder. Fortunately, I had strong self-control, otherwise I would have been deeply trapped. I quickly took out the pokeball and planned to put the fairy in it. But when the nine-tailed fox saw the pokeball, he immediately showed a look of disgust. I want to stay with my master, and my master will take me to eat delicious food. After saying that, the other person came closer and rubbed the back of my hand with his smooth face, just like a kitten or a puppy. I couldn't help but swallow, then took out a set of school uniform from my closet and put it on the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox immediately changed from a troublesome little goblin to a pure college student. However, the tail at the coccyx behind the waist needed special treatment. At this moment, I realized what was happening and asked in confusion, "Aren't you the nine-tailed heavenly fox? Why do you only have one tail?" "Because I haven't grown up yet. When I grow up, I will have 9 tails. Master, I am hungry and I want to eat delicious food." Then I looked in the refrigerator and saw that it was already empty. After thinking about it, I decided to take the little girl out for a meal just to celebrate today's harvest. Soon, the two came to a restaurant and sat down to eat. Unexpectedly, the nine-tailed fox looked bored. Seeing this, I couldn't help but ask, "Don't you like it?" The nine-tailed fox nodded. "Then what do you want to eat?" But before the nine-tailed heavenly fox could respond, a young man in a white suit suddenly walked in from the door, followed by 2 people who looked like bodyguards. The young man sat down next to the nine-tailed fox and said to it in a greasy bubble voice, "Beauty, are you free later? Brother will take you for a ride." Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox glanced at him, its upturned little nose twitched, and then turned its head to me with a look of disgust and said, "Master, he stinks." The greasy man was stunned by what he said. Then he looked at me and asked, "Master, which family are you from? You are blatantly raising a little kid at such a young age." But before he could finish his words, I slapped him in the face. "Watch your mouth, he is my pet." The greasy man said incredulously, You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, but if you dare to take advantage of my pet, I will make you regret it." My cold tone made the man in front of me shudder, but he changed his mind and became even more furious. "I am Liu Chun, the eldest son of the Liu family. If you dare to attack me, can you afford the consequences of doing so?" I said nonchalantly, "Oh, you just insulted my pet. How are you going to take responsibility now?" After hearing this, Liu Chun became even more furious. "Responsible? Responsible? I'll make you responsible. Today I'll make you know the consequences of offending me, Liu Chun." As he said that, he took out the Pokeball. "Go, Bulbasaur." Accompanied by a green light, a Bulbasaur grunted and appeared in front of me. Bulbasaur is a rare plant-type pet with high attack and high mobility. It is not only expensive, but also very difficult to tame. It can be seen that Liu Chun is not a simple person, as he was able to sign a contract with Bulbasaur. Then Liu Chun pointed at me angrily and said, "Bulbasaur, bazooka, teach him a lesson." Bulbasaur rushed towards me without hesitation. At the same time, the nine-tailed fox protected me. Seeing this, Liu Chun was immediately overjoyed. This girl with animal ears actually dared to resist the attack of the spirit beast with her human body. It was simply like hitting a rock with an egg. Unexpectedly, the nine-tailed fox just stretched out a hand and lightly touched Bulbasaur's forehead. Then Bulbasaur seemed to be hit by an engineering hammer and was directly bounced away. How is this possible? Liu Chun couldn't believe his eyes. You have to know the impact force of Bulbasaur. Not to mention a little girl. Even a car can't withstand the impact force of Bazooka. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what I had just said. This is my spiritual pet. Afterwards, Liu Chun looked at the nine-tailed heavenly fox in shock. Could it really be a spiritual pet? At this moment, the nine-tailed fox picked up Bulbasaur. At this time, Bulbasaur was trembling all over and no longer dared to resist, and only begged the nine-tailed fox to let him go. Unexpectedly, the nine-tailed fox bit the seed on the back of Bulbasaur. The two screamed at the same time, and Bulbasaur seemed to have lost all vitality and slowly withered. Liu Chun lay on the ground, holding her head and crying. After every presale person signs a contract with the spirit beast, their souls will establish a connection. If the spirit beast suffers fatal injuries, the presale technician will also suffer backlash, and vice versa. After the nine-tailed fox swallowed the seeds, it rubbed its stomach contentedly. "Finally, I'm full." At this moment, I finally understood that the nine-tailed heavenly fox's food was actually spiritual pets or demon beasts. But the price of each spiritual pet is daunting. Then I sighed. If I wanted to feed the nine-tailed fox, I had to take the risk and hunt monsters outside the city. But I haven't taken the college entrance examination yet, let alone obtain the beast tamer qualification certificate. The guards outside the city would not let me out of the city gate. It seems that I have to take the beast tamer qualification test early tomorrow morning. At this moment, several lackeys around Liu Chun looked at Ling Xiao. "How dare you do this to our Master Chun? Just wait for the revenge of the Liu family." After saying that, They quickly picked up Chun and left in shame. I just shrugged my shoulders and didn't care about the other party's intimidation at all. After returning home, I took a comfortable bath and wanted to rest, only to find that my bed had been burned by the nine-tailed heavenly fox. The corners of my mouth twitched. The nine-tailed fox saw this, rolled its eyes, and pouted its huge tail. "Master, why don't you sleep in my arms?" After saying that, he made his tail look like a lazy sofa. The next morning, I went to the pre-sale expert assessment agency with the nine-tailed fox. There were already people queuing at the door. When everyone saw Ling Xiao coming with a girl with animal ears, they couldn't help but frown, but didn't say much. In today's world, anything can happen. But when it was my turn to register my information, I felt a little embarrassed. The pre-sale specialist assessment required filling in the type of his spiritual pet. If he filled in a nine-tailed celestial fox, he would definitely be targeted. After all, this kind of monster that only exists in legends would be a disaster if it came into the world. Then I thought about it and wrote Red Fox on the information. As for the name of the spirit pet, I asked the nine-tailed heavenly fox, "Do you have a name?" The nine-tailed fox shook his head and said, "Master, give me a name." I thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll call you Xiaojiu." "Okay." The nine-tailed fox nodded vigorously, and its two furry ears flickered, looking very cute. I couldn't help but rub it, and the nine-tailed heavenly fox immediately showed a comfortable expression. The other assessors looked at this scene with disdain, thinking, whose rich boy comes to take the pre-sale assessment and brings a cosplay female companion with him? At this moment, the examiner came out, holding a roster and said, "First one, Wang Yu." When they heard Wang Yu's name, someone immediately exclaimed, "Is Wang Yu the young genius from the Iron Blood Union? I heard that he awakened his A-level talent last year. But I didn't go to college, but joined a guild directly. I didn't expect that after only 1 year, I would take the pre-sale specialist assessment." What do you know? His father is the president of the Iron Blood Union. With his father around, the resources he can enjoy are no worse than those of a first-class university. As soon as he finished speaking, a stern-looking young man walked out from the crowd. He followed the examiner into a closed room. A moment later, an assessment of Wang Yu appeared on a large screen outside the room. 80 points for tacit understanding and resonance, 82 points for combat effectiveness, 69 points for development potential, and a comprehensive score of B, indicating that he passed the assessment. Ah, that's amazing. He passed the pre-sale specialist qualification exam on his first try. Yes, and the overall score is still B. You know, some college students who have graduated for several years may not be able to reach this level. The pre-sale specialist qualification certificates are divided into junior, intermediate, and senior levels. You can only pass the junior level when applying for the first time. The assessment subjects are divided into the combat effectiveness of the spirit pet, the tacit understanding between the spirit pet and the pre-sale master, and the degree of training of the spirit pet by the pre-sale master. If the comprehensive score reaches D, you can obtain the Junior Pre-Sale Specialist Qualification Certificate. Then the examiner continued to read out names, and people kept entering the examination room. When they walked out, some were happy and some were sad. It was not until the examiner called out my name that I stood up and walked towards the examination room with Xiaojiu. The examiner frowned upon seeing this and reached out to stop Xiaojiu. "I'm sorry, classmate. The beast tamer assessment can only be completed by one person alone." But I didn't care at all and said, "This is my pet." "Pet?" The examiner looked at Xiaojiu in disbelief. He quickly took out the application materials and read them. "You told me this was a red fox?" I nodded. "Yes, my red fox mutated and became like this." Then the examiner took out the tester and said to Ling Xiao, "Drop its blood into the tester." Hearing this, I asked Xiaojiu to follow the instructions. I was not worried about anything going wrong. After all, there are humanoid pets in this world. The pillar-level jade beast of the Dragon Kingdom, Alexander's vampire beast, is a living example. There is also the career grass, the top scorer in the last Longwa College entrance examination, who also turned into a human form after a mutation. Xiaojiu himself was the awakened red fox bloodline, and naturally has the red fox bloodline in his body. And there is no data on the nine-tailed heavenly fox in any database in the world, so the examiner could only take samples for testing of the red fox. Sure enough, there was no discrepancy between my judgment, and the sampling results showed red fox variant. After seeing the sampling results, the examiner was surprised and said, "Amazing. I never thought that even trash like the red fox could have mutations. But the red fox is an ordinary pet. Do you really plan to use it to participate in the assessment?" The implication is that the red fox's strength is too rubbish. I smiled when I heard that and said, I have confidence in Xiaojiao. The examiner nodded. He was a little skeptical about Ling Zhao's confident answer, but he didn't say much, so he opened the door of the examination room. Xiaojiao and I walked into the examination room and found 3 instruments in front of us. Then I came to the first instrument and found that it was an instrument for testing the tacit understanding between the Beastmaster and the spirit pet. The assessment requires the Beastmaster to give orders to the spirit pet, testing whether the spirit pet can correctly understand the Beastmaster's orders. Seeing such a simple test question, I almost laughed out loud. You know, Xiaojiao is a humanoid pet, and we have been in tune with each other for a long time. Even if I communicate through thoughts, Xiaojiao can perfectly understand my intentions. Sure enough, a moment later, the test result came out. 100 points for tacit understanding and resonance. Afterwards, Xiaojiao and I came to the second instrument. The way to assess the attack power was very simple, which was to let your pet attack the instrument with all its strength. I glanced at Xiaojiao, and Xiaojiao understood what I meant. The power of the sky fox burst out and punched the instrument. After a loud bang, the examiner stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. The red fox, which seemed to have no attack power in his eyes, actually destroyed the test equipment directly. Not even a complete piece of debris was found at the scene. What on earth is going on? Could it be that the equipment is broken due to disrepair? At this moment, he had only this absurd thought in his mind. I asked, Examiner, how should I calculate the results now? After thinking for a while, the examiner said, Wait a moment, I'll get the spare equipment. A moment later, the examiner came in pushing another instrument. Said, Come, let your pet attack this instrument with all its might. At the same time, he thought to himself, This instrument is the machine used for the ultimate pre-sale assessment. I don't believe that your red fox can destroy it. I nodded when I heard that, and then whispered to Xiaojiao, Keep it to yourself, don't break it again. Upon hearing this, Xiaojiao nodded quickly, then punched out with a bang, and the tester made a creaking sound. Fortunately, Xiaojiao held back, and the equipment was not damaged this time. The examiner heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. I said it was because of a problem with the instrument. Then the final score appeared on the instrument. 100 points for attack power. When the examiner saw this, he immediately took a breath of cold air. He had never expected that the attack power of this red fox mutant would be so high. Then, Ling Xiao and Xiaojiao came to the last testing instrument. This test required me to show my initial pet, Xiaoqi. Then, I used my mind to control Xiaoqi and entered it into the tester. The initial contract between Xiaojiao and I was very special because Xiaojiao was in the fox-luring stage of the vision fox and therefore would not reveal his secrets at all. And because of Xiaojiao's variant evolution, it can also add points to my training score. Sure enough, a moment later, my last test score was still 100 points. The overall score was S, and I passed the test successfully. I looked at my test results with no expression on my face. After all, the reason I got an S grade was because the highest grade for this test was S. However, the examiner was stunned when he saw my performance. To become a Beastmaster at such a young age, your future must be limitless. He quickly stepped forward, put on the badge of a Beastmaster for me, and encouraged me. Very good, young man. I'm optimistic about you. After thanking the examiner, I walked out of the examination room and found that the atmosphere in the hall was a bit weird. At this moment, everyone looked at me as if I were a monster. Then they surrounded me. Boss, what does your spirit pet look like? Why is it so powerful? Boss, how old are you this year? Have you ever taken the Beast Tamer qualification exam before? Everyone was talking around me. At this time, Liu Ruyan and her bestie were also looking over here at the entrance of the hall. What happened? Why are they gathering there? Liu Ruyan asked. Liu Ruyan awakened her fire affinity talent yesterday and signed a contract with the first-level spirit pet argument. According to the family's assessment, she has reached the qualification of a primary beastmaster. So today, she and her bestie came to take the junior beast tamer qualification test. But as soon as they finished filling out the information, they saw a large group of people blocking the entrance to the test center. Li Haixia grabbed a beastmaster who came to take the exam and asked, Brother, what happened in there? What are they discussing? The Beastmaster said with envy, Don't you know? Someone got full marks in the exam. Full marks. Li Haixia and Liu Ruyan looked at each other. Who is it? Is he a genius from a big family or a top genius from the Wuda Academy? Li Haixia asked rapidly. In her opinion, even the top geniuses in Wuda College could not get a perfect score. After all, most of the people who come to apply for the Junior Beastmaster exam are relatively young. and their main purpose is to get a pass to leave the Magic City and then go to the wild for training. So it is difficult for anyone to get full marks. Liu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, maybe he's an older beastmaster. It's not impossible for him to be that way. Li Haixao nodded, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Okay, don't waste time here. My father has already arranged with the examiner that we can cut in line. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the entrance of the examination room. But just as they arrived at the entrance of the examination room, Li Haixao suddenly grabbed Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan looked at Li Haixao in confusion. What's wrong? Li Haixao pointed at the big screen. Liu Ruyan looked at it intently and then stood there in a daze. Ling Zhao's name was clearly written on it. Looking down, Ling Zhao's total scores in the 3 subjects were all full marks. Liu Ruyan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly ran towards the direction where the crowd was gathering, pushing through the crowd and walking to the innermost part. But who knew that the person she was looking for was not inside? She quickly pulled a bystander and asked, "Where's the person who was inside just now?" The onlookers said in confusion, "He was here just now." Then, the onlookers who found that the protagonist was missing gradually dispersed. Liu Ruyan still didn't give up and rushed directly to the door of the Beastmaster Assessment Center, but after looking around, she still didn't see Ling Zhao. At this moment, Liu Ruyan frowned and said to herself, "Is it really him? Impossible." But then, she clenched her hands and made up her mind, "I'm not worse than you. I must defeat you." At this time, I finally got away and was walking on the streets of Shanghai holding Xiaojiu's hand. It took me a long time to breathe a sigh of relief. That group of people was really too enthusiastic and gossipy. Just then, Xiaojiu held my hand and said, "Master, I'm hungry. Where are we going next?" Hearing this, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. Xiaojiu had just eaten a Bulbasaur yesterday, and he was hungry again today. If he continued like this, he would be bankrupted by this little girl sooner or later. Then I thought about it and said, "Come on, my master will take you to eat delicious food." When Xiaojiu heard that there was something delicious to eat, he immediately followed me happily. We arrived at the city gate of the Magic City one after another. At this time, the guards at the gate were registering the people coming and going. Everyone who wants to leave the city needs to show qualified documents. After all, there are a large number of monsters outside the city. If you don't have the ability to protect yourself, there is a real risk of never coming back. Soon, Xiaojiu and I showed our Beast Tamer qualification certificates and successfully arrived outside the Demon City. As we were walking, we suddenly heard a howl of a wild beast in front of us. I immediately became alert, and Xiaojiu also looked around and took a vigilant posture. Soon, with a roar, a tiger almost as tall as a man jumped out of the forest. The tiger stared at me greedily, and the illustration in my mind immediately showed the tiger's information. An Earth-level monster, an electric beast with the skill discharge, and attack skills including claw attack and rocket head hammer. Seeing the information about this tiger, the corners of my mouth twitched. "You told me this is a ground-level monster?" I immediately suspected that my illustrations were broken, which was why I gave such information. But soon I understood what was going on. Spirit pets raised by humans are usually closer to humans and have friendly temperaments, while monsters in the wild are ferocious and difficult to tame. Therefore, the level of spirit pets and monsters cannot be directly compared. At this time, the electric beast finally couldn't hold back and launched an attack on me. It suddenly exerted force on its forehooves and rushed forward like a cannonball, making a bang 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 sound, which was its skill rocket head hammer. However, I did not dodge and still stood there. Then I saw Xiaojiu flash in front of me and punch me. Although her petite body looks weak, she displays amazing strength when she punches. With a roar, the electric beast was knocked away by Xiaojiu's punch, but it did not completely lose its fighting power. It rolled on the ground and stood up again, looking even more angry. Then, a current surged from its body, which was its discharge attack. A yellow flash rushed straight towards Xiaojiu, and it was obvious that the electric beast had focused all its anger on her. Seeing this, I immediately gave an order in my mind. "Use Skyfire." Xiaojiu understood my intention almost the moment the thought came to my mind, and she did not take it lightly because of her opponent's weakness. She just curled her fiery red tail, and a blazing flame instantly enveloped the electric beast. The lightning that the Electabuzz had just created dissipated immediately, and after struggling in the Skyfire for a moment, it lost its life. If it were an ordinary flame, the damage to the electric beast might be minimal, but Xiaojiu's heavenly fire is the divine fire born from heaven and earth. If Xiaojiu's bloodline had not just awakened, the electric beast might have turned into ashes in an instant. The body of the electric beast fell not far away, making a series of scorching sounds. Xiaojio then picked up the body of the electric beast and asked, "Master, can I eat it?" I nodded. After all, this time I went out of the city to find food for Xiaojio. Without saying a word, Xiaojio immediately pulled off the flesh crown on the top of the electric beast's head. Just now, the electric beast used this flesh crown to discharge electricity. After pulling off the flesh crown, Xiaojio put it directly into his mouth and began to chew. Although the whole process was a bit scary, I actually found it quite interesting to see Xiaojio eating so attentively. After Xiaojio swallowed the glands, she said to me coquettishly, "Master, Xiaojio is not full. Xiaojio wants to eat more." Hearing this, the corners of my mouth twitched. "One a day is not enough to feed you. Do you want to drain me dry?" It seems that she can only rely on herself. Thinking of this, I identified a direction and continued to move forward with Xiaojio. 2 hours later, Xiaojio had killed 3 monsters, 2 electric beasts and a saber-toothed tiger. It seems that this forest is the territory of cat-like monsters. The biggest characteristic of cat-like monsters is that they like to act alone. I cut off one of the saber-toothed tiger's claws, and then started a fire to grill the meat. After all, just watching Xiaojio feasting, I was a little hungry. Just as I was about to enjoy the barbecue, I suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. A moment later, a young girl appeared with a round object in her hand, followed by a nimble civet cat. They moved swiftly among the trees and came to Xiaojio and me in just a moment. The girl glanced at me, rolled her eyes, and then threw the thing in her hand between Xiaojio and me. Then she disappeared in a flash. Less than half a minute after she left, 3 ferocious men chased after her. One of them was riding a spiritual pet. Lin Xiao recognized at a glance that the monster was the sea-level monster Liomon. After seeing Lin Xiao and Xiaojio, the other party immediately stopped. "Did you see a woman and a cat just now?" Lin Xiao pointed in the direction the girl left and said something that couldn't be more true. "She ran over here a minute ago." Upon hearing this, the man riding the lion beast cursed, "Damn it," and immediately chased in the direction Lin Xiao pointed with his companions. Seeing the 3 people leave, Lin Xiao no longer paid any attention to them. Instead, he took out the round object and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, Lin Xiao recognized it at a glance. It was an elf egg. The complete monster encyclopedia also provides information about elf eggs. Byra Beast, A-level spiritual pet, has skills, magic flame, flame attack. Special, his magic flame has a bewitching effect. Lin Xiao was a little surprised that there was such a side effect at the initial stage. Even Yao, Chuanxiue's argument couldn't do it. Unexpectedly, Xiaojio was staring at the elf egg of Byru Beast with a greedy expression. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Want to eat it?" Xiaojio nodded. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. It's an A-grade spiritual pet. If it were placed in a spiritual pet store, it would probably be sold for tens of millions. Unexpectedly, at this moment, with a whoosh sound, a figure suddenly landed beside Lin Xiao. Then he reached out and grabbed the Pillman's Pokemon egg. Lin Xiao was not slow either. He withdrew his hand immediately, then turned around and faced the other party. The woman was obviously surprised after her attempt came up empty-handed. She stood there in a daze for a moment, then showed a curious expression. "Oh, the boy is very alert. He can actually see through my sister's tricks." Lin Xiao looked at the other person expressionlessly. "Same here. You've been hiding nearby for a long time, right?" Lin Xiao would never think that this woman had just returned here. After he signed a contract with Xiaojio, he gained Xiaojio's support through his ability to analyze all the monster illustrations. In other words, his 5 senses are now sharper than those of many monsters. Before the woman made her move, he didn't even notice anything the other party was doing. The woman was not very old, probably only 2 or 3 years older than Lin Xiao. "This elf egg is very important to me. Return it to me, and I can agree to one condition of yours." Lin Xiao heard this but shrugged indifferently, then pointed at the kitten on the woman's shoulder and said, "Okay, give me your Tengyuman." When Lin Xiao saw the woman for the first time, he recognized the cat. In fact, it was not a cat, but the famous Tengyuman, an S-level spiritual pet that may become a god in the future. The girl frowned when she heard that, then showed a playful expression. "The Pokemon egg in your hand is at most A-level. Are you too delusional to want to use it to exchange for Tengyuman?" Then, she thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. I threw the elf egg to you just now. It was indeed my little idea to use you to lure those people away. So, I will give you some compensation. As she said that, she took out a bag from her pocket and threw it directly to Ling Xiao. As soon as Ling Xiao caught the bag, he showed a look of surprise because it turned out to be a storage device. In this world, storage equipment is extremely rare, and the method of making them can only be achieved through special pets. The bag in front of him was made from the mouth of the big mouth Daigo. Therefore, the value of any storage equipment is more expensive than a D-level or even C-level spiritual pet. This bag is of no use to me anymore, so I'm giving it to you as compensation for using you as a shield just now. The girl said lightly. Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, thinking that this was good enough. Then he planned to return the elf egg to the girl. Unexpectedly, at this moment, swish, whoosh, whoosh, 3 sharp spikes flew out from the woods and headed straight for Ling Xiao, Xiaojiu, and the girl. The 3 of them dodged at the same time, and Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that the girl was very skilled. Immediately afterwards, with a thump, Liumon fell to the ground, and the leader was riding on Liumon's back, looking at the 2 of them with a playful expression. Damn it, I was wondering why I lost the person just now. It turns out this woman has help. The girl was very surprised when she saw the 3 men, as she clearly remembered that she had already shaken them off. Then, she saw a hound-like spirit pet following the 3 people. Hound hunting. She finally understood why she was found. It turned out that the other party had a tracking spirit pet. The girl looked at Ling Xiao, then sighed and said, I'll hold them back. You and your female companions can run away. Hearing this, Ling Xiao looked at her in surprise. Don't worry, they are no match for me. Ling Xiao looked at the furious Tenguman, and he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble, so he handed the elf egg to the girl and prepared to leave. At this time, the man riding the lion beast sneered. Want to run? The 3 of you must die here. You dare to steal the elf eggs that our Liu family has set their eyes on. You all deserve to die. When Ling Xiao heard the name Liu family, he immediately frowned. He had just had a conflict with Liu Chun, the son of the Liu family, and Xiao Ju swallowed his Bulbasaur. Let me tell you the truth. We left the city this time just to find a suitable elf egg from Master Liu Chun. You took Master Liu's elf egg, and you still want to run away? No way. The leader ordered the other 2 to keep a close eye on Ling Xiao and Xiaojiu. The girl sighed and said to Ling Xiao apologetically, I'm really sorry for involving you in my affairs. Ling Xiao spread his hands indifferently. The man riding the lion beast sneered again. Are you scared now? It's too late. Brothers, kill these 3 ignorant people. The 3 rushed forward at the same time, and the spikes on the lion beast's head were like guns, firing at Ling Xiao and the other 2 nonstop. The hound opened its bloody mouth and pounced directly at them. The 3rd person also took out a pokeball, and with a flash of light, a spirit pet flew out. The hot-blooded cactus. As soon as it landed, it punched the girl, but the girl was agile and quickly dodged. At this time, Tenguman also faced the hunting dog. The girl hurriedly shouted to Ling Xiao, Run! Don't worry about me. They can't catch me. However, the lion beast had already set its eyes on Ling Xiao, and it was obvious that these 3 people wanted to kill him here to silence him. Horn attack! The leader immediately ordered Liumon to launch an attack, targeting Ling Xiao. Without Ling Xiao giving any orders, Xiaojiu immediately protected him. Seeing this, the girl anxiously shouted, Idiot, get out of the way! That Liumon is a C-level second-order spirit pet. Even my Tenguman doesn't dare to confront it head-on. Both spirit pets and demon beasts can evolve. For example, Tenguman may become Angelmon after evolution. Each evolution is a qualitative improvement, and some spirit pets may even have a higher rank. Hearing the girl's words, the leader laughed out loud. Haha, little girl has good vision, but it's too late now. You all have to die. Bang! However, before he could finish his words, a crisp sound was heard. Liumon was directly punched away by Xiaojiu. What just happened? Except for Ling Xiao. Everyone looked at this scene in confusion. Even the hound, Tenguman, and the hot-blooded cactus stopped moving. Then, they saw Xiaojiu take a step forward, grab one of the lineman's feet, and swing it around like a sandbag, making a bang-bang-bang sound. Ling Xiao said calmly, Okay, Xiaojiu, stop playing around and make this a quick decision. Xiaojiu nodded and said, Okay, master. Then, she curled her fiery red tail behind her, and a flash of hot fire appeared, wrapping the lion beast in it. No! The leader suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and then fell to the ground screaming in pain. Ling Xiao showed no mercy and said to Xiaojiu, Don't leave him alive. Xiaojiu nodded again and squinted his eyes like a good kid. However, this action, which should have been cute, was full of horror in the eyes of the other people. Xiaojia took a step forward and punched the leader in the head. She used all her strength in this punch, using the full power of the Sky Fox. Bang! Red and white splashed everywhere, and a headless body fell to the ground. The other two saw this and chose to flee without hesitation. Run separately. Report to the family. I hope we can all survive. However, Xiaojia had already received Ling Zhao's order to wipe out the enemy completely, so she didn't give them any chance to escape. She shook her fiery red tail and rushed over quickly. The owner of the hot-blooded cactus immediately exclaimed, "Don't come over here!" The next moment, two bodies fell to the ground. At the same time, Ling Xiao looked to the other side and found that Tingyuman finally showed its fangs. Tingyuman attacks with its sharp claws. Its attack speed was extremely fast, and it soon forced the hound into a desperate situation. Then, the girl finally made Tingyuman use his special move, Tengu Flying Claw. As a flash of blood appeared, the hound fell to the ground, and its owner was obviously affected as well, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But facing the fear of death, he still forced himself to run away slowly. The girl came up to the other person and looked at the owner of the hound with disdain. Your spirit pet is fighting with the enemy, but you, as its master, ran away in advance. It's really unlucky for the spirit pet to have a beast master like you. As he spoke, after being hit by Tingyuman's claw, the opponent also fell to the ground. She turned her head and looked at Xiaojia and said in surprise, Is she your pet? Lin Xiao nodded and said, That's right, a northern red fox variant. The girl said, Oh, and looked like she was saying I see. It's mutated, I told you so. After saying that, she came to Lin Xiao and stretched out a hand. Hello, my name is Su Su, and I'm a student at Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University. When Lin Xiao heard the name, Yuzhou Spirit Pet University, his eyes immediately lit up. This is the place known as the first university in Dragon Country. Far away in the capital of Dragon Kingdom. As long as you can get in there, you can soar to the sky. And the girl in front of me, unexpectedly, is actually a student of Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. Lin Xiao also stretched out his hand. Lin Xiao, a senior student. Senior. As she said that, she looked at Lin Xiao and Xiaojia's clothes. I thought you two were here to have some fun. When Lin Xiao heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Seeing this, Su Su quickly smiled indifferently. Huh? Doesn't that mean you have the college entrance examination in 2 days? Did you take your humanoid pet out of the city for training? Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this and didn't say much. That's really good, but you have to be careful. The monsters outside the demon city are not easy to deal with. My mentor and I came here to study and encountered several high-level monsters. Also, you'd better go back and prepare in advance. I heard that the questions for this year's college entrance examination. At this point, she smiled meaningfully. In short, be careful in the college entrance examination. When Lin Xiao heard this, he nodded without caring at all. At this moment, a red light suddenly appeared in the sky. Then with a bang, it exploded in mid-air, forming a special shape. Su Su quickly said to Lin Xiao, Oh no, it's bad. My instructor asked us to gather together. If you go near Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University, remember to come find me. As she spoke, she disappeared into the jungle in a few flashes. Lin Xiao looked at Su Su's back as she left, but he began to think about what she had just said. This year's college entrance examination questions are very special. A powerful monster appeared in this area outside the city. Lin Xiao then looked at the 6 corpses on the ground. This time, the harvest was quite rich. Not only did they find enough food for Xiaojia, moreover, he also received a storage bag, which contained a full cubic meter of storage space. Lin Xiao handed the corpses of the 3 spirit pets to Xiaojia. After Xiaojia ate the rhizomes of the hot-blooded cactus, the long horns of the lion beast, and the nose of the hound, he finally burped with satisfaction. Then, she turned around and watched Lin Xiao touching the corpse. Lin Xiao found more than 20,000 yuan in cash and 5 pokeballs on these 3 people. 3 of the pokeballs were empty, probably belonging to the pets that had been eaten by Xiaojia. As for the other 2 pokeballs, there were actually ownerless Pokemons inside. Because of the death of their master, they are now in very low spirits. D-level spiritual pet, Scythe has the skills Flying Scythe, Bite Attack. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately put away the Scyther and looked at the other pet. Blood-Eye Rabbit, D-level spiritual pet, possesses the skills Rocket Headbutt and Mental Piercing. Hidden Bloodline. 1% Chimera. Chimera, a top-level magic talent. It is the remnant of the great magician Chimera's final will before his death. After awakening, one can summon the Chimera projection within a certain period of time. When Lin Xiao saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He really didn't expect to have such a special gain. As for what this Chimera is, he really doesn't know, but he can check it later. He thought about it and immediately extended his mental power to the blood-eyed rabbit. After a while, the man and the beast finally established contact, and Lin Xiao invited them to sign a contract. The blood-eyed rabbit was very weak at this time. It almost lost its consciousness just because of the death of its owner. This also indirectly shows that without awakening its bloodline, its strength is not high. Otherwise, it would not be possible for its master to keep it in the Pokeball instead of sending it out to fight. After obtaining Lin Xiao's information, the blood-eyed rabbit chose to sign the contract without any hesitation. Immediately, Lin Xiao saw the information of the blood-eyed rabbit in his complete collection of monsters. At the same time, Lin Xiao's brain suddenly felt dizzy. This is because Lin Xiao's mental strength is not strong enough now, and he can barely sign a contract with the two spirit pets. This was not because his strength was too weak, but because he had just awakened his talent and became a beast master, and he had not had many opportunities to exercise his mental strength. On the contrary, at his age, being able to contract two spirit pets at the same time is already a genius-level achievement. Lin Xiao naturally knew about this, but he didn't want to miss the Chimera's bloodline. After evaluating his own mental strength, Lin Xiao felt that he could succeed, so he chose to sign the contract, and the result made him very satisfied. However, Lin Xiao was not too excited, because more important things were yet to come. System, evolve, and upgrade the blood-eyed rabbit's bloodline. Ding! Upgrading. Please wait. Upgrading 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Upgrade successful. Then, Lin Xiao saw that the already listless body of the blood-eyed rabbit was enveloped by a white light. After an unknown amount of time, the white light finally dissipated, and a flawless body appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eyes almost popped out. Although the other party was not as charming and sexy as Xiao Jiao, it was a body full of youthfulness, flawless and full of vitality. Lin Xiao looked at the face of the blood-eyed rabbit, and suddenly a system prompt appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully recording the blood-eyed rabbit variant Chimera form. Chimera, juvenile form. Combat power, SSS-level. Bloodline, SSS-level. Talent, magic power is enhanced. All magic attacks will be enhanced. Skills, magic missile combo, the advent of the magic god. Seeing this, Lin Xiao suddenly became a little restless. Young spiritual pets rarely have the means of magical attacks. Some elemental spiritual pets can spit out elemental attacks. However, this Chimera can actually use spells to attack directly, which is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. However, the surprise that Chimera gave to Lin Xiao was not over yet. Chapter 10. The three of us can only squeeze together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the Chimera illustrated book and obtaining the illustrated book feedback, enhanced mental power, and the Chimera heritage book. Mental strength enhancement. The host's mental strength is permanently doubled. Chimera heritage book. Chimera, the great magician of mankind, burned her own life in the last stage of her life and created a new era for mankind. Her heritage should not be buried. Then, an illusory book appeared in front of Lin Xiao. The above information flooded into Lin Xiao's mind. Then, Lin Xiao felt a sharp pain again. This time, it was more intense than when he just traveled through time and integrated his memories. Even at this moment, his mental strength has doubled. Without this enhancement, he felt that his head might be bursting with information. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao finally opened his eyes. At the same time, two heads, one on the left and one on the right, were staring at Lin Xiao blankly. Master, you're awake. Xiaojiao and Chimera asked in surprise at the same time. Lin Xiao slowly straightened up. How long have I been unconscious? Xiaojiao quickly replied. It's been a day and a night. Lin Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. Fortunately, it's not too late. If I rush back now, I can just catch up with the college entrance examination. Help me out. Lin Xiao subconsciously stretched out his hand and wanted to put it on Xiaojiao's shoulder. But after getting it, I found that it feels smooth and elastic. He turned and looked. He found that Chimera was supporting Lin Xiao and slowly stood up. Only then did Lin Xiao realize that Chimera was still naked. He subconsciously wanted to withdraw his hand. However, his head was still a little dizzy at this time. This caused Lin Xiao to almost lose his balance. I have to get you some clothes first. Finally, he remembered that he had no other clothes except his school uniform. After thinking about it, he took out the storage bag Su gave him. I found that there were actually a few girls' spare clothes, daily necessities, skincare products, and so on in it. This girl actually forgot to take out the things in the storage bag. After saying that, he picked out 2 sets of training uniforms and gave them to Chimera and Xiaojie respectively. It's not that he was reluctant to let Xiaojie wear school uniform, but because these training uniforms are specially designed for combat personnel and have excellent quality and defensive capabilities. After the 2 of them changed their clothes, even their temperament changed. Xiaojie is already charming and seductive, and after putting on the training uniform, she actually has a sense of uniform temptation. Chimera has a petite face, and after putting it on, she looks youthful and beautiful. Lin Xiao looked at it again and again, then nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Let's go home. After saying that, Lin Xiao took his 2 spirit pets and started walking back to the city. After a whole day of traveling, the 3 finally arrived at the gate of the demon city. Because it was already midnight, no one was passing by the city gate. Several guards at the gate who were checking people in and out of the city were chatting idly. Hey, have you heard? There was a perfect score in the Junior Beastmaster assessment, and that person is only 18 years old and will take the college entrance examination tomorrow. Holy crap, is this true? Are young people nowadays so crazy? Not only that, I heard that his spirit pet is a humanoid spirit pet, a variant of the northern red fox, and it is terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, someone's eyes suddenly lit up. I think I know who you're talking about. 3 days ago, a Beastmaster walked out of our city gate in his school uniform. At the time, I thought they were a couple out looking for some excitement. Hi, you're amazing. Fortunately, you didn't say it out loud. This kind of genius must be a promising figure in the future. If the other party holds a grudge, you'll be in trouble. But, you say, if that Beastmaster is really looking for excitement with his spirit pet. I saw with my own eyes that his spirit pet is really beautiful. Dude, you're such a pervert. Listening to the dirty jokes of some rough, old men, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched involuntarily. Then, Lin Xiao coughed violently twice. Cough, cough. Several guards heard the cough and quickly turned to look at Lin Xiao. Who? Lin Xiao took out his ID with an expressionless face. Into the city. The guard took a quick look, found nothing wrong, and looked behind Lin Xiao. What about the 2 of them? Don't think you can get away with it just because you look good. No one without registration will be allowed to enter. The reason for such a regulation is that some spiritual pets can parasitize on humans and control them. After hearing this, Lin Xiao revealed his face and then said to the guard he had met once, "They are my spiritual pets." The man's expression froze for a moment, and only then did he recognize Lin Xiao's identity. The man immediately laughed with Lin Xiao and said, "Ah ha ha ha, I remember you went out with your humanoid spirit pet. How come there were 2 of you when you went out, but 3 when you came back?" Lin Xiao then said righteously, "I have 2 spirit pets." When that person heard that, the corners of his mouth twitched. 2 spirit pets? Both in human form? Lin Xiao nodded. Blood-eyed rabbit mutant. As Chimera spoke, her eyes flashed red and the cute bunny ears on her head swayed. Then, the 3 of them swaggered into the city of Demon City amid the envious gazes of the guards. When he returned home, Lin Xiao remembered that his bed had been burned by Xiaojie. Tonight, he can only sleep in Xiaojie's arms again. Lin Xiao originally wanted to put Chimera back into the Pokeball, but the little girl also showed resistance. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask in confusion, "After you evolved, do you all dislike returning to the Pokeball?" Upon hearing this, the 2 little girls nodded quickly like chicks pecking at rice. "It's not that I don't like returning to the Pokeball, but I prefer staying by my master's side," Xiaojie said with anticipation. "Besides, I am also very curious about this world and want to see more of it," Chimera quickly added. When Lin Xiao heard what the 2 said, he could only spread his hands helplessly. "It seems that the 3 of us will have to squeeze together. However, I have to take the college entrance examination tomorrow, so you have to be obedient. I will take you shopping and eat delicious food later." Lin Xiao used the method that the strange uncle used to lure children. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls nodded again. After saying that, the 3 of them fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao got up and started to prepare. He now has more than 20,000 yuan in his pocket, and he still has a D-level spiritual pet that he hasn't sold. If he sells it, it will also be an income. So, he no longer had to save money. He bought breakfast first, had breakfast with the two little girls, changed into his washed and faded school uniform, and then went out and headed straight to school. When he arrived at the school gate, he found that it was crowded with people. Almost all the students' parents were accompanying their children to take the college entrance examination. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao felt inexplicably envious. Unexpectedly, at this time, two little girls came up to Lin Xiao, one on the left and one on the right, and held his arms affectionately. Lin Xiao thought about it and couldn't help but say, "It seems that it's not bad that no parents come to accompany the exam." At this moment, a voice called Lin Xiao. Chapter 11 this time, I won't lose. Lin Xiao. Hearing someone calling him, Lin Xiao turned around and found two girls walking slowly towards him. The people who came were Yao Chunxue and Li Haixia. Lin Xiao was puzzled. When did he become so familiar with Yao Chunxue? Why did this girl come over to chat with him every time she saw him these days? Yao Chunxue walked up to Lin Xiao and frowned immediately when she saw the two cute animal-eared girls standing on the left and right of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, is this your humanoid pet? Lin Xiao did not deny it, but just nodded lightly. Unexpectedly, before Yao Chunxue could speak, Li Haixia spoke first. Wow, is this a humanoid pet? These animal ears are so cute. Can I touch them? As she said that, Li Haixia was about to wipe Chimera's ears. As a result, it was slapped open by Lin Xiao. What are you doing? Are you feeling guilty? Are these animal ears fake? Lin Xiao sneered. These are my spirit pets. They're my companions. You have no right to touch them. You. Li Haixia was choked by Lin Xiao. Yao Chunxue sighed and interrupted the two of them. I came to you just to tell you, don't think you can sit back and relax just because you got full marks in the Beast Tamer primary assessment. The first place in this year's Magic City College entrance examination must be mine. After hearing what Yao Chunxue said, Lin Xiao just spread his hands. Yao Chunxue was very unhappy with Lin Xiao's attitude. This guy's like this in every exam, always giving people the feeling of punching into cotton. I won't lose this time. Having said that, Yao Chunxue turned around and took Li Haixia away. Lin Xiao looked at Yao Chunxue as leaving back and pinched his chin. Although this little girl has always been very strong-willed, she is not the kind of person who looks down on others. She actually already knows that I have a humanoid spirit pet, and it is very powerful, but she still dares to say such cruel words. It seems that she came prepared. Lin Xiao talked to himself. At this moment, the voice of Principal Liu Ruyan suddenly sounded on the radio. Please, parents accompanying their children to take the exam, please stay at least 500 meters away from the school. All candidates, please enter the designated area of the school. The school will arrange for you to enter the exam site together. After hearing Liu Ruyan's report, the crowd at the school gate immediately dispersed in two directions. Lin Xiao followed the crowd, entered the playground, and lined up according to the previous regulations. At this moment, a huge strange bird suddenly appeared in the sky. That's the fourth stage evolution of the flying pelican, the sky-swallowing beast, someone exclaimed. Lin Xiao was also a little surprised. This is actually a fourth-level spiritual pet. The flying pelican is a rare spiritual pet that can be made into storage equipment. It is in great demand, but is out of stock. It can be said that any appearance of a flying pelican will be targeted by interested people. Whether it is used as one's own spiritual pet or made into storage equipment, it will bring in a considerable amount of income. This has led to the current rare situation of the flying pelican. But now, this flying pelican can survive and successfully evolve to the fourth level. It is conceivable how much its owner has invested in it. Just when everyone was marveling at the powerful aura of the fourth-level spirit pet, the sky-devouring beast suddenly circled, and then a strong gust of wind suddenly blew up above the playground. Many candidates were blown all over the place. Lin Xiao stood firmly in place because of his talent of the power of the celestial fox, and Chimera and Xiaojiu were also not affected. Then, the sky-swallowing beast landed on the podium just like that. His two wings were 20 meters long. He slowly folded them up before opening his mouth. Then, everyone was stunned to see a middle-aged man in military uniform jump out of Daigo's mouth. But the surprise had not yet ended. Another old man came out, supported by others. Next came a few people wearing glasses who looked like old scholars. Finally, there were a dozen soldiers in military uniforms with solemn expressions. In just a short while, more than 20 people jumped out of the sky-devouring beast's mouth. Ah! This thing's mouth can actually hold so many people. Someone exclaimed. It is rumored that the mouth of the sky-swallowing beast can hold the entire world. Although it is a bit exaggerated, one can imagine how big the space inside is. Someone analyzed it rationally. Why do I feel like this sky-swallowing beast was developed by Wuling Factory? Someone then started making fun of it. Lin Xiao looked at the sky-devouring beast, then looked at the storage bag around his waist. In an instant, Lin Xiao felt that this storage bag was no longer useful. He secretly made up his mind that he must get a sky-devouring beast to use as a storage tool in the future. The sky-swallowing beast on the rostrum suddenly felt a chill and startled. The leading officer did not look back at it, but took out a pokeball. The sky-swallowing beast obediently turned into a ray of white light and then entered the pokeball. After seeing this scene, the students in the examination room exclaimed in surprise, admiring the compatibility between the man and his spirit pet. Lin Xiao didn't think this was amazing. After all, he could do it. Just looking at the two little girls on his left and right, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a little guilty. When Liu Jingwo saw this group of people coming, he immediately gave up his seat. The leading man in military uniform stepped forward and saluted all the candidates. Hello, everyone. I am the representative of the military region and the person in charge of this year's college entrance examination. My name is Li Guanjuan. His voice was resounding and carried a strong, iron-blooded aura. Now let me announce the rules of this exam. You will be teleported to a special space. After entering that space, you will face attacks from different monsters. As long as you kill the monsters, you will get points. These points will be your college entrance examination scores. Attention! There will be an elite monster in the space you enter. If you kill it, you can get a lot of points. If during the exam period, you are able to tame monsters, sign contracts with them, and transform them into your own pets, then you can get double the points. The points will be recorded directly on your admission ticket. The entire exam is limited to 7 days. Hearing what Li Guanjuan said, all the candidates became excited. Finally, we could put it into actual combat. Li Guanjuan glanced at the students below. Is there anything you don't understand? Ask it now. Someone then raised their hand and asked, what should we do if our lives are in danger? Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan sneered and said, you can use your admission ticket to call for help or choose to withdraw in advance. The military has special personnel to help you out. After Li Guanjuan answered this question in this way, no one raised any objections. Okay, now I declare that the college entrance examination begins. Chapter 12. This humanoid pet can actually use carpet bombing. As soon as Li Guanjuan finished speaking, those old scholars wearing glasses took out their own pokeballs. Then, the sounds of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh were heard, and more than a dozen high-level spirit pets flew out and landed around the playground. The dozen or so high-level spirit pets surrounded everyone, and then they pressed their hands to the ground at the same time. A mysterious symbol suddenly appeared on the playground, like a magic circle. Lin Xiao subconsciously grabbed Chimera and Xiaozhou's hands. Then he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes, and at the same time, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. By the time he regained his sight, he had arrived at a rocky wilderness. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at the peculiarities of the powerful beastmasters in this world. However, before Lin Xiao could finish his sigh, a group of monsters suddenly jumped out from behind a huge rock not far ahead. Unlike ordinary low-level monsters, the group of monsters in front of them all held weapons, either knives or swords. The complete monster encyclopedia also gives their information. A studious gorilla, a D-level monster, named because they like to imitate humans. All their methods are derived from imitating humans. At this time, there were actually 5 studious gorillas standing opposite. The moment they saw Lin Xiao for the first time, hatred appeared on their faces, and they made whoop sounds from their mouths. Then they rushed over with red eyes. Right after the college entrance examination begins, all the television stations in Shanghai began broadcasting the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. At the gate of number 1 middle school, a huge screen was open for parents accompanying their children to watch. The person in charge, Li Guanjuan, also brought other invigilators and sat in front of the live broadcast screen. After seeing the studious gorilla, Liu Jingwo couldn't help but frown and asked, Chief Li, isn't it a bit inappropriate to give the candidates such a high level of difficulty at the beginning of the college entrance examination this time? If it were the previous college entrance examination, only 1 or 2 ordinary D-level monsters would be sent to attack the candidates at the beginning. The purpose is to give candidates the opportunity to adapt to the intensity. But the appetizer used this time turned out to be the studious gorilla. The biggest characteristic of this monster is that it lives in groups. Moreover, because the studious gorillas have been imitating humans for a long time, they have developed some cooperative fighting methods. Therefore, this is very unfriendly to ordinary candidates. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan shook his head. Survival of the fittest. If we don't put some pressure on these young people, they won't understand the cruelty of the future battlefield. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at Liu Jiangwo. Principal Liu, you should know that the person who set the questions this time was that adult. Liu Jiangwo sighed. I just hope they don't get hurt during the exam. Liu Jiangwo actually knew that as long as he kept his distance from the studious apes and defeated them one by one, he could easily deal with these beasts. However, these kids are all novices with little experience, so it is a great honor for them not to be nervous. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Has anyone already taken action?" Suddenly, a name appeared on the scoreboard. First place, Lin Xiao, total score 50 points. Li Guanjuan immediately said to the staff, "Bring up the image of the candidate named Lin Xiao." Upon hearing this, the staff immediately called up the footage of Lin Xiao's battle. Then, Li Guanjuan saw that there were two girls in training uniforms beside Lin Xiao. In this regard, Li Guanjuan could not help but frown and asked, "What's going on? Shouldn't the birthplaces of the candidates be scattered?" Upon hearing this, the staff member next to him quickly took out Lin Xiao's information, checked it carefully, and replied, "Report to the commander. This candidate named Lin Xiao has a humanoid spirit pet." A humanoid monster? That's right. The day after he awakened his innate full demon beast illustrations, he took the junior beast tamer qualification exam. The spirit pet he used at the time was a humanoid spirit pet, a northern red fox variant. As he spoke, the staff member handed Xiaozhou's information to Li Guanjuan. After reading the information carefully, Li Guanjuan watched the battle scene with great interest. After the five studious gorillas pounced towards Lin Xiao, the Chimera beside Lin Xiao slowly stepped forward and raised his hand towards the five studious gorillas. Didn't he say he only had one humanoid pet? How come there are two here? Upon hearing this, the staff immediately shook their heads and indicated that they did not know. Li Guanjuan thought for a moment and said, "Sort out all the information about this candidate and give it to me." At this time, the five studious gorillas had already approached Chimera. However, Chimera still remained in that position. What is she doing? Why isn't she reacting yet? She won't stand a chance of escaping if she's surrounded by studious apes. Alas, it seems that young people still have too little experience. Be sure to notify the staff at the front, and don't let anyone die. Seeing that Chimera didn't move at all in the face of the five studious gorillas, someone immediately expressed their feelings. Unexpectedly, Chimera suddenly opened her eyes, and her fiery red eyes suddenly lit up with a bloody light. Then, a strange magic circle appeared in her hand, and then a flash of light appeared in the magic circle. A black ball of energy condensed and headed straight for the nearest studious gorilla. With a whoosh sound, the magic ball created by Chimera flew out quickly, giving the nearest studious gorilla no chance to dodge. The opponent screamed and was knocked to the ground. Kill with one hit. The other four studious gorillas showed expressions of surprise and curiosity after seeing this scene. Among them, there was even a studious gorilla who raised his hand and imitated Chimera's movements, but nothing happened. But Chimera did not respond to their poor imitation, but instead condensed a second magic ball to attack. Once again, a studious gorilla was knocked to the ground. The remaining three studious apes then realized the strength of the enemy they were facing. So, without saying a word, they rushed up together and subconsciously kept their distance, hoping to kill Chimera by attacking together. After seeing this scene, all the invigilators were very surprised. This is actually a humanoid monster that can use magic to attack. For a demon beast to use magic, it must be at least level 2, or even level 3? Not necessarily. Maybe his monster has mutated or has a special talent. However, his magic ball attack speed is too slow. Facing one enemy, it can be handled with ease, but facing three studious gorillas attacking together, such magic ball attack is actually not very effective. Li Guanjuan listened to the discussion of other invigilators but did not comment. Instead, he stared at the screen intently, not wanting to miss any details. It was seen that when Chimera saw the studious apes besieging her, she did not show any panic at all. She was seen whispering strange spells that others could not understand. Then, an illusory book appeared in front of her, and the book started to flip through the pages by itself. Finally, the pages of the book were frozen on a certain page. Magic combo. A huge magic circle appeared behind Chimera, and many magic balls condensed from it. Then, those magic balls were simultaneously launched towards the studious apes around Chimera. The three studious apes were stunned when they saw this, and then they were submerged in the combo of magic balls. When the attack was over, everyone was stunned when they saw the devastation all around them. Those three studious apes were actually beaten to pieces by Chimera. Damn it, this humanoid pet can actually use carpet bombing. An invigilator exclaimed in surprise after seeing this scene. Chapter 13. Since you are all here, don't leave. After seeing Chimera's magic combo, Li Guanjuan immediately looked at Liu Jiangwo. Is this student from your school? Upon hearing this, Liu Jiangwo nodded and said, his name is Lin Xiao. His parents were also beast masters, but they both died in the beast tide. Lin Xiao's own awakened talent is very ordinary, called the Complete Monster Beast Atlas, which is a knowledge-based talent and is not suitable for combat. Liu Jiangwo paused for a moment, then immediately added, however, he works very hard and has always been the top student in number 1 middle school. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. His talent is average? I think his talent is not simple. Not simple. What else? If he had a powerful humanoid pet, we could say he was lucky. But now, both of his humanoid pets are so powerful, so it can't be explained by chance. You mean, he has a hidden talent? Li Guanjuan did not answer the question directly, but gave orders to the director's desk. Focus on Lin Zhao's exam process and don't give him too many frontal shots. Everyone understood that this was a form of protection for Lin Xiao. After hearing his words, the director's desk immediately switched the live broadcast to Yao Chunxue, who came in second. At this time, Yao Chunxue was controlling Agumon to attack the studious gorilla. However, the method she chose was what Liu Jiangwo said, which was to keep a distance and defeat them one by one. Seeing her response, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but nodded. Very good girl. Being able to tame an A-rank Agumon is a sign of extraordinary talent. Then, after looking at several other candidates who performed well, Li Guanjuan said with satisfaction, this year, all the candidates from number 1 middle school are excellent. Liu Jiangwo should have been very happy to hear such comments. However, Liu Jiangwo just received news that this year, number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school are also full of talented people and the competition is fierce. There are also S-level spirit pets among them, so number 1 middle school is not very competitive. In the examination room, after Chimera killed the studious gorilla, Lin Xiao did not stay where he was, but jumped onto the top of a huge rock. Start checking out the terrain. Now, thanks to Xiaojio's gratitude, he has the same physical fitness as Xiaojio, and jumping onto a huge rock is easy for him. He carefully identified the direction and silently drew a map in his mind. Suddenly, he discovered that on a high ground in front of him, there was a spire standing. It was looming in the dim sky and did not attract any attention. Then Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the spire and said, just go that way. Having said that, Lin Xiao took the 2 girls and quickly rushed towards the spire. As the 3 of them walked, they came to a canyon. Lin Xiao stopped at the entrance of the canyon and said to the 2 girls, be careful. There seems to be something wrong with this canyon. Xiaojio and Chimera heard this. Although they did not respond, they became more alert. Chimera and Xiaojio stood on both sides of Lin Xiao, one in front and one behind, and walked in. Just when the 3 of them walked to the center of the canyon, suddenly, a huge rock fell from the sky and hit Lin Xiao directly. Lin Xiao reacted immediately and dodged. Chimera fired a magic missile in the direction where the boulder was coming from. The only thing that responded to her was another boulder. Seeing this, Chimera also dodged along with Lin Xiao. Then, with the sound of boom, 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 more than a dozen boulders half a person's height fell down. All the retreat routes of Lin Xiao and the other 2 were blocked, and then a huge rock as big as a car rolled down from the top of the canyon. The target is exactly where Lin Xiao is. Boom! The huge rock fell, and Liu Jiangwo quickly stood up. This is not something a monster can do. However, Li Guanjuan looked at the live broadcast with a calm expression. Sure enough, 2 people wearing the uniform of number 2 middle school jumped down from the top of the canyon. Huh, I didn't expect to meet someone from number 1 middle school here. The trap we set up just came in handy. It's their bad luck to meet us. I hope they can call the invigilator in time. Otherwise, they will die here. Let's get rid of the 3 competitors and go. Having said that, the 2 men were about to leave. After seeing this scene, Liu Jiangwo slammed the table in anger. How can the students of number 2 middle school be so lawless? They killed other candidates during the college entrance examination. I demand that the scores of these two people be canceled and that they be sent to the court. He was really angry. He watched Lin Xiao grow up under his watch, and he was the hope of #1 middle school. Yet, he was framed in such a way. However, after hearing Liu Jingwo's words, Li Guanjuan waved his hands and said, "There are countless more cruel intrigues and deceptions on the battlefield than this. Can you protect him for a while, or for the rest of your life?" Liu Jingwo was speechless when he heard this. However, Liu Jingwo still said indignantly, "At least Lin Xiao is still my student now. I have the right to seek justice for my student." Li Guanjuan shook his head helplessly and pointed at the live broadcast screen. How could this little guy die so easily? As soon as Li Guanjuan finished speaking, the boulders suddenly shook in the live broadcast. Then, there was a loud bang, and rocks flew everywhere. The two students from #2 middle school were frightened by the sudden scene. They quickly got into position and looked back. Then, they saw a man and two women walking slowly out from the smoke and dust. I was wondering who set the trap here. It turns out it wasn't a monster, but two beasts. Lin Xiao did not hide his sarcasm at all and stared at the other person with cold eyes. The two students from #2 middle school looked at the three people who were unharmed and immediately showed a look of surprise. "You're not dead? That's impossible. That rock weighs 4 or 5 tons. Even an armored vehicle can't withstand such a huge impact. What on earth did you do?" Lin Xiao did not explain this to the two of them. The weight of the stone was nothing to Xiaojiu, who had unlocked the inheritance of the Heavenly Fox, because if the power of the Heavenly Fox was fully unleashed, it would have a force of tens of thousands of pounds. However, the other party had already tried to kill him, so Lin Xiao would naturally not let them go. "Since you are all here, don't leave." There was a murderous aura in Lin Xiao's cold eyes. Then he silently gave orders to Xiaojiu and Chimera. The two girls immediately rushed towards the two students from #2 middle school. Upon seeing this, the two students from #2 middle school immediately sneered and said, "You think you can defeat us with just these two little girls? Don't you know how powerful we are? Court death." As they said that, they both took out their pokeballs at the same time. A giant creature that was 2 meters tall suddenly appeared in the venue. Mountain Giant Warrior, B-level spiritual pet, possesses the power of a giant, skill, boulder throwing. At the same time, a furry mouse was sitting on the shoulder of one of them. Kama Weasel, B-level spiritual pet, extremely fast, with the talent of continuous attack. When attacking the enemy, there is a certain probability of triggering a combo effect. The higher the number of combos, the higher the attack power. Seeing this scene, even the invigilators who were watching this encounter were a little surprised. The two B-level spirit pets actually joined forces so early, which can be said to be very competitive. How should Lin Xiao deal with two powerful opponents? Chapter 14, Stop It. Candidate. In the live broadcast, although Lin Xiao reacted first, it was the sickle weasel that launched the attack first. It can be seen that the students of #2 middle school have very rich combat experience. Then I saw the sickle weasel burrowing into the soil. Then, the soil on the ground began to turn over continuously. However, the mountain giant stood in front of the two women, then raised his right hand made of huge rocks and smashed it towards the two women. The two students from #2 middle school also revealed sarcastic expressions. "You two idiots. You don't even want to use your spiritual pets. Do you want to defeat us with your physical bodies?" The mountain giant, as the name suggests, has immense strength, and his body is made entirely of solid rock. This punch has the destructive power of tons. If an ordinary person is hit by this punch, he will be turned into meat paste on the spot. But the next moment, the two students from #2 middle school saw the most incredible scene in their lives. Xiaojiu took a step forward and raised one hand high, taking the attack from the mountain giant. "What? How is this possible?" Then, Xiaojiu slowly clenched his other hand into a fist, and the power of the Heavenly Fox slowly condensed. The Sky Fox clan is born with a strong physique. When the punch was thrown, there was a loud bang, and the body of the mountain strongman shook like an earthquake. Then, it collapsed with a loud bang. The body of one of the candidates shook suddenly, but fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself. He quickly gave orders to the mountain strongman to respond. "Mountain giants, regroup. The rocks and soil on the ground will slowly condense and merge back together." Moreover, the shape changed from the original human shape to a ring. It seems that they're going to surround Xiaojiu and Chimera. At the same time, the candidate immediately said to another candidate, "Damn it, there's something wrong with this woman. How can she be as scary as a monster? After hearing the other party's comments, Xiao Jiu smiled sweetly and said to Chimera beside her, Sister Chimera, find the spirit core of the mountain giant. Chimera had already received instructions from Lin Xiao, and her eyes had been searching continuously. Finally, her gaze fixed on a glowing rock. She raised her hand, and the magic circle gradually condensed successfully. Magic missile. At the same time, right under her feet, a sickle weasel suddenly broke out of the ground and grabbed her back with its sharp claws. Huh, you didn't expect that. All of this was part of our plan. This grab is definitely a killing move. However, the two students from number 2 middle school never expected that at the critical moment, Chimera suddenly turned his head, and the magic missile did not attack the direction of the stone man's spirit core. Oops. When the two students from number 2 middle school saw this, they immediately screamed, but luckily Kamatachi himself was known for his flexibility. He actually escaped like this. However, it also suffered moderate injuries, and then it burrowed directly into the soil. At this time, the body of the Shining Giant had also been successfully reorganized. After that, the Shining Giant clenched his hands in a fist and hit the two women at the same time. Seeing this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but sneer. Idiot, do you think you can win me over like this? Just when Xiao Jiuqiao was smiling sweetly, there was another sound coming from behind her. However, Kamatachi appeared in front of Lin Xiao this time. Huh, you didn't expect that my real purpose is your master. I never thought that I would meet a humanoid spirit pet here. If I hadn't been so knowledgeable, I would have been fooled by you two spirit pets and thought you were the examinees. If you want to defeat humanoid pets like you, attacking your masters is the most effective and direct way. Go ahead, Kamaitachi, give him a fatal blow. Seeing this scene, Lu Jingwo outside the screen was suddenly shocked. Oh no, Lin Xiao fell into the trap. The other examiners also showed regretful expressions at this time. It seems that a powerful spirit pet cannot make up for the shortcomings of a beastmaster. Lin Xiao's tactics were wrong from the very beginning. He should have only sent out one spirit pet to attack and kept the other spirit pet by his side to protect him. Yes, with the strength of his spirit pet, it can completely crush the spirit pets of 2 second-grade middle school students. Now that his home has been stolen, it seems that he can only be eliminated regretfully. But fortunately, with his talent and the strength of his pet, even if he is eliminated, there will be colleges and universities that will make an exception to admit him. While the other examiners were still feeling sorry for Lin Xiao, only Li Guanjuan was staring at the screen because he did not see any panic expression on Lin Xiao's face. Xiaojiu and Chimera, who were originally a little worried, immediately looked relaxed after noticing Lin Xiao's expression. It didn't look like their owner was about to be attacked at all. The two students from number 2 middle school then simultaneously issued attack orders to their spirit pets. The mountain giant warrior's fists smashed towards Xiaojiu and Chimera, while the sickle weasel sharp claws also reached out to Lin Xiao. At the critical moment, Lin Xiao slowly raised his hand. He was so fast that he was able to grab the sickle attachee's arm before the enemy. Kamaitachi was so shocked by the sudden scene that he was stunned for a moment. But Lin Xiao didn't give him any chance to come to his senses. He also raised his hand and slowly clenched his fist. Then a bang was heard. The sickle weasel was knocked away by Lin Xiao's punch. Xiaojiu and Chimera then launched attacks at the same time, completely killing the mountain giant warrior. The two number 2 middle school students suffered brain trauma due to the death or injury of their spiritual pets. They immediately fell to the ground and began wailing. Lin Xiao had no intention of letting them go. He looked coldly at the two students from number 2 middle school and then gave orders to Xiaojiu. Kill him. Li Guanjuan and several other examiners outside the screen couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. This was the first time they had seen such a decisive candidate. Xiaojiu smiled sweetly and planned to give them a quick death. Upon seeing this, one of the students from number 2 middle school quickly took out his own prospective candidate and activated the protection mechanism. A barrier suddenly appeared, protecting the two of them. The two of them looked at Lin Xiao with cold eyes and Xiaojiu, who was sharpening his knife, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. After having protection, they all felt grateful and had the same idea in their minds. We are all protected. What can you do to me? The examiners outside the screen breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that everyone from number 2 middle school was safe and sound. Fortunately, the college entrance examination has a protection mechanism. If someone really died, it would be a very bad ending. One of the examiners said angrily. Then, before he could finish his words, a loud boom was heard on the screen. It turned out that Xiaojio had no intention of letting them go. Xiaojio punched down again, and the ground began to shake. No way! When the examiner saw this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After Xiaojio's punch, the protective barrier specially developed for the college entrance examination was shattered by Xiaojio's punch. The two candidates from number 2 middle school were immediately exposed in front of Xiaojio. Xiaojio then showed them the expression of a fox looking at its prey, and then raised his fist. When the two saw this, they were so frightened that their souls almost scared out of their wits. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into Lin Zhao's ears. Hey, stop it, candidate. Chapter 15, could this guy be cheating? The words fell. Then, as a gust of wind blew, the two candidates from number 2 middle school were rescued by a spiritual pet wearing a black hood. Then they landed next to a middle-aged man in a suit. Lin Zhao looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. The middle-aged man said calmly, I am the examiner in charge of this area. My name is Li Feng. The other party has already admitted defeat, so there is no need to kill them all. Hearing this, Lin Zhao sneered and said, when they just tried to kill me and my pet, no one stood up to speak up for us. Li Feng didn't care about Lin Zhao's attitude. He gave a somewhat unreasonable answer. Although the trap they set was very dangerous, you were not injured. Why do you care about it? Moreover, the college entrance examination has regulations that candidates can compete with each other, provided that no one is killed. They did not violate the regulations. Seeing this scene, Lu Jingwo couldn't help but slam the table in anger. Bullshit. This is so hypocritical. Do people have to die before they can be held accountable? Li Guanjuan had a gloomy face. He was a proud person, but he felt a little disgusted to see such double standards appear in the college entrance examination that he was in charge of. However, Lin Zhao on the screen showed a meaningful smile. Then, Chimera suddenly raised her hand. A magic circle took shape behind her, and magic missiles were ready to be launched. Boom! 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 The magic missile combo aimed at Li Feng and started firing. Li Feng's first reaction was that it was an illusion. He never thought that Lin Zhao would dare to attack him. But the next moment, a huge sense of crisis came over me. He dodged quickly, and the wizard beast next to him also kept a safe distance. However, Lin Zhao had no intention of letting Li Feng go, and the magic missile continued to lock on Li Feng. Li Feng could not help but yelled, Lin Zhao, are you crazy? I am the examiner. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao snorted coldly and said, Chief Examiner? How can I be sure that you are the Chief Examiner? What if you are a monster disguised as the Chief Examiner, like these two students from number 2 middle school? Puff! Be it Li Feng or the people outside the screen, when they heard Lin Zhao's words, their eyes suddenly became dull. Is this guy Lin Zhao really bloodthirsty? Li Feng then became anxious and said angrily, If you continue to act unreasonably like this, I will fight back. After hearing this, Lin Zhao revealed a meaningful smile. Great! You actually dared to fight back. The college entrance examination has clear regulations. Any third party who interferes with the college entrance examination will be held accountable. It seems that you must not be the chief examiner. Chimera, kill him for me and see what his true face is. Puff! This time Li Feng was really about to vomit blood. Lin Zhao is using his own method to give someone a taste of his own medicine. However, the attack power of this boy's spirit pet was so amazing that he dared not underestimate it. Li Feng gnashed his teeth and said, I warn you not to make trouble again, otherwise. Before he could finish his words, Xiaojio's fist swung towards him from the other side. With a bang, Li Feng was hit and a panda eye appeared. Ah! Lin Zhao you? However, Lin Zhao didn't care about Li Feng's words at all, and Xiaojio's fist did not stop. Two students from number 2 middle school were also stunned after witnessing this scene. What kind of ruthless person did they provoke who even dared to hit the examiner? Lu Jingwo tried hard to hold back his laughter and looked at Li Guanjuan's livid face. Li Guanjuan picked up a microphone with a grim expression and said, Lin Zhao, I am Li Guanjuan, the person in charge of the college entrance examination. I already know about your situation. It was the negligence of our invigilation team. After the exam, the invigilation team will compensate you, and Li Feng will also be punished for his inappropriate behavior. Li Feng, leave the examination room immediately and accept investigation. The voice echoed slowly throughout the examination room. Lin Zhao listened to the notification voice that sounded like a continuous line, and then he asked Xiaojio and Chimera to stop. At this time, Li Feng had been beaten into a pig's head. Lin Xiao turned around slowly, without even looking at the two candidates from number 2 middle school. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. However, the other candidates who heard Li Guanjuan's announcement with their own ears were all shocked. Lin Xiao? What did he do? Yao Chuanxue looked puzzled. She had already killed 15 low-level monsters and jumped to first place with a total score of 150 points. Moreover, the live camera was also locked on her. Now, she has become the representative of number 1 middle school and even the entire Magic City. Wow, Goddess Yao Chuanxue is truly a genius. She got 150 points so quickly. Her pet argument is also amazing, and they work together perfectly. Yes, even Su Peng from number 2 middle school and Chun Feiyang from number 3 middle school are no match for her. Fuck, look at the list. Someone is catching up. At this moment, they saw that Lin Xiao, who originally had only 50 points, suddenly gained 190 points and jumped to first place. What on earth did Lin Xiao do? How come he suddenly gained so many points? Could this guy be cheating? Are you kidding me? How could he cheat on the college entrance exam? I think he must have killed a high-level monster to gain so many points. Who knows? But why doesn't the live broadcast give Lin Xiao a shot? Everyone made speculations about this. What they didn't know was that Lin Xiao had just eliminated 2 candidates from number 2 middle school. According to the regulations, the points of these 2 candidates will all belong to Lin Xiao. Therefore, Lin Xiao's points will be greatly improved. At this moment, Lin Xiao was moving towards the spire. On the way, Lin Xiao also encountered some other low-level monsters. Some of the monsters that hindered his progress were killed by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's points then reached 260 points. He always felt that this year's college entrance examination was not as simple as he had imagined. With only 3 days to complete the test and such a large map, it is really difficult for the candidates to find that special monster. At this moment, Xiaojio's stomach felt hungry and made an inopportune gurgling sound. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Xiaojio. Xiaojio looked embarrassed, but with a hint of coquettishness, and said, "Master, Xiaojio is hungry." Hearing this, Lin Xiao sighed, then took out the corpse of a spirit pet from her pocket and started a fire on the spot. Then Lin Xiao started cooking. If the candidate from number 2 middle school was here, he would recognize at a glance that what Lin Xiao was cooking was his pet sickle weasel. Lin Xiao skillfully peeled the skin and removed the internal organs, then roasted it over the fire. Soon, the aroma of the sickle weasel's meat drifted into Chimera's nose. Lin Xiao handed the 2 thighs to the 2 little girls, and they immediately began to devour them. Afterwards, Lin Xiao also slowly tasted the food. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the 3 of them felt something was wrong at the same time, and they hurriedly looked upwards. Then, a huge falcon flew over the heads of the 3 people. Then, the falcon swooped down and aimed directly at Lin. Chapter 16, doesn't that mean he is invincible? The crisis strikes again. Lin Xiao quickly rolled to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. The falcon failed to hit its target and fell to the ground not far away. Lin Xiao looked at the falcon. It was more like a huge, strange bird than a falcon. The complete monster encyclopedia immediately gave the information. Big-headed eagle, B-level second-order monster, a simple-minded flying monster with strong limbs. It has a warlike temperament and has skills such as dive attack, rocket headbutt, and wind blade attack. When its life is in danger, it will choose to run away. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. There is actually a second-level monster here? You know, most of the candidates nowadays are not even junior beastmasters, and their spirit pets are all at the first level. For these examinees, a second-level monster is definitely more threatening than 10 studious gorillas combined. At this time, the big-headed eagle was already charging towards Lin Xiao angrily. However, it is strange that a flying monster has to walk on its own 2 feet and use a rocket headbutt as its starting move. Outside the screen, the other examiners saw this scene and couldn't help but ask with some concern, "Captain Li, it's not a good idea to release a second-level monster, right? If any examinees are killed or injured, we can't take responsibility." Li Guanjuan answered with a serious face. "This is what the higher-ups mean. If you want to widen the gap between the candidates, you have to use some powerful information. Besides, monsters like eagles are relatively easy to deal with. The candidates we are targeting are all top-ranked candidates, so ordinary candidates will not be threatened. As long as you have solid basic skills and cooperate better with your spirit pet, you can handle it. The real challenge is on the last day." After hearing what Li Guanjuan said, the other examiners couldn't help but feel relieved. At this moment, someone pointed at the live broadcast screen and shouted in surprise. Look, Yao Chuanshue's. Her spirit pet is actually advanced to the second level. It can be seen in the picture that facing the attack of the big-headed eagle, Yao Chunshue did not dodge or evade. An Agumon in front of her suddenly emitted light. Agumon, which was originally only about 1 meter tall, suddenly grew huge and turned into a giant dinosaur over 3 meters tall. Agumon evolves. Tyrannosaurus. As soon as Tyrannosaurus appeared, he took the rocket headbutt from Owl. Then, Tyrannosaurus hugged and threw Big Owl to the ground. Finally, Tyrannosaurus opened its big mouth and spewed out a blazing flame. The big-headed eagle was then completely engulfed by the flames and finally turned into ashes. Wow! Yao Chuanxue is so young, and she has already evolved her spirit pet to the second level. What a genius! He really deserves to have the A-level talent of Fire Affinity. He is naturally close to pets with Fire Element, and has the bonus of innate resonance. With a little training, he can advance. I have seen the scene where Yao Chuanxue becomes the #1 scholar in the Magic City. What are you talking about? Look at Su Peng from #2 middle school. I didn't expect this guy's S-level pet to be so terrifying. In another live broadcast, Su Peng's S-class pet Crazy Tank suddenly grew larger when facing the big-headed eagle. Afterwards, Su Peng actually jumped directly into the tank and drove the tank himself to bombard the big-headed eagle. I didn't expect this Crazy Tank could actually attack like this. Doesn't that mean he can't beat others in the future and can get into this Iron Turtle? Huh? Even if you get in, it may not be useful. If you encounter Tyrannosaurus, it will directly tear off your shell and see how you fight. Chun Feiyang has also taken action. This guy is hiding well enough. In another live broadcast, Chun Feiyang's pet, the Quick Knife Imp, fought with the big-headed eagle for several rounds, but there was no clear winner. Afterwards, the Quick Knife Imp retreated to Chun Feiyang's side, panting. Seeing this, Chun Feiyang couldn't help but sigh. I originally wanted to save my talent for the final stage. It seems that I have no choice but to expose it now. After Chun Feiyang finished speaking, he grabbed the Quick Knife Ghost with his hand. The Quick Knife Ghost understood what he meant and immediately turned into a soul and drilled into his body. Chun Feiyang's body then grew larger, and the shadow of the Quick Knife Imp appeared behind him. This is his S-level talent, the fusion of all things. As long as the pet resonates with him, it can merge with him. This is so cool. Look, Chun Feiyang is taking action. In the picture, Chun Feiyang was seen clenching his hands, and an illusory long sword slowly appeared. The little devil with a sharp knife behind him also drew out his own knife. The two men moved in sync and then hurried forward, running faster and faster. The eagle also flew up and swooped down to attack. Chun Feiyang raised his sword and slashed it down. With a clang sound, the big-headed eagle was split into 2 halves by his sword. So cool. Does Chun Feiyang still have a weakness? As long as he fuses with the Quick Knife Imp, he won't be afraid of being attacked, even if he's at close range. I feel that even if Tyrannosaurus takes action, he may not be a match for Chun Feiyang. Then he is invincible. Everyone was speculating and felt that Chun Feiyang was invincible. Suddenly, a barrage flew across the screen. Hey, look at the first place. Why is it still Lin Xiao? On Li Guanjuan's side, he was closely following Lin Xiao's actual exam situation. I saw the big-headed eagle's rocket headbutt coming straight towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a step back slowly. Chimera stood in front of him, and the magic circle condensed. The magic missile combo was already prepared, and all the firepower was poured towards the big-headed eagle at the same time. At this time, Xiaojio ran a few steps quickly with light steps, and then jumped onto the back of the big-headed eagle. Then, he stepped down hard. Boom! The big-headed eagle was stepped on and fell down, letting out a painful scream. Then, continuous attacks from magic missiles left it covered in wounds. Lin Xiao looked at Xiaojio and said, "Stop playing around. Let's end this quickly." Upon hearing this, Xiaojio said, It is about to give the big-headed eagle a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the eagle's eyes suddenly emitted a bloody light. Then, the wounds on his body began to heal, and his hair turned from gray to blood red. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw this, and the complete monster illustrated book also gave the current information about the eagle at this time. Crazy big-headed eagle, the product of the big-headed eagle's failure in evolution after being stimulated by pain. He will burn his own life and launch a final attack. Lin Xiao couldn't believe it. Such a thing was very rare. He only knew of one case so far. That is, after Tyrannosaurus fails to evolve, it will become zombie Tyrannosaurus. He really didn't expect that he was so lucky to meet the crazy big-headed eagle. The crazy eagle would not give Lin Xiao time to be surprised. The attacks have already begun. The first move was a death headbutt. Xiaojiu, who was originally pressing on its back, was directly blown away by the crazy big-headed eagle. Then, the crazy eagle headbutt Chimera. Chimera dodged quickly. After being blown away, Xiaojiu leaped high into the air and exchanged glances with Chimera. The two little girls already had a tacit understanding at this time. An illusory book then appeared in front of Chimera, moving without wind and finally stopping at a certain page. Tangle. Suddenly, a black magic circle appeared under the feet of the crazy eagle. Then, black tentacles emerged from the magic circle and tied up the crazy owl. Chapter 17. If you have nothing to do, please don't disturb my exam. Crazy eagle has bonuses to its speed and strength. So, when facing Chimera's magical control, it just showed an angry expression and then began to tear it apart desperately. Just a few seconds later, the crazy owl broke free from Chimera's magical control. Then, a bloodthirsty light appeared in its eyes, and then it rushed towards the three people. Seeing this scene, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but said anxiously, "How could it evolve in the middle of a battle? This is already close to a third-level monster." Li Guanjuan also showed a serious expression and quickly took out the walkie-talkie and gave orders to the invigilator who was still in the examination room. "Attention, invigilators near the coordinates 118.7, 25.37. Please rush to these coordinates immediately. There is a suspected third-level monster attacking the examinees there. Please rush to the scene and protect the examinees." After thinking about it, Li Guanjuan added another sentence. "After arriving, make sure the candidate can handle it alone. Do not take action if the candidate's life is not in danger." Hearing what Li Guanjuan said, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but look at Li Guanjuan with a puzzled look on his face. Li Guanjuan said expressionlessly, "When faced with absolutely dangerous situations, the hidden strength of these young people can often be stimulated." After saying that, Li Guanjuan looked at the live broadcast screen seriously. He always felt that Lin Xiao was not as simple as he saw on the surface. When the crazy eagle came in front of Lin Xiao, it opened its mouth and let out a roar that made people's teeth ache. Roaring attack. Lin Xiao felt dizzy for a moment, but he came to his senses in just a moment. Xiaojiu was already ready for battle. Her expression was still charming, but her aura was rising. After the crazy eagle rushed forward, Xiaojiu finally moved. Her body was slightly taller than before, and the tail behind her was also a little longer. Then her eyes lit up with fire, and she swung her fist heavily. The inheritance of the Sky Fox, close combat. Xiaojiu's fists hit the crazy big-headed eagle like raindrops. The latter immediately let out a howl of pain. At the same time, Chimera's magic missile combos also followed. Precise strike behind the crazy eagle. While the fighting was in full swing here, on a hillside not far away. After receiving the notification from Li Guanjuan, Li Feng hurried to the designated coordinates. Because the problem between him and Lin Xiao was not serious, after the investigation, the invigilation team did not want to cause major trouble to the examination order, so they let Li Feng come back to invigilate. It just so happened that when Li Feng came back to invigilate the exam, he was the closest to the exam and came straight over. It's just obvious that Li Feng no longer dares to act as recklessly as he did just now. Li Feng was beaten badly by Lin Xiao just now and was already very depressed. Now seeing that Lin Xiao was being desperately attacked by a third-level monster, a crazy big-headed eagle, he naturally had some ideas of taking the opportunity to punish Lin Xiao. All I saw was his eyes rolling around, and he muttered to himself, but there was no other movement. Just now Commander Li said that if the examinee's life is not in danger, then he can refrain from action. So I can now sit back and watch the fight between the two tigers and take a good look at the quality of this Lin Xiao. When he's beaten half to death, I'll take action. That way, even if something happens, I won't be implicated. Then he looked at Lin Xiao. "You little bastard, you dared to set a trap for me just now and attacked me when I was off guard. You made me lose face. This time, I will definitely make you pay." And at this moment, he saw Chimera begin to condense the magic circle again. A huge magic circle appeared above the head of the crazy eagle. Then a powerful pressure was generated in the magic circle. The pressure made the crazy eagle breathless. Then, Xiaojiu curled his tail, and a stream of heavenly fire finally floated towards the crazy eagle. The crazy eagle felt the strange energy contained in the heavenly fire, and the monster's instinct told it that this heavenly fire was enough to kill everything. The crazy eagle finally couldn't suppress his fear and madness, and began to rush around in the magic circle. But no matter how he struggled, he could not break free of Chimera's control, and the skyfire became more and more powerful. So, it no longer held back and burned up its last bit of life, intending to self-destruct. In the distance, Li Feng saw that the crazy big-headed eagle was actually starting to burn its life and was planning to die together with Lin Xiao. So he exclaimed in surprise. From a distance, Li Feng shouted, "Get out of the way!" As he said that, Li Feng ordered his monster, the Dark Knight Priest, to rush forward, intending to stop the crazy big-headed eagle from self-destructing. He also quickly appeared near Lin Xiao and raised his hand to pull Lin Xiao away. Are you kidding? The self-destruction of a third-level monster is no joke. Just when his hand was about to grab Lin Xiao glanced at him, and this look scared him so much that he almost lost consciousness. It was a feeling of danger he had never felt before, and his heart kept reminding him that the young man in front of him had 100 ways to kill him. However, as an invigilator, although he had some grudges against Lin Xiao, his duty was to protect the lives of the candidates he was invigilating. So, Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. This beast is going to blow himself up." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang was heard. He couldn't help but cry out, "Damn, the crazy big-headed eagle really blew himself up?" But when Li Feng turned his head, he saw the crazy eagle in the magic circle, screaming miserably. The heavenly fire on its body is burning away its last bit of vitality. A moment later, the crazy eagle died completely. Li Feng stood there in a daze. What about the promised self-destruction? You are a third-level monster. How could you be burned to death like this? At this time, Lin Xiao turned his head and looked at Li Feng. "Proctor, what did you just say? I didn't hear you." Hearing this, Li Feng's mouth twitched, and then he said with a wry smile, "Ah, it's okay. It's okay. If you have nothing to do, please don't disturb my exam." When Li Feng heard Lin Xiao's words, the corners of his mouth twitched again. Then he said nothing and left in a flash. Seeing the video signal coming back from the front, Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Xiao with excitement in his eyes. Good. He remained calm in the face of danger. This mental quality alone is enough to make him an excellent beastmaster. Liu Jiangwo's old face was almost blooming with joy at this moment. "Ha! I said my students are all first-rate beastmasters. A small third-level monster is a piece of cake for them." When the other staff members looked at Liu Jiangwo, there was a trace of contempt on their faces, and they all made complaints. "You old bastard. That's not what you just said." However, after hearing what everyone said, Liu Jiangwo smiled even more brightly, making others want to tear his face apart. In the outside world, the audience watching the live broadcast had no idea what was happening in the examination room, because the live broadcast has always focused on seeded players such as Yao Chunxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang. At this time, as the points list continued to update, Chen Feiyang's points had surpassed Yao Chunxue, and he came to first place. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. S-level talent is extraordinary. He can even suppress a second-level monster. I wonder if Yao Chunxue and Su Peng have any backup plan? Otherwise, the number one in the Magic City this time must be Chen Feiyang. Alas, if it were previous years, Yao Chunxue and Su Peng would still be very competitive, but this year it seems not enough. After all, Su Peng's talent is too amazing. Not only is he talented, his pet is also very powerful. Yes, this quick knife ghost is an A-level monster. As Chen Feiyang's pet, it is a perfect match. Chapter 18, They Won't Sleep in the Wilderness with Lin Xiao. At this time, Chen Feiyang had already scored a full 410 points on the points list. Yao Chunxue only scored 380 points, followed closely by Su Peng. Lin Xiao didn't know what was going on, but suddenly, the score remained unchanged. Then, Lin Xiao was overtaken from his previous first place. Therefore, everyone naturally thought that Lin Xiao had lost his competitiveness. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Xiao's points suddenly increased from 260 points to 560 points. A full 300 points added. What did Lin Xiao do to get 300 extra points? Did this guy kill a third-level monster? That's impossible. How can an ordinary high school student possibly kill a third-level monster? Is this guy cheating? Why didn't the director give Lin Xiao any shots? Yeah, let's see what's so special about Lin Xiao. As a result, Many spectators, especially parents of students, left messages under the video, wanting to see what Lin Xiao was doing. The director quickly sent the audience's messages to Li Guanjuan. Li Guanjuan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let them see what Lin Xiao is doing." At this moment, it was already night, and the passage of time in the examination room was the same as in the outside world. Everyone knows that in the dark jungle, the danger is doubled at night. So, everyone tacitly chose to find a place to set up camp. Moreover, both humans and spiritual pets need to rest after a day of fighting. Yao Chuanxiwe had her own storage equipment. She took out a camouflage tent and camp bed from her bracelet and prepared to rest. Afterwards, she took some dry food that had been prepared long ago and started eating. While eating, Yao Chuanxiwe did not forget to take a few pills to restore her consumption. Seeing Yao Chuanxiwe's preparations, the audience outside couldn't help but feel envious. This is the child of a big family. He has storage equipment before he goes to college. He even has a camp bed to sleep on in the wild. Even the food is prepared in advance, and there are pills that can restore spiritual power and mental strength. But Su Peng and Chun Feiyang were much more miserable. Each of them carried a backpack with only simple dry food in it. They could only find a secluded corner, leaning against the mountain wall and a big tree, eating while looking around vigilantly. It's just like this, sleeping in the open air. At this moment, someone asked curiously, "I'm really curious about what Lin Xiao has prepared." At this moment, the director just turned the live camera to Lin Xiao. Everyone looked over there, and then someone made a series of expressions as if they were vomiting blood. Fuck, is this guy really here to take the college entrance examination? In the picture, Chimera and Xiaojiu, two girls with distinctive animal ears, each cut off a few pieces of meat from the body of the crazy big-headed eagle. Afterwards, they sharpened the branches and skewered the meat. Lin Xiao also took out the seasoning from his storage bag. Then, they started a wild barbecue to everyone's amazement. Is Lin Xiao here for vacation? Those two girls are so pretty. Why does Lin Xiao have two such pretty maids? Isn't this the college entrance examination? Cheating. Lin Xiao must have cheated. Haven't you heard about it? There is a young man named Lin Xiao who passed the Junior Beastmaster exam with full marks, and the spirit pet he used is a humanoid monster. Could that Lin Xiao be him? Stop talking. I'm already starting to feel jealous. Look how delicious they are eating. At this moment, Chimera had taken the roasted skewers off the fire and then jumped in front of Lin Xiao. "Master, it's time to eat." Lin Xiao took the grilled meat skewers from Chimera, blew on them, and then began to chew. At this moment, Xiaojiu also handed over the grilled skewers of meat. "Master, try Xiaojiu's roast too." As she spoke, Xiaojiu handed over the skewers of meat she had grilled herself. Lin Xiao attacked from both sides, biting each person, which made all the audience members feel a little overwhelmed. "I'm so jealous. I'm going to report this guy for cheating." After eating and drinking, it was almost late at night. Seeing this, some viewers couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, didn't Lin Xiao prepare a tent or a camp bed? The place where they are is not suitable for setting up camp. In the open wilderness, if there is no good cover, it is easy to be attacked by monsters. I don't care about the monsters. I just want to know how those two beast-eared girls rest at night. They won't sleep in the wilderness with Lin Xiao, will they? As a result, they saw Lin Xiao yawn, and then said to Xiaojiu, "It's getting late, let's rest." As they spoke, they were stunned to see that after Xiaojiu nodded, the huge tail behind him coiled into a circle and Xiaojiu lay inside it. And Lin Xiao actually lay in Xiaojiu's arms like that. Fuck, that damn Lin Xiao. How can he lie in the arms of the beast-eared girl? That's a humanoid pet. You beast, let go of the pet and let me take over. I don't accept it. Why is that humanoid pet bigger than my mother's? The net isn't above? I would like to meet your mother. Can you introduce me to her? Just when the audience was envious and jealous, something happened that made them even more furious. Lin Xiao took out a quilt from his storage bag and handed it to Chimera. Chimera was actually very considerate and covered Lin Xiao with it, and then she also crawled in very obediently. Chimera snuggled so obediently in Lin Xiao's arms, like a pillow. Puff! All the audience who watched this scene made expressions as if they were vomiting blood. Even Liu Zhengwo, who was originally full of vigor and vitality, covered his face a little embarrassedly and said, "Well, in the jungle, it's cold at night. The three of us snuggling together can prevent the loss of heat." Li Guanjuan said with a half-smile, "That's true. However, sleeping in the open wilderness is not a good choice. If a monster attacks, they won't even have a shelter. Upon hearing this, the examiners around him all expressed their agreement. After all, when people camp in the wild, it is best to choose a shelter that they can lean on with their backs, so that if they encounter wild beasts or enemies, they can avoid being attacked from both sides to the greatest extent. The night gradually deepens. Lin Xiao slept like a child and looked completely unvigilant. At this moment, several monsters like hounds slowly came from not far away. Among the audience who were staying up late to watch the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, some immediately recognized the identities of these monsters. This is a prairie wild dog. It is one of the most ferocious and difficult monsters on the prairie. Look behind them. That's their leader, the second-level monster prairie wolf. Oh my god! They're going to launch a sneak attack on Lin Xiao. I said that this guy Lin Xiao is a little too proud. Camping in an open area, isn't that just exposing himself directly to monsters? This time, Lin Xiao is probably going to be in trouble. He might even be eliminated. Chapter 19, I could have slept with my master till dawn. At this moment, a prairie dog seemed to have touched some kind of restriction. All I saw was a very inconspicuous magic circle that flashed for a moment and then disappeared. At the same time, Chimera tiptoed out of Lin Xiao's arms. Then, Chimera slowly straightened up. Her sleepy look made the audience feel pity for her. Then, they saw Chimera raise his hand and set up a magic circle near Lin Xiao. He included Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu in the room, and then considerately covered Lin Xiao with a quilt. This scene made everyone grit their teeth again. After doing all this, Chimera turned around and looked at the group of prairie dogs that had surrounded them with a hostile face. It's all your fault. You disturbed my master's sleep. I could have slept with him till dawn. Although the wild dogs on the prairie did not understand what Chimera was saying, driven by instinct, they could not wait to enjoy the flesh and blood of the humanoid monster in front of them. Woof, 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 ah! They howled and rushed towards the Chimera. Seeing this scene through the screen, the audience were all worried for Chimera. Prairie wild dogs are well-known social monsters. If taken alone, any one of them is very weak, but once the group grows stronger, their combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. There are now more than a dozen prairie wild dogs present, and there is also a prairie wild wolf in charge, whose combat power is comparable to that of 2 second-level monsters. In their opinion, the best way to deal with such an enemy is to run away quickly. However, Chimera had already raised his hand and was chanting a spell with an expressionless face. Soon, a magic circle appeared behind her, and countless magic missiles had formed. At this time, the prairie dog had already come to her, and everyone was worried about Chimera. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a series of magic missiles were released. The prairie dog never imagined that this harmless girl in front of him would use such a powerful magic attack. The sounds of boom, boom, boom. Explosions came one after another in the middle of the night. The entire area was swept by Chimera's magic missiles. Oh my god, what was that just now? Was it a magical wash? Why do I feel a little sympathy for these prairie dogs now? We are using a big gun to kill a mosquito, and it is carpet bombing. Let us mourn for these wild dogs. When the smoke cleared, more than a dozen wild dog carcasses were found on the ground, and the second-level prairie wolf had already escaped. Chimera had no intention of continuing to chase, but turned around to look at Lin Xiao, who was still sleeping. Fortunately, this magic circle can block out the sound and did not disturb the master's sleep. After hearing Chimera's words, the comments on the screen became even more sour. Nima, when the enemy comes, Lin Xiao doesn't even need to get up to deal with it. The pet will handle it. Then, they saw Chimera considerately adding some firewood to the fire, and then crawled back into Lin Xiao's arms. This scene left many viewers speechless again. When I woke up in the morning, Chimera was already preparing breakfast. After Lin Xiao simply washed up, he found many more corpses around him. Chimera quickly said, a second-level monster got away with him last night. Lin Xiao immediately responded when he heard this. Is it a prairie wolf? Chimera nodded immediately. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, be careful when you travel today. Prairie wolves are the most vengeful. If you kill one of his tribesmen, he will definitely take revenge. Upon hearing that the prairie wolf would come for revenge, Xiaojio and Chimera's eyes lit up at the same time, and they looked eager to try. Only then did Lin Xiao realize that the two girls around him were warmongers. Is this the nature of spiritual pets? He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. After breakfast, Lin Xiao and the other two continued on their journey. Along the way, they encountered more and more second-level monsters. Lin Xiao judged that if he continued on his way like this, he he would be able to reach the spire around noon tomorrow. As the three were walking, Lin Xiao suddenly looked at a huge rock not far away. A prairie wolf was staring at Lin Xiao and his group viciously. Chimera immediately recognized that it was the prairie wolf that escaped last night. When the prairie wolf noticed the gazes of Lin Xiao and his companions, it immediately raised its neck and began to howl toward the sky. Ouch! The melodious howl of a wolf spread across the entire wilderness, and another howl of a wolf was heard in the distance. Then the third tone, the fourth tone, one after another. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Do these prairie wolves want to gather together and attack me? However, Lin Xiao was not afraid at all. With his current strength, no matter how many prairie wolves came, he had the confidence that he could kill them all here. And in a jungle not far away, a young man with oily hair and powdered face was arrogantly commanding several of his peers, saying, "Listen to me, as long as I get a good ranking in this college entrance examination, our Liu family will definitely not treat you unfairly." This person is Liu Chun. A lackey beside him quickly stepped forward to add to the story. "Why don't you thank Master Liu quickly? I give you 100,000 yuan for one monster, and 1 million for the second level. Even if I give you 5 years or even 10 years, can you make so much money? Even if you fail the college entrance examination, Master Liu promises that you can work in the Liu family. Follow Master Liu, the future is promising." At this time, Liu Chun took a look at his own points. He only had 290 points, which was still a big gap from Lin Xiao's 700 points. But he was not panicked at all. "Don't let me find you, otherwise, I will let you know the consequences of offending our Liu family." Suddenly, Liu Chun heard a wolf howling. Then, a candidate that Liu Chun had bribed came up and said, "Master Liu, this is a prairie wolf. It's not very strong on its own, and it only has over 100 points. Why don't we go and kill it?" Hearing this, Liu Chun nodded. "Okay, let's go and kill this prairie wolf." Lin Xiao saw that 4 prairie wolves had surrounded them, but they had no intention of attacking immediately. Instead, they kept a distance from Lin Xiao and the other 2. It seems that they are planning to engage in a tug-of-war with the 3 of them. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Although these beasts will not attack us actively, once we show signs of fatigue, they will definitely pounce on us like mad dogs." Having said that, Lin Xiao made a decision. If they don't come and attack us, then we'll go find them. Lin Xiao doesn't like being thought of with bad intentions. He likes to nip all dangers in the bud. So, Lin Xiao and the other 2 rushed towards the group of prairie wolves at the same time. When the latter saw Lin Xiao and his companions rushing over, he quickly hid behind a strange rock. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. "Trying to lure us into a trap?" As he said that, Lin Xiao gave Xiaojiu and Chimera a look. The 2 girls understood what he meant and immediately dispersed. I saw them forming a pincer movement and surrounding them. After a few dodgy moves, the 3 of them arrived at an open space. Chapter 20. Lin Xiao. I never thought that you would fall into my hands one day. Just after the 3 of them stood still, a dozen prairie wolves suddenly appeared around them. They stared at Lin Xiao and the other 2 viciously. One of the prairie wolves had injuries on its body. It was the one that attacked Lin Xiao last night. At this time, in the director's room, Li Guanjuan looked at the images transmitted back from the big screen and couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. Liu Jiangwo was already worried about Lin Xiao. These are more than a dozen grassland wolves. All of them are second-level monsters. Moreover, they are very good at joint attacks. Once they start fighting, their attack power is comparable to that of a third-level monster. Liu Jiangwo then looked at Li Guanjuan standing beside him. "Captain Li, should we notify the chief examiner to come over and take charge? After all, even if the chief examiner encounters this group of prairie wolves, he may not be able to defeat them." Li Guanjuan heard this, thought for a moment, and said, "No. If we want to bring out Lin Xiao's potential, we can only use this method. As for his safety, please rest assured, Principal Liu, our chief examiner will protect the life and safety of every candidate." As he spoke, Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Xiao. Besides, look at Lin Xiao's expression. Upon hearing this, Liu Jiangwo stared at Lin Xiao in the screen carefully. Later, Liu Jiangwo discovered that when facing the group of wild wolves, Lin Xiao still maintained a complacent look, as if he was sure of victory. At this moment, the leader of the prairie wolves suddenly howled to the sky. Then, a dozen prairie wolves took action at the same time. They surrounded Lin Xiao and started running. In Lin Xiao's mind, the complete monster encyclopedia slowly unfolded, giving the information of the prairie wolf. Grassland wolf, sea-level second-order monster. When it gathers in a group, its combat power increases exponentially. It has the skills of wolf bite, claw attack, and rocket headbutt. When the pack is larger than 10, you can use the combined attack techniques of Prairie Storm and Wolf Pack Charge. In the center of the Prairie Storm, the attack power of all wild wolves will double. After Lin Xiao saw the information given in the complete monster encyclopedia, his eyes lit up. In his opinion, this kind of skill that can assist others and add buffs to teammates should be very rare. And there are very few skills that can double the attack power, like the Prairie Wolf's combined attack technique. Lin Xiao then looked at Xiao Jiao and Chimera beside him. Be careful. Don't give them any chances. The two girls immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant when he said that. They certainly knew what Lin Xiao meant, so they did not intend to give these prairie wolves any chance to hurt them and Lin Xiao. So, Chimera raised his hand and launched a combo of magic missiles. Immediately, they launched a carpet bombardment on this group of prairie wolves. Amid the boom, boom, boom explosions, several prairie wolves were hit, but with the blessing of the Prairie Storm, their defense and attack power were enhanced. After this wave of attacks, not a single prairie wolf was injured. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately said to Chimera, "Attack the grassland storm and find a way to get out of here." As the top genius in number 1 middle school, Lin Xiao has very solid theoretical knowledge. From the very beginning, he discovered that the skill of Prairie Storm was actually a huge magic circle. As long as the attack power is high enough, the magic circle can be destroyed. Chimera nodded when she heard that, and then a small magic circle suddenly appeared as her fingertips lightly danced. However, although this magic circle is small, the power of the magic missiles condensed in it is extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xiao, who was in a safe area, felt the power contained therein. Wolves are naturally more sensitive to danger than other animals. After sensing the unusualness of the magic missiles in Chimera's hands, the prairie wolves immediately chose to attack Chimera. They had to deal a fatal blow to Chimera before its magic missiles could take shape. A dozen prairie wolves gradually gathered together and rushed towards Chimera. Wolves charge. This is the combined attack technique of the prairie wolf, and its power is comparable to the full-strength attack of a third-level monster. The beast's galloping momentum was comparable to a cavalry charge. However, Chimera turned a blind eye to such attacks and just focused on condensing the magic circle. At this time, Xiaojio suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Chimera. Then, Xiaojio rushed towards the wolf pack in front of him. Then, Xiaojio's fiery red tail began to catch fire. It looked like a nimble fox turning into a ball of fire. At the same time, Chimera's magic missiles have been charged. Then, the magic missile hit the Prairie Storm directly. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions were heard in the field. The ground seemed to sink a little. Then, more than a dozen prairie wolves fell to the ground in a mess, looking like they were dying. Lin Xiao took a quick look and found that after this battle, although these prairie wolves did not die, they had completely lost their combat effectiveness. As long as Lin Xiao gives the order, Xiao Jiao will kill them all. However, at this moment, a group of figures suddenly appeared around. The leader was a young man with slick-back hair and powdered face, wearing a very expensive training uniform. Under his butt, there was a ferocious-looking bull-shaped spirit pet riding on him. Lin Xiao recognized the identity of the other party's spiritual pet at a glance. It turned out to be a sea-level spiritual pet, the earth-shaking bull. Ha! What a narrow road for enemies. Lin Xiao, I never thought that the day would come when you would fall into my hands. Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at the young man with greasy hair and powdered face and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Who are you?" When the young man heard what Lin Xiao said, he immediately became angry. "You actually even forgot about me. Yam Li Xin, the person whose spirit pet you destroyed." After hearing this, Lin Xiao said, "Oh, it's you, Humph. How dare you steal our monsters and our points? If you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for being rude." As he spoke, Liu Chun shouted to the younger brothers around him, "Don't you think so?" Upon hearing this, a lackey nodded quickly. "That's right. Master Liu is right. We were fighting fiercely with this group of prairie wolves just now, and you came here to pick the peaches. This is wrong. Lin Xiao, you must give us an explanation now." When Liu Chun heard this, he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. "Did you hear me? Leave those prairie wolves to us now, or we brothers will kill you right now." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Liu Chun became even colder. The examiner who was watching the live broadcast had a blank expression on his face, as if they were already accustomed to such things. In order to protect Lin Zhao's interests, Liu Jingwo couldn't help but curse out loud at this time. Which school is this candidate from? How can he be so shameless? He doesn't fight for it himself, but takes advantage of the situation and talks so high-soundingly. Li Guanjuan said calmly, in special occasions, how to maximize one's own interests is also something that the Beastmaster should consider. You can say that Lu Chun's actions were dishonorable, but he did not break the rules. Liu Jingwo was speechless after hearing what Li Guanjuan said. Unexpectedly, Li Guanjuan continued to add, but taking shortcuts is not a long-term solution. A strong iron must be strong before it can be forged. I just don't know what method Lin Xiao will use to resolve this crisis this time. At the same time, Lin Xiao in the picture finally spoke. Chapter 21. As long as I am here, no one can hurt it. There was a hint of teasing in Lin Xiao's eyes. He looked at Liu Chun coldly. Oh, these prairie wolves are right here. Come and take them. As long as you have the strength, you can take them all. When Liu Chun heard Lin Xiao's words, he couldn't help but feel a burning sensation on his face. Are you kidding? Those are 12 prairie wolves. Each of them is a second-level monster. Although the intelligence of monsters is weaker than that of spiritual pets that have signed contracts with humans. But the fighting power is not strong enough. Although they're seriously injured now, their strength is still not bad. At this time, the prairie wolves slowly straightened up. These prairie wolves are not stupid. On the contrary, they are very intelligent and have a keen sense of danger. These prairie wolves looked at Liu Chun and others with hatred in their eyes. Seeing this, Liu Chun was so frightened that he almost fell off the earth-shaking bull. However, he quickly stopped. Then, a lackey beside Liu Chun quickly reminded him, Master Liu, hurry up and use that little beast. Upon hearing this, Liu Chun reacted immediately and quickly took out a wolf cub that looked like a puppy from his backpack. That was the cub of the Prairie Wolf King. When the Prairie Wolves saw the Prairie Wolf King cub, they immediately showed expressions of hatred. Liu Chun quickly pointed at Lin Xiao and said, You bunch of beasts, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill this man, otherwise I will kill your wolf cubs. As he spoke, Liu Chun lifted up the cub of the Prairie Wolf King, as if he was going to throw it to death if they had a disagreement. After hearing Liu Chun's words, the Prairie Wolf King immediately showed a difficult look. Afterwards, the Prairie Wolf King immediately turned around and looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, Oh, Liu Chun, do you really think these prairie wolves can be my opponents? At the same time, Xiaojiu and Chimera took a step forward. The flame on one of their tails was burning brightly, while the other had already formed a magic circle. The momentum is as high as a rainbow. Lin Xiao then looked at the prairie wolves. Go and bite them to death. I promise to save your children. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Prairie Wolf King pondered for a while, then made a decision, and let out a long howl towards the sky with a determined look on his face. It has never felt so aggrieved in its life. Especially now, it has to pin its hopes on its enemies. The bodies of the other prairie wolves were already at the end of their strength. At this time, their combat effectiveness may not be as good as that of an ordinary first-level spirit pet. However, after the Prairie Wolf King howled, they still resolutely rushed towards Liu Chun's group. The group of people who followed Liu Chun were frightened when they saw so many prairie wolves charging together. Fortunately, someone reminded them, Don't be afraid. These prairie wolves are seriously injured and are at the end of their strength. If we work together, we can definitely kill them. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. It is easier said than done. As soon as the prairie wolves met, they defeated Zhu Luchuan's men and scattered them. At this moment, Xiaojiu had turned into a fiery red meteor and came to Liu Chun's side. Looking at Xiaojiu's beautiful face, Liu Chun immediately remembered the scene of Xiaojiu holding his Bulbasaur and biting it. Earth-shaking bull, smash him to death. The earth-shaking bull immediately let out a moo. Then Earthshaker used its most powerful move, Bull Charge. But how can such a charge compare with that of the mythical beast, nine-tailed heavenly fox? Xiaojiu stepped on the earth-shaking bull's head, and then exerted a little force. All I heard was a loud bang, followed by the screams of the earth-shaking bull. Then, Xiaojiu faced Liu Chun and gave a meaningful smile. At this moment, Liu Chun was no longer in the mood to enjoy Xiaojiu's peerless beauty, and he immediately planned to escape in a hurry. However, Xiaojiu had no intention of letting the other party go. Then, Xiaojiu came forward and grabbed Liu Chun. She first snatched the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King. Then, she raised her hand high and was about to slap Liu Chun to death. If this slap were to land on him, it would be enough to turn Liu Chun into a pulp. At this moment, Liu Chun shouted, "I give up! Let me go! Don't kill me!" As he spoke, Liu Chun quickly activated the protection measures on his admission ticket. A light shield instantly opened, protecting Liu Chun inside. Xiaojiu then looked at Lin Xiao, who immediately shook his head, indicating that nothing could be done for the time being. Seeing this, Xiaojiu gave up. At the same time, other people in the field also started their own protection measures one after another, waiting for the examiner's rescue. After Xiaojiu brought back the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King, he placed it in Lin Xiao's arms. Lin Xiao looked at the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King and couldn't help but feel very excited, because he had just discovered the unusualness of the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King. A Prairie Wolf cub, a sea-level second-order monster. Because both of its parents are second-order monsters, it is a second-order monster from birth and has 10% of the blood of the natural spirit. When Lin Xiao saw the bloodline of the spirit of nature, he knew that the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King was no simple one. So he agreed to the Prairie Wolf King to help rescue the other's wolf cub. At this time, the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King was already dying. The Prairie Wolf King also walked over with a body covered with wounds and looked at his child. Ouch! The Prairie Wolf King cried out in pain, and Lin Xiao hurriedly took out medicine from his storage bag and treated the Prairie Wolf King's cubs. After a moment, the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao with gratitude. At this time, the Prairie Wolf King came over and licked his child. Lin Xiao then said to the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King, "Are you willing to sign a contract with me?" Upon hearing this, the Prairie Wolf King immediately looked at Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao immediately looked back. "If it follows you, it will be killed by humans sooner or later. Now, if it stays with me, as long as I am here, no one can hurt it." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Prairie Wolf King couldn't help but let out a sad cry. Then, the Prairie Wolf King nodded helplessly. The wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King was very close to Lin Xiao and rubbed it in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao quickly extended his thoughts over there. Then he communicated with the soul of the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King and signed a contract. As his strength increased, Lin Xiao's mental power also continued to improve through his deliberate training. Before signing the contract, Lin Xiao had already assessed his mental strength. Just as Lin Xiao assessed, his mental strength was enough for him to contract the wolf cubs of the Prairie Wolf King, and it did not make Lin Xiao feel uncomfortable. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully obtained a Prairie Wolf cub. It is detected that the blood of the Prairie Wolf can be upgraded. Would you like to evolve and upgrade it? When Lin Xiao heard the system prompt, he immediately chose yes. Ding! Upgrading. Please wait. 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Upgrade successful. Suddenly, a dazzling white light came out from the body of the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King, and then it slowly grew larger, and its originally pointed mouth turned into a soft arc. The wolf hair on the top of the head turned into flowing hair, and the wolf skins also degenerated into decent clothing. The light faded away, and a long-haired girl wearing a wolf skin soon appeared in front of everyone. She has a beautiful face and big eyes that can see through people's hearts. There is strange graffiti on her face, but it adds some wildness to her. The wheat-colored skin looks full of explosive power. Although the feet are standing bare on the ground, they give people a feeling of being clean and untainted by the mud. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. How come she has her own clothes, even though she just evolved into a human form? Having said that, Lin Xiao looked at Xiaojiu and Chimera. Chapter 22, What is a Good Fortune? Brother Lin's strength is overwhelming. Xiaojiu and Chimera seemed to know what Lin Xiao was curious about. They looked at each other and decided who would answer Lin Xiao's question. Then, Xiaojiu said with a smile on his face, "This sister is a second-level monster, and her inheritance is different from ours." After hearing this, Lin Xiao thought about it and decided not to continue asking. However, just as he turned his head, he felt a soft and warm body falling into his arms. "Master, thank you for saving me just now." Master? Huh? As he spoke, the other party kissed Lin Xiao on the face several times. Only then did Lin Xiao look at the little girl. Then, the complete monster encyclopedia immediately displayed the little girl's information. Monster, Nether Princess Level 2. Talent, Power of Nature, SSS-level. Affinity with Nature, SSS-level. Force of Nature, can add buffs to all friendly units. The strength of the buff depends on the Nether Princess's own strength. It can restore injuries to friendly units, or even bring them back to life. Nature Affinity, can communicate with all spiritual creatures in nature. Bloodline, God of Nature, SSS-level. Bloodline of the God of Nature, all things of spirits. In ancient times, the spirits of nature gathered together to form a God of Nature, who was in charge of the life and death of nature. Later, he was hunted by humans, leaving only one bloodline. Skills, Wolfang Bite, One-Man Army, Strong Wind, Mist Kick Healing. After seeing this attribute panel, Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Is this the strength of a second-level monster? It can actually recover, assist, and attack. In fact, Lin Xiao discovered early on that Xiaojiu and Chimera's attacks were a bit simple. The second-level Nether Princess actually possesses so many skills, which makes Lin Xiao wonder whether Xiaojiu and Chimera will enrich their combat methods after upgrading to the second level. Lin Xiao then rubbed Princess Yoming's little head and said, "From now on, just call me Ashan." When Princess Netherworld learned that she already had a name, she became even happier. She jumped up and down and kissed Lin Xiao on the face a few times. Seeing this scene, the corners of the Prairie Wolf King's mouth twitched, as if his own good daughter had been abducted by a brat. At this moment, Asen looked at Lin Xiao pitifully. "Master, my father is seriously injured, but I can't heal him. Can you heal my father as well?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. They were mortal enemies before, but now, because of the little girl, they have become half a family. That's all. Lin Xiao then took out some healing pills from his pocket and fed them to the Prairie Wolf King and the other prairie wolves. "You guys should find a place to hide. This is a trial field. Besides me, there are many powerful humans. If you meet them, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am." Upon hearing this, the Prairie Wolf King let out a howl. After hearing the roar of the Prairie Wolf King, the other prairie wolves followed suit and howled twice reluctantly. Then they turned around and prepared to leave. But the Prairie Wolf King stayed. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at it with a puzzled look. Who would have thought that the Prairie Wolf King would slowly lower his body, and his huge body would suddenly become shorter? Lin Xiao then looked at Ashan, and Ashan understood and explained to Lin Xiao. "Dad said he would give us a ride." As he said that, Asen took the lead and rode on. Lin Xiao understood what he meant and followed Asen to ride on the Prairie Wolf King. Asen snuggled in Lin Xiao's arms. Xiaojiu sat behind Lin Xiao, somewhat reluctantly, with the majestic figure in front of him pressing against Lin Xiao's back, which was somewhat of a hindrance. Then, Xiaojiu hugged Lin Xiao tightly. Chimera did not ride on it, but instead condensed a magic circle under his feet and floated in the air. Lin Xiao was surprised that this girl could actually fly. Chimera seemed to know what Lin Xiao was curious about and quickly explained, "I just want to be with my master, so I choose to walk." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao turned his head indifferently and then determined the direction. Then, Asen commanded the Prairie Wolf King and started to move forward. Watching Lin Xiao continue to move forward, the audience became a little uneasy. When they first saw Lin Xiao taking on more than a dozen second-level monsters alone, they all broke into a sweat for Lin Xiao. However, the next moment, Lin Xiao's two humanoid spirit pets crushed these prairie wolves with overwhelming momentum. However, some people believe that after Lin Xiao defeated the prairie wolf, he did not choose to make a finishing move immediately because Lin Xiao was also at the end of his strength. Therefore, when facing Liu Chun and his group of people who took advantage of the situation, they all felt that Lin Xiao should be completely finished. That's 8 people? They are all candidates with strong abilities. Everyone was worried about Lin Xiao. As a result, Liu Chun took out the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King to threaten the Prairie Wolf King and died together with Lin Xiao. At this point, they felt that Lin Xiao was doomed to die. Who knew that Lin Xiao still had some strength left and even beat Liu Chun so badly that he pissed and shit his pants. In the end, he could only save his life at the cost of finishing the college entrance examination early. Is this all right? Lin Xiao is really lucky. What do you mean by lucky? Brother Lin is so powerful that he is overwhelming us. At this time, some people have already regarded Lin Xiao as an idol. Just when everyone was talking about it, They saw Lin Xiao wanting to take the cub of the Prairie Wolf King as his own pet. This is not good. After all, Brother Lin's two beast-eared girls are very talented, and their fighting ability is unfathomable. This cub of the Prairie Wolf King is not worthy of Brother Lin. Yes, although the Prairie Wolf is very powerful at this stage, it is only a C-level second-order monster. It will be useless in the later stages. That's right. After a C-level monster reaches the third stage, it will become useless. Brother Lin is not planning to sign a contract with the Grassland Wolves to earn points. It would be better to just slaughter the wolves directly. Just when everyone was still feeling indignant for Lin Xiaoming, they saw a flash of white light suddenly appear on the palm-sized cub of the Prairie Wolf King. Then, it turned into a wheat-skinned girl wearing wolf skin and wolf ears on her head. Fuck! What just happened? The spirit of the Prairie Wolf King cub in Lin Zhao's hand turned into a girl. I don't accept it. How is this possible? Why can Lin Zhao's pet turn into a beast-eared girl? Jealousy makes me crazy. Let's team up to rob Lin Xiao. I don't want anything but Lin Zhao's 3 humanoid pets. The people upstairs, can you really beat Brother Lin? Huh? I was wondering who should warm Lin Zhao's bed at night. Stop talking. I'm already imagining Lin Xiao holding 3 girls and camping in the wild. In the director's room, all the examiners were staring at the 3 humanoid pets beside Lin Xiao in amazement. Why do all the spirit pets become humanized after signing a contract with Lin Xiao? Someone immediately expressed his confusion about Lin Zhao's beast pet. Li Guanjuan then looked at Liu Jiangwo. Principal Liu, you didn't deliberately lie to protect your students, did you? Upon hearing this, Liu Jiangwo quickly waved his hands. Don't slander me. When Lin Xiao awakened his talent, all the teachers and students in the school testified. It can't be false. Chapter 23, these little things are not suitable for you to take action. After hearing Liu Jiangwo's words, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As the person in charge of the college entrance examination, he certainly knew that it was impossible for Liu Jiangwo to conceal Lin Zhao's basic information. Could it be that Lin Xiao has a hidden talent? Li Guanjuan couldn't help but talk to himself. This is not impossible. If Lin Xiao has a hidden talent, it can explain why his pets are all humanoid. At this moment, Lin Xiao was already riding on the Prairie Wolf King and began to gallop across the wilderness. Some low-level monsters he encountered on the way did not come out to harass him because of the presence of the Prairie Wolf King. This made Lin Xiao feel a little amused and helpless. The college entrance examination is to see who gets more points by killing monsters. However, now the low-level monsters no longer come to trouble Lin Xiao. I really don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. But what Lin Xiao didn't know was that the outside world was in an uproar because of his points. The reason was that Lin Xiao wasted a lot of time fighting with the Prairie Wolves. But in the end, no Prairie Wolves were killed. Yao Chunxue, Su Peng, and Chun Feiyang seized this opportunity, and their points are now close to Lin Xiao. The points gap is getting smaller and smaller, and it seems that all 3 of them have the opportunity to overtake Lin Xiao at this juncture. As a result, Lu Chun brought his 7 teammates to give Lin Xiao some warmth. Lin Xiao's points jumped from over 600 to 2030. It has more than tripled. In an instant, the efforts of the 3 people became futile. Some people suddenly felt that the total points of Lu Chun and the other 8 people might not even be 1,000 points, and wondered how Lin Xiao got so many points. Could it be that because Lin Xiao took the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King as his own spiritual pet, the points doubled? It's very likely. Otherwise, how can we explain Lin Xiao's high score? Hey, why does Lin Xiao always get so many points when he is about to be surpassed by others? He is so lucky. Someone immediately questioned Lin Xiao's strength. Don't worry, it's only the second day of the college entrance examination. All candidates are at the beginning stage and haven't figured out the rules of the competition yet. Besides, you see, Yao Chunxue, Su Peng, and Chun Feiyang have already discovered the spire and are chasing after Lin Xiao. When they arrive, they will most likely encircle and suppress Lin Xiao. By then, it will be clear who is stronger. That's right. Both Su Peng and Chun Feiyang are very powerful beastmasters. And Yao Chunxue is the only one among all the candidates who has awakened the A-level fire element affinity talent and also has a second-level spirit pet. Not only that, Tyrannosaurus is a second-level spiritual pet with A-level talent. How could it be comparable to a low-end C-level monster like Prairie Wolf? Lin Xiao naturally didn't know what the outside world thought of him. Of course, even if Lin Xiao knew, he wouldn't care. They came to a dense forest. Although it was almost evening, the sun had not yet set. Looking at the dense forest, Lin Xiao always felt that something was wrong. His intuition told him that there was a dangerous aura deep in the forest. Lin Xiao then looked at the Prairie Wolf King. "Aren't you going to go on?" Upon hearing this, the Wolf King let out a howl. Asen quickly translated for Lin Xiao. "Master, my father said that there is a very dangerous aura inside, and he dare not go in." Lin Xiao nodded, then thought for a moment and asked, "Then ask your father, is the aura on me more dangerous, or is the aura in the forest more dangerous?" Lin Xiao was very curious about this question. If the Prairie Wolf King said that his breath was more dangerous, it would prove that the Wolf King was probably hiding something. After all, if Lin Xiao's aura was more dangerous, the Prairie Wolf King would have dared to lead the Prairie Wolves under his command to deal with Lin Xiao, which would definitely be problematic. And if the Prairie Wolf King said that the atmosphere in the dense forest was more dangerous, then Lin Xiao would really have to consider whether or not to walk into the dense forest. Unexpectedly, after thinking for a moment, the answer given by the Prairie Wolf King was beyond Lin Xiao's expectations. After hearing this, Asen's expression became a little strange. However, Asen still conveyed the meaning of the Prairie Wolf King. "My father said that he couldn't see through the master. He couldn't sense the slightest danger from the master, which is why he dared to provoke the master from the beginning." Lin Xiao heard this and nodded. Although this was not the answer he wanted, Lin Xiao knew that the Prairie Wolf King was not lying. There is indeed no overly strong, dangerous aura around him. His strength comes not only from his solid basic skills, but also from the system's evolution of the three little guys and the feedback from the complete monster encyclopedia. Now, the skills that Lin Xiao received back included the power of the Sky Fox, the inheritance of Chimera, the Sky Fire, the mental power bonus, and the power of nature that he had just obtained from Ashen. Lin Xiao felt that he was no longer someone that any second-level monster could deal with. This confidence also made him feel that he could completely rely on his own strength to face the enemies he would encounter next in this college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao rolled off the Prairie Wolf King. Then, Lin Xiao waved goodbye to the Prairie Wolf King. The Prairie Wolf King glanced at Lin Xiao, then looked deeply at Ashen. Although he was very reluctant, he finally turned around and left with a determined look on his face. Then, Lin Xiao and the three little girls walked into the dense forest. As soon as he stepped into the jungle, Lin Xiao felt a gloomy atmosphere. This is a branch of natural power, which is danger detection. In nature, many wild animals are able to survive because of their keen sense of danger. Lin Xiao glanced at Asen, and Asen immediately understood what he meant and walked at the front of the team. Xiao Jiu also stood behind Lin Xiao very tacitly, while Chimera floated in the air, looking down at the three people. Just like that, as we were walking, a large number of bats suddenly flew out of the jungle. Vampire bats are D-level, first-order monsters that like to live in groups, but their attack and defense capabilities are very poor. Usually, after discovering their prey, they will attack in groups. The bleeding of their prey will arouse their ferocity, and they will often give up their lives for a mouthful of blood. The complete monster encyclopedia immediately gave the basic information of these bats. Ashen was just about to take action when he saw Xiaojiu, who was at the end of the team, suddenly summoned a wisp of fire and pounced directly at the vampire bat. After just one encounter, the group of bats were burned to ashes by the fire from the sky, and their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Xiaojiu then looked at Ashen with a smile. "These little things are not suitable for you to deal with." Xiaojiu was telling the truth, but with her charming expression and tone, no matter how you listen to her words, there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm. However, Asen didn't care about it. "That's what my sister said." After saying that, Asen continued to lead the way. As they walked, they passed by a cemetery. Before anyone could speak, Ashan suddenly frowned and shouted, "There's danger." Just as Ashen blurted out the words, all the tombstones began to shake, as if there was a sudden earthquake. With a puff sound, a pair of withered arms suddenly stretched out from beside the tombstone. "Give me back my life." Immediately afterwards, countless voices demanding lives were heard. These sounds make one's scalp tingle. Chapter 24. Could it be that they are only gentle to Lin Xiao? A rotten zombie, a D-level first-order monster. If bitten by it, one will be infected with an extremely dangerous zombie virus that cannot be cured. But he moves slowly and has obvious weaknesses, so he is very easy to deal with. Lin Xiao ignored the information given in the complete monster encyclopedia because he didn't care about these zombies. In the senior high school textbook, Lin Xiao had mentioned this kind of zombie monster. Although they move slowly, they are extremely strong and have no pain nerves. Only by smashing their brains can they be killed completely. Therefore, as long as you are not besieged by them, your life will not be in danger. But now, they were standing right in the middle of this group of rotten zombies. At this time, a large number of zombies had crawled out of the graves. Asen already revealed the look that is unique to the Wolf Clan. She was very much looking forward to an extremely exciting battle. However, just as she was about to take action, Chimera's magic circle had already taken a step ahead of her and had successfully condensed. Then, the magic missile combo started a carpet bombing on the cemetery like an artillery regiment. Amid the sounds of boom, 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 the zombies were blown to pieces by the Chimera. Some zombies who were luckier were not hit in the head, but they still lost their combat effectiveness. Their bodies could no longer stand up. The other side, looking at the devastation on the ground, the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but feel some sympathy for these monsters. Those vampire bats were burned to charcoal by the northern red fox. These zombies were blown to pieces. I hope they won't meet Lin Xiao again in their next life. Lin Xiao is such a despicable guy. He actually trains such cute girls to be so violent. Is there a possibility that they are inherently violent? Impossible. Look how gentle they are to Lin Xiao. Could it be that they are only gentle to Lin Xiao? At this point in the comments, everyone fell silent, because the audience found that it seemed to be the case. Then, everyone couldn't help but hate Lin Xiao even more. Looking at the scene around her, Asen withdrew her hand angrily. Chimera was in midair, looking down from above and said, "It's not Sister Ashen's turn to deal with these small fry." When Ashen heard this, she didn't think much about it, but Lin Xiao covered his face. "No way. No way. Even spirit pets have sure fields? If I want to find a girlfriend in the future, do I have to get the approval of these spirit pets?" Lin Xiao muttered to himself in his heart. "Forget it. Anyway, they are all my spiritual pets and my partners." Lin Xiao looked at the little girls and said, "Keep going forward. I think the elite monster that Li Guanjuan mentioned before should be in this forest." As he spoke, Lin Xiao looked towards the spire deep in the jungle. It seemed as if there was an invisible door waving at them. The three little girls immediately got ready and walked towards the spire with Lin Xiao. The four continued walking deeper into the jungle. As they walked, Chimera suddenly said, "Huh," out of curiosity. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look in the direction Chimera was looking. Later, Lin Xiao discovered that there was actually a wooden sign there. It looked like a road sign. Lin Xiao walked up to the sign and saw a line of words written in large blood-red characters on it. "It's a dangerous area inside. Candidates, please be careful." Lin Xiao then sneered. These large blood-red characters are obviously intended to create a weird atmosphere, so as to remind candidates that if they are not strong enough, they should not go in. But because of the material, it doesn't look that weird. Next time you write a sign like this, it'd be better to use blood. Ashan had a very sensitive nose. She wrinkled her face and said, "It's not written in blood, but in paint. It smells terrible." Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile, and then said to the three women indifferently, "Don't worry about them." As he spoke, Lin Xiao strode forward and walked towards the spire not far away. Soon, the three of them arrived at the location of the spire, which turned out to be a huge manor. The entire manor seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Even though the moonlight was bright tonight, there seemed to be no light inside the manor, and it could only rely on the most basic torches for lighting. Lin Xiao stood at the gate of the manor and was about to push the door open. As a result, the gate of the manor suddenly opened by itself. Just as Lin Xiao was about to step into the manor, a voice suddenly called him. "Excuse me, are you guys here to stay at our Neil Manor?" Lin Xiao looked in the direction where the sound came from in surprise, and it was actually behind the gate. She was a maid who was dressed very neatly. She had a dull expression and looked lifeless. Although the other person has a pretty face, he doesn't have any living breath, just like a well-made doll. The information about the maid also appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. A doll maid is a B-level, second-order monster. It is a very rare friendly monster. As long as its master is not harmed, it will not have any ill intentions. Once it recognizes its master, it will never change in this life. At this point, Asen had already developed hostility towards the doll maid. However, there was no fluctuation on the doll maid's face. Her expression was still dull as she stared at Lin Xiao blankly. Lin Xiao then patted Ashan's little head and said, "It's getting late. Why don't we stay here for a night? We can finally stop sleeping in the open today." As he spoke, Lin Xiao took the lead and walked up to the doll maid. Yes. Excuse me, are there any guest rooms for us here? The doll maid nodded and said, yes. The master has prepared a good dinner and rooms for everyone. Please follow me. As she spoke, the doll maid walked in front. After seeing this scene, all the audience suddenly became a little uneasy. Oh my God! Why is this woman walking without making any sound? Moreover, she doesn't move at all. It's like she's floating in the air. Could she be an evil spirit? The guy upstairs, are you stupid? How can there be an evil spirit dressed as a maid? In my opinion, she's just a ghost. What nonsense are you talking about? This is just a second-level monster doll maid. With Brother Lin's strength, he can probably kill her with just one slap. Then why didn't Brother Lin beat her to death? He even followed her into the manor. Did Brother Lin want to rape her? Damn it, don't tell me. I feel like Brother Lin might actually do something like this. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Xiao might be trying to play the long game. Didn't you notice that Li Guanjuan said there would be an elite monster in this exam? If you can kill it, you will get a lot of points, right? After hearing this explanation, everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. However, they were also worried about Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao and the three little girls then followed the doll maid into the castle in the manor. What Lin Xiao didn't expect was that the interior of the castle was decorated very magnificently. There is a huge painting hanging in the center. That is a very handsome-looking man. However, no one could see his face clearly and could only judge from his outline that the man should be very young. Lin Xiao took a look at the signature on the painting and found that it was signed 100 years ago. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask the doll maid in surprise, "Hello. Excuse me, how old is your master?" Upon hearing this, the doll maid replied without any emotion, 519 years old. Chapter 25. Is this too much for high school students? After hearing the answer from the doll maid, Lin Xiao was even more surprised. If he is 519 years old, even a monster can't live to this age, right? Lin Xiao felt that something was unusual. Suddenly, he felt as if he had heard of such a monster somewhere before. However, because the original owner's memory was not clear, he could not remember it for a moment. The doll maid then said, "Dinner has been prepared for everyone in the restaurant. You can go and enjoy the food." After saying that, the doll maid walked in front and led Lin Xiao and the other three to a restaurant that was as big as a basketball court. Lin Xiao looked at the huge chandelier and couldn't help but sigh. What a luxury! Then, the four of them sat down. A moment later, four more doll maids came out from the kitchen. One of them pushed the food cart, and the other three distributed tableware to Lin Xiao and the other three and placed the food in the food cart in front of them. Lin Xiao looked carefully. His brows suddenly frowned, because the food in front of him was all the flesh and blood of monsters. There are jumping frogs, flaming turkey drumsticks, lightning fish, and even studious gorillas. However, all these meals are raw, or to be more precise, sashimi. Lin Xiao certainly couldn't eat these things, but the three little girls were monsters themselves, so they were naturally very satisfied with the food in front of them. They glanced at Lin Xiao and found that he did not have any special hints, so they immediately started to eat with relish. The doll maid who said she brought Lin Xiao to enjoy the food saw that Lin Xiao did not eat, so she walked to Lin Xiao with an expressionless face. "My dear guest, are you dissatisfied with the food in our manor? Why don't you eat? Such behavior will damage the reputation of the host." While the doll maid was speaking, the other doll maids also came over. They directly surrounded Lin Xiao, as if they were going to attack him if they had a disagreement. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. "Why should I have a meal? There are guests in the castle, but the host doesn't show up. Isn't he neglecting the guests?" After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the doll maid who had just spoken to Lin Xiao immediately felt guilty. She thought about it and finally made up a reason. "The host will be here soon. So, guest, you should enjoy your meal first." After hearing the doll maid's reason, Lin Xiao simply threw his knife and fork into the plate. He used his actions to tell the other party that he was very dissatisfied. One of the doll maids immediately left the restaurant, leaving her other companions to look after Lin Xiao and the other three. At this time, Lin Xiao said to the doll maid who had just spoken to him, "I am very dissatisfied with these meals. Do you have other food in your manor?" Upon hearing this, the doll maid replied without hesitation, "There is also wine made from the blood of monsters and the back of the gibbon's head in the manor." She directly mentioned a lot of flesh and blood of monsters. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. It was actually different from what he had imagined. Logically speaking, this kind of monster should like human flesh and blood the most, but why is there none? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao reacted immediately and then revealed a knowing smile. This is the college entrance examination, and all the monsters are captured by the military from various battlefields. So why would they prepare human flesh and blood for these monsters? Unless some candidate is unlucky and comes here by mistake. But now, Lin Xiao is the only one here, which means he is in trouble. Just at this moment, heavy footsteps were heard outside the restaurant. Then a man in a suit, looking very gentlemanly and handsome, walked over. He bowed to Lin Xiao very politely. "I'm so sorry. Dear guest, I was busy feeding my pets, so I couldn't come to entertain you in time. Please forgive me." After looking at the man, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. How could it be? Because when that man appeared, the entire monster encyclopedia did not react at all. This means that the man in front of him is not a humanoid monster, or in other words, he is a real human being. However, the doll maid just now clearly told the master here that she was 519 years old. Even if it is an old monster who lives to be 100 years old, it is time for him to be put into a coffin. But looking at his appearance, he is clearly still a gentleman in his 30s. The man then introduced himself. "My name is Charles III. You could just call me Little Charlie." Lin Xiao couldn't help but joked. Little Charlie? Little Charlie, who was 519 years old. Charlie was stunned when he heard this, then smiled politely and said, "The name doesn't matter, as long as the guests are happy. I have lived in this manner for too long. Apart from these doll maids, I only have a little pet to keep me company. I haven't communicated with real humans for a long time." Charlie snapped his fingers and said, "Go get some food for humans." Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, "No, it's getting late. We should rest." Charlie was not angry. He immediately arranged for the doll maid to take Lin Xiao and the other three to the guest room. Lin Xiao was sitting in the room. Xiao Jiao was massaging his back, and Chimera was massaging Lin Xiao's legs. Asen lay on Lin Xiao's body, acting as a mascot. Originally, the audience was a little worried about Lin Xiao's situation, but after seeing this scene, they couldn't help but reveal expressions of contempt. Damn it, Lin Xiao is surrounded by enemies and hasn't figured out the situation yet. He actually has the leisure to enjoy the support of a beautiful woman. I want to criticize this guy. That's right, Charlie clearly prepared 4 rooms for them. So why did they have to squeeze into one bed? Lin Xiao must have some bad intentions towards the 3 girls. Really? Let go of that, Lin Xiao. Let me take over. The guy upstairs, did you get the gender wrong? That's right. I came here just for Brother Lin. You're still jealous. How could Lin Xiao hold a beautiful woman in his arms without getting distracted? Who among you can do that? I'm afraid you are cursing Brother Lin in your heart for not making a move yet. But in the live broadcast director's room, Liu Ruyan had a solemn look on his face. Are the questions in this year's college entrance examination too difficult? Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan shook his head indifferently. This is what the higher-ups meant. They want to widen the gap between the candidates, so the design of this elite monster is relatively complicated. Liu Ruyan was still a little worried when he heard this. But curse monsters are more difficult to deal with than any other monsters. Even high school courses don't cover them. Only in college can we learn some theoretical knowledge. Isn't this too much for high school students? Only in this way can we see the quality of outstanding students. Li Guanjuan's tone was very firm. When Liu Ruyan heard what Li Guanjuan said, he could only accept it helplessly. In the live broadcast, Lin Xiao was already preparing to go to bed. But just when he was drowsy, he suddenly opened his eyes and finally remembered where he had heard of Charlie. In other words, it was not Charlie but a monster. Immediately, Lin Xiao jumped out of bed. At the same time, the 3 girls opened their eyes. They followed Lin Xiao and walked towards the door. However, just as Lin Xiao opened the door, he was stopped by an arm. Chapter 26. I was almost assimilated by that painting. Lin Xiao looked carefully and found that it was a doll maid blocking the door. Dear guests, it is already late at night. Please have a good rest and do not walk around in the castle at will. Lin Xiao did not answer, but looked at Xiao Jiao beside him. Xiao Jiao immediately understood what he meant and punched him. The doll maid was caught off guard by Xiao Jiao's attack, and her head was blown off. However, the doll maid whose head and body had been separated did not die. Her head rolled on the ground for a few times and then floated up by itself. She then looked at Lin Xiao and spoke slowly. My dear customer, are you dissatisfied with my service? After saying that, the teeth of this doll maid slowly turned into jagged fangs, and then she flew towards Lin Xiao, apparently wanting to bite off a piece of flesh from Lin Xiao's body. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao immediately punched the doll maid on the body again. The body of the doll made was immediately torn into pieces. But what was unexpected, yet reasonable, was that the shattered body of the doll made floated up again on its own. Then, the nails of this doll made turned into long spikes, and serrations grew on her body. She then attacked the four people one by one. Xiaojie was just about to take further action and kill this doll, made completely here. Lin Xiao stopped Xiaojie's intention. Don't waste your time with her. If the doll maid's master doesn't die, then there will never be a way to kill her. Having said that, Lin Xiao pulled the three girls and started running downstairs. As the three of them ran, three more doll maids came out from other rooms and tried to intercept Lin Xiao and his group. Seeing this, Asen waved his claws at them from a distance. An invisible gust of wind formed from her fingertips. Then, he directly slashed the three doll maids. The three doll maids were immediately beaten to pieces. In order to prevent them from becoming monsters like the first doll maid, Asen directly used her claws to cut the opponent's body into pieces. But these fragments then slowly floated up and then freely combined to become a monster that was neither human nor ghost. With a puff sound, the monster opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of fire, targeting Ashen. Asen was about to take action, but was pulled away by Lin Xiao. It's useless. Don't fight. As he spoke, Lin Xiao jumped at a corner and came to the stairs. Then he jumped directly down from the three-story stairwell. This scene made the audience exclaim in amazement. However, what no one expected was that Lin Xiao actually landed steadily. Then, Xiaojie and Asen also landed, while Chimera floated in the air, resisting the attacks from behind. Then Lin Xiao took 2 steps and came to the center of the hall, where a huge oil painting was hanging quietly. The person who should have been in the painting, Charles III, had disappeared at this time. Instead, there is a blank. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. It is indeed so. The 3 women came behind Lin Xiao at this time and saw this scene, and they all showed strange expressions. Xiaojie, use Skyfire. Xiaojie immediately condensed a ball of flame at his fingertips and hit the oil painting directly. Feeling the power contained in the flames, the nearest doll maid rushed towards the flames like a madman. Don't hurt the master. Then, there was a puff sound, and the doll maid who rushed towards the fire turned into a ball of fire. Heavenly fire is the divine fire born between heaven and earth, which can burn the vitality of all things. After coming into contact with the heavenly fire, the doll maid clearly felt the loss of vitality. But there is a strange energy that constantly infuses her with life, allowing her to maintain a strange and painful balance. Then, she pointed at Lin Xiao angrily. You bad guys, how dare you hurt my master, especially you die? As she spoke, she opened her mouth. Then a gun barrel appeared in her mouth, and she started shooting at Lin Xiao continuously. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately dodged. Then he glanced at Chimera. Chimera immediately understood what he meant, and a magic circle was formed. Countless black tentacles suddenly appeared on the ground, directly controlling the doll maid in place. Then, Xiaojie used the sky fire again and rushed straight towards the painting. At this moment, an angry voice sounded in the castle. The sound of heavy footsteps came from far away. Charles III, wearing a nightgown, slowly came to Lin Xiao. Why? Why are you forcing me? I have no ill will towards you. Lin Xiao looked at Charles III with a teasing look in his eyes. No ill intentions? Lin Xiao looked at the portrait that no longer had a person in it. He then pointed at the 4 people vaguely visible in the corner of the portrait and said, If I'm not mistaken, it should be us in the painting. If I had discovered it a little later, we would probably have become ghosts like you, neither human nor ghost. When Charles III heard this, he was stunned at first, then he showed a vicious expression. Oh, you discovered all this? Then stay in the castle forever and become my food. As he spoke, Charles III's body suddenly turned into a huge monster made up of various pigments. And the complete monster encyclopedia finally gave his information. The immortal frame is a B-level, second-order monster. Anyone drawn by the immortal frame will be cursed to live forever in the frame, neither old nor dead. Lin Xiao then sneered. It is indeed so. He finally remembered where he had heard of this Charles III. It was a not very famous legend. According to legend, there was a nobleman who asked a very famous painter to paint a picture of himself. During the painting, because he was too handsome, he fell in love with the painter's daughter. However, due to the difference in their status, they did not stay together, which led to the painter's daughter committing suicide by jumping into the river. But the nobles didn't even attend the girl's funeral. This caused the painter to hate him so much that he cursed him, and from then on, the nobleman became immortal. Even in his 70s, he was still young and handsome, but in the end he died at the hands of his best friend. The method used by the other party was to directly burn the painting. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao said to Xiao Jiao, don't pay attention to him, just burn the painting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao said, then condensed the heavenly fire again and threw it towards the immortal picture frame. Charles III couldn't help but roar in fear, and was about to step forward to protect the undead frame. But it's too late. With a loud boom, the undead picture frame immediately caught fire. Charles III's already decayed body quickly began to wither, revealing his original appearance, and then began to age rapidly. It was as if he had completed his entire life in just a few breaths. In the end, Charles III turned into a pile of bones. The doll maids in the castle also lost their vitality due to the death of their master, and fell directly to the ground like scattered parts. At the same time, the entire castle began to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. Lin Xiao hurriedly took the three women, rushed out of the castle, and came to the courtyard of the manor. Only after making sure it was safe did Lin Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. I was almost assimilated by that painting. Chapter 27. Even if you do nothing, you will still be the top scorer. Lin Xiao looked at the collapsed castle with an expression of having survived a disaster. He had only seen this kind of cursed monster in some extracurricular reading materials. I didn't expect this to appear in the college entrance examination this time. It's simply beyond the syllabus. In his heart, Lin Xiao secretly complained. On a big tree not far away, Li Feng was looking in the direction of the castle with a serious expression. I never thought that this little guy could actually find the weakness of a cursed monster. He had just been planning to rescue people, because if Lin Xiao could not get rid of the undead frame before dawn, then Lin Xiao would be assimilated by the undead frame and become an undead monster exactly the same as Charles III. Therefore, he must get rid of the undead frame before dawn. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao could solve the undead frame so easily? However, Li Feng knew that the college entrance examination was not over yet because there was an additional question. He couldn't help but reveal a solemn look on his face. So, what are you going to do next? As soon as the words fell, an angry roar rang out throughout the manor. Then, a black hound with two heads jumped out from the backyard of the manor. Lin Xiao's natural power, crazy warning. The hunting dog stared at Lin Xiao viciously, and then uttered words full of filth and hatred. You actually killed my master. I will eat you to avenge my master. At the same time, Lin Xiao's complete collection of monsters also provided information about this two-headed hound. A two-headed demon dog, a B-level third-order monster, a hound raised by extremely evil people, a demon dog that escaped from hell. Its two heads have two different attributes. It is extremely murderous. It has the skills of Hellfire, Hell Ice, Crazy Bite, Plague Infection, and Mind Terror. Lin Xiao looked at the information of the two-headed demon dog and couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. This is a third-level monster, and all of its skills involve magical attacks. After seeing this scene, all the audience showed surprised expressions. Oh my god! This year's college entrance examination is too difficult. Last year, the final exam question was just about a second-level monster. But this year there are not only curse-type monsters, but also B-level third-level monsters. This is to kill the examinee. B-level monsters are already very rare and have strong attack power. Now, there is even a third-level one. You have to know that monsters cannot advance relatively easily like spirit pets do with the assistance of humans. It can be said that every evolution of a monster is a qualitative change, especially the process from the second level to the third level. I think even Lin Xiao is probably no match for this two-headed demon dog. Brother Lin, run away. Now find a place to hide. Even if you do nothing, you will still be the top scorer. The audience complained about the appearance of cursed monsters and level B third-order monsters in this college entrance examination. They only knew how powerful the two-headed demon dog was, but they didn't know that this test question actually had a purpose. That is to test the candidate's ability to cooperate with each other. Originally, according to Li Guanjuan's plan, strong candidates would come to this manor at the same time. If they can take out the undead frame, then they will face the two-headed demon dog together. Then, they can work as a team to defeat the two-headed demon dog. Finally, the examiner will score and add points based on each person's performance. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao would actually gain the favor of the Prairie Wolf King? riding on the prairie wolf king, advancing triumphantly all the way, alone, facing the two-headed demon dog. This made the examiners who were setting the questions and supervising the exam a little overwhelmed. Lin Zhao's outstanding performance from the college entrance examination to now has completely disrupted these people's plans. Lin Zhao looked at the two-headed demon dog and was not afraid. Instead, he slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Since he traveled to this world, he has not tested the limit of his own strength, and he does not quite understand his true strength. This time he encountered a B-level third-order monster, which was just the right opportunity for him to show off his skills. Besides, even if he was defeated by the two-headed demon dog, I believe that the examiners would not let him fall into danger. Then, Lin Zhao pointed at the two-headed demon dog with a cold look in his eyes. Xiaojiu, Chimera, Asen, attack with all your strength. The person who was most excited after hearing Lin Zhao's order was actually Ashen. Next to Lin Zhao, Asen was the most embarrassed. During this period of time, whenever they encountered any enemy, it was Xiaojiu and Chimera who took action, and Asen had no chance to show his strength at all. As soon as Lin Zhao gave the order, Ashen was the first to rush out. There was a green light in her eyes. The whole person was like an agile wild wolf, running into ruins with both feet and pouncing directly on the two-headed demon dog. When the two-headed demon dog saw that Asen dared to charge at it head-on, it immediately showed an anthropomorphic disdain. When it opened its mouth, a chill came out. Icy breath. In an instant, the entire manor turned into a chilly area. Ashen suddenly felt that her speed slowed down and her body felt frozen, but this did not affect her will to fight. Wolves never back down. Asen let out a loud woo, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared inexplicably between heaven and earth. Under the cover of those strong winds, Asen's speed increased again, and in an instant, she arrived in front of the two-headed demon dog. The two-headed demon dog immediately opened its mouth and bit Ashen. Asen's claws suddenly grew longer and bigger, and with a swish, they grabbed the chin of the two-headed demon dog. A man and a dog started a close combat. At the same time, the wolf skin that Asen was originally wearing gradually became larger and thicker, like a hard armor protecting Asen's body. At this time, Chimera's magic circle was also successfully condensed. One after another, black tentacles grabbed the two-headed demon dog. Chimera must fully cooperate with her companions to attack. At this time, Xiaojiu also rushed up. With the blessing of the power of the heavenly fox, Xiaojiu was like a valkyrie, punching the two-headed demon dog again and again. The two-headed demon dog howled as it was beaten. However, the two women later discovered that even with such fierce attacks, they were unable to break through the defense of the two-headed demon dog. Even if the occasional attacks caused some wounds to the two-headed demon dog, it was useless, because the wounds of the two-headed demon dog will heal quickly. Give up. You have no way of killing me. Wait a minute, and I will make you buried with my master. The two-headed demon dog then revealed a crazy expression. As it spoke, it opened its other mouth. Hellfire. With a whoosh sound, a hot flame like magma was spewed out. The entire manor was turned into a miserable scene like hell on earth. At the same time, the two-headed demon dog also broke free from Chimera's control. Asen landed on a ruin, and looking at the two-headed demon dog's eyes, he couldn't help but become more excited. Xiaojiu covered his nose and said with disgust, "It stinks. You humans, all of you, go to hell." As it spoke, the two-headed demon dog pounced on Lin Zhao. In the eyes of the two-headed demon dog, Lin Zhao is the culprit who killed Charles III. When Xiaojiu saw this, a surge of anger suddenly surged through her body. She immediately felt the power in her body surge. Then, Xiaojiu looked at the two-headed demon dog with cold eyes and shouted, "Anyone who dares to hurt the master will die." After saying that, Xiaojiu's body suddenly ignited with burning flames. The temperature of this flame is at least 10 times higher than the flames of hell. The flame then slowly grew larger and was finally 3 or 4 meters high. Then the flames died down. A fiery red fox then appeared on the scene. And behind the fox, 2 tails suddenly appeared. Chapter 28, we still underestimated the strength of this little guy. Looking at the fox with 2 tails in front of him, the voice of the complete monster Atlas rang in Lin Zhao's mind. 9-tailed fox 2-tail state. Bloodline, SSS-level. Talent, Sky Fox Inheritance SSS-level. Skills, Skyfire Control, Skyfire Advent, Charming Power. Skyfire Control. can create and use skyfire. Heavenly fire. A heavenly fire can be brewed in a designated area or location and explode, causing huge damage to the target area. Charming power. The unique talent of the Sky Fox, which can charm anyone and any monster. The strength of the charm depends on the target's mental strength and mind. Lin Xiao was very surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Jiao to evolve to the second level like this. It's a pity that each goal can only be evolved once by the system. And then, the system's voice sounded again. Because the nine-tailed fox has evolved into a two-tailed state, the All Monsters Illustrated book has once again enabled the function of feeding back to the host. Congratulations to the host for gaining the power of charm through feeding back, and the sky fire descends. Lin Xiao didn't expect that there would be an unexpected reward. The skill of controlling Skyfire is actually the skill that Xiao Jiao had when he was at the first level, so Lin Xiao already possessed it. He quickly clicked on the skill introduction of the power of charm. However, Lin Xiao discovered that because he was not a member of the Sky Fox tribe, he could not activate the power of all his skills and could only increase his charm value. As for the descent of heavenly fire, he can fully utilize the inheritance of Chimera to make magical modifications, thereby increasing the power of skills. And then I saw Xiaojiu reveal the true form of the two-tailed celestial fox. Asen also showed a smile full of fighting spirit. She let out a loud "awoo," and then the sky was filled with strong winds. The strong winds gradually gathered on Ashen's body, and then with a bang, they exploded. And Asen also turned into a huge gray-white wild wolf that was 3 meters tall. The wild wolf's fur is soft, yet gives off a sense of wild beauty. It formed a sharp contrast with Xiaojiu's body. Then, a fox and a wolf rushed towards the two-headed demon dog at the same time. One was wrapped in strong wind, and the other was filled with heavenly fire. The two-headed demon dog obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. It felt an unprecedented sense of danger from Xiaojiu and Asen. However, it was too late for it to escape now. The two-headed demon dog had no choice but to bite the bullet and open its two mouths. As a result, before it could even spit out a magical attack, it was blown away by Asen's strong wind. Then, Xiaojiu's heavenly fire descended and exploded above its head, blowing it into a bloody mess. Its fur could no longer protect against the attacks of the two women. Just as the two-headed demon dog was about to escape, Asen bit it on the neck. If a wolf bites his neck, no matter how he struggles, he will not be able to escape. Then, Asen swung the two-headed demon dog hard and threw it to the ground with a loud bang. Even through the screen, everyone could feel the earth shaking. At the same time, Xiaojiu also rushed up, bit its other head, tore off a piece of flesh, and swallowed it into his mouth. At the end, Xiaojiu said with disdain, "It's so disgusting." This made the two-headed demon dog completely furious. "Ah! Ah!" It screamed twice in succession, but Asen's teeth were firmly clenched on its neck. Then, Asen stepped on its head with one foot, and at the same time, she shook her neck vigorously from side to side. The neck of the two-headed demon dog was then torn open by Ashen. Black blood kept gushing out. The two-headed demon dog felt its vitality constantly slipping away. However, it could do nothing and could only feel Xiaojiu and Asen chewing its body. Lin Xiao then looked at Chimera. "Aren't you going to enjoy the food with them?" Chimera shook his head after hearing this and said, "Sister Xiaojiu and Sister Ashen can increase their strength by eating, but I can't. If the two of them cannot eat enough food, their cultivation will stagnate or even backfire." When Lin Xiao heard Chimera's explanation, he immediately said, "Oh." He immediately understood that Chimera was hinting at a reminder. Fortunately, he had already made preparations for this. It seems that it is not an easy task to support a powerful beast-eared girl. Lin Xiao complained silently in his heart. Unlike Lin Xiao's calmness, the audience watching the live broadcast were completely shocked at this moment. What? The spirit pet actually evolved during the battle. What? Lin Xiao's beast-eared girl can actually transform into a wild beast. Look how delicious they are when they eat. But when they transform into human form, they're so cute and beautiful. I finally understand why Ning Kaichun likes Nie Xiaoqian. Is this what it feels like to be in pain and happiness at the same time? The one upstairs, Nie Xiaoqian, is a ghost, not a monster. Whether it's a human, a ghost, or a beast, I want a pet that can transform into a human. What are you all discussing? Didn't anyone see the point? Lin Xiao was able to crush a B-level third-order monster at the age of 18. Even college students might not be able to achieve this kind of strength, right? After hearing this, everyone on the screen fell silent. Because everyone could judge Lin Zhao's strength, this made many older Beastmasters feel ashamed. Because third-level monsters are not easy to deal with for intermediate Beastmasters. It seems that we have underestimated the strength of this little guy. Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Zhao in the picture with a smile in his eyes. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo's face was full of smiles. Huh, I said that the number one in our school wouldn't be a fake. I am still very confident in the teaching level of our number one middle school. Li Guanjuan then said with a smile. Today is the third day of the college entrance examination. In less than 24 hours, the college entrance examination will be over. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Zhao will be the top scorer in this college entrance examination. I just don't know if the other elites can accept this outcome. Originally, the last level was prepared to widen the gap. However, now Lin Zhao killed the undead frame and the two-headed demon dog by himself, which left the other talented candidates with no choice but to look for small fish and shrimps to gain points. In the picture, Yao Chunxue suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation in the distance. That direction was exactly the location of the spire she was looking for. Has someone got there first? She made an immediate judgment. No, Tyrannosaurus. We have to hurry over and see what happened. We can't waste any more time. Su Peng and Chun Feiyong, who had met each other a long time ago, were now testing each other's strength. Afterwards, they also felt the energy fluctuations coming from the direction of the spire. There seems to be a powerful monster over there. Could it be the last question of this exam? Let's stop fighting first. Let's go check out the specific situation first. After the two of them finished their discussion, they quickly rushed towards the spire. At the same time, Lin Zhao was already sitting idly in the ruins, waiting for Xiao Jiao and Asen to finish eating. Chapter 29: Unrealistic Ideas. This was the first time for Xiao Jiao and Asen to eat the flesh of a third-level monster, so the two girls enjoyed it very much. Lin Zhao looked at the two girls' satisfied expressions and felt relieved. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Lin Zhao turned his head and found that the other person was Li Feng. Li Feng saw Lin Zhao looking at him with a wary look in his eyes. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Student Lin Zhao, I'm Li Feng. You should still remember me, right?" Lin Zhao remained alert after hearing this, and then kept a safe distance from Li Feng and said, "Of course I remember." Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Zhao did not show much hostility. He had witnessed Lin Zhao's fighting ability just now with his own eyes. Therefore, if he were to fight Lin Zhao one-on-one now, Li Feng would feel a little lacking in confidence. Then, Li Feng showed a friendly smile and said, "It's like this. Now that you have defeated the last elite monster, Commander Li Guanjuan just called me and said that you have passed all the questions in the college entrance examination, so he asked me to ask if you want to leave the examination room early." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao deliberately dragged out the tone. "Oh, I see. This is the same principle as handing in the college entrance examination paper early before traveling through time, and you don't have to worry about making mistakes in the answers you calculated. After all, even the final elite monster has now been eaten by Lin Zhao's pet." Then, Lin Zhao asked again, "What about the other candidates after I leave?" Li Feng did not hide his intention from Lin Zhao. They will complete the college entrance examination as originally planned, but because you killed the final elite monster alone, we will activate the final emergency plan and let them complete the final fight in this forest, so as to widen the gap and evaluate their respective scores. Lin Zhao heard this and nodded. He roughly understood the underlying meaning of Li Feng's words, which was to let other candidates raise goo in this dark forest. At this time, Lin Zhao looked in the direction he came from. He could feel several powerful auras approaching from that direction. This is because Xiaojiao's evolution and Ashen's natural power feedback have improved Lin Zhao's perception by several levels. Suddenly, Lin Zhao had an unrealistic idea. He took a step forward, but just this simple step allowed him to cross a distance of more than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhao came to Li Feng's side. "Teacher Li, Commander Li." Li Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back and felt that Lin Zhao had bad intentions. He quickly interrupted Lin Zhao. "Lin Zhao, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. There's no need to try to get close to me and flatter me." Lin Zhao patted the latter's shoulder and whispered something in Li Feng's ear in a calm tone. The more Li Feng listened, the wider his eyes widened. When Lin Zhao finished speaking, he looked at Lin Zhao in disbelief and said, You lunatic." Lin Zhao patted Li Feng on the shoulder again, as if he was an old friend who had been lost for many years. "Teacher Li, I am also doing this for your work to proceed smoothly. Hearing this, Li Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. For me? Just don't make trouble for me. No matter what you say, I will never agree to it. As he said that, Li Feng was about to knock Lin Zhao's hand away. As a result, Li Feng discovered that two strong auras, one on the left and one on the right, were staring at him. Li Feng looked up and found that Xiaojiao and Asen had finished eating the corpse of the two-headed demon dog at some point. There was blood on their lips, and they were staring at him intently. Their appearance made Li Feng feel like he was delicious. Li Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. When he looked at Lin Zhao again, he found that Lin Zhao's arm was tightly hung on his neck. Moreover, Lin Zhao's face still showed a harmless smile. Teacher Li, I advise you to listen to my advice. After all, we are acquainted, and helping me won't do you any harm. Besides, I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to test my true strength. When Li Feng heard this, a conflicted expression appeared on his face. After a moment, he couldn't help but sigh. I don't know how much time had passed, but night had fallen and there were less than 10 hours left for the entire exam. Yao Chunxue rushed out of the jungle and finally arrived at the final trial site. At the same time, Su Peng and Chun Feiyang also revealed their respective figures in another direction. Yao Chunxue, I didn't expect you to be here too. Upon hearing this, Yao Chunxue couldn't help but frown and asked, Have you seen Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him? Su Peng looked confused. I heard that he is a beastmaster who has a humanoid spirit pet. However, in my opinion, he is just a fake. It has been such a long time, and he still hasn't arrived here. It seems that he is just that good. Yao Chunxue always felt that things were not as simple as Su Peng and Chun Feiyang said. At this time, Chun Feiyang looked at the ruins of the abandoned castle and said, It seems that there has just been a fight here, and the strength of both sides in the fight seems to be very strong. We have to be careful. That's right. According to my observation, this seems to be a fighting arena for third-level monsters. There are strange energy fluctuations everywhere. Just as Su Peng finished speaking, a wolf howl was heard from the other side of the ruins. Then, a silver-gray prairie wolf jumped out from the other side of the ruins. Immediately afterwards, a burst of flames ignited from the ruins on the other side. As the flames gathered, they slowly turned into a fiery red fox with two tails. These two monsters are more than 3 meters tall. Judging from the fluctuations in their aura, they're at least as strong as third-level monsters. Su Peng frowned immediately when he saw two monsters jumping out at the same time. These two monsters are so powerful. Yao Chunxue also looked nervous. I have never seen this kind of monster in textbooks. Is it an elite monster specially arranged here by the examiner? Chun Feiyang threw the elf ball in his hand, and then the quick knife kid flew out of the elf ball and stood directly on his shoulder. Humph! What are you afraid of? Are the three of us still afraid of these two beasts? Let's find a way to defeat them one by one. Yao Chunxue, help us fend off the fox first. Su Peng, and I will take care of this prairie wolf first. Yao Chunxue knew that among the three, only her argument evolved into a second-level Tyrannosaurus. Only she has a way to deal with the fox. So, Yao Chunxue agreed immediately. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to take action, she saw the two fiery red foxes yawned listlessly, then lay down in the ruins as if nothing had happened and began to doze off, with no intention of taking action at all. But at this moment, the prairie wolf suddenly attacked and rushed straight towards Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus realized the danger and dodged quickly. Seeing this, Chun Feiyang couldn't help but curse. Damn it! These two beasts look down on us. They actually want to defeat us with the power of a monster. Chapter 30. One person overwhelms the entire demon city. After hearing what Chun Feiyang said, Su Peng also reacted at this time. I have lived for so many years, and I have never seen such an arrogant monster. You saw it this time? Chun Feiyang then said with fighting spirit, Since these two beasts look down on us, the three of us will attack together and let them know that we are not easy to mess with. As he spoke, Chun Feiyang and the quick sword imp immediately merged together, and the whole person turned into an armored warrior wearing armor and holding an illusory sword in his hand. Su Peng's crazy tank then ran out of the pokeball. Aiming at the huge prairie wolf, the crazy tank fired a shell. Yao Chunxue was even more furious. On the one hand, she was angry at Lin Xiao for breaking his promise, and then she was even more angry that the fox looked down on her so much. So, she pointed at Prairie Wolf and yelled, Tyrannosaurus, claw attack! Tyrannosaurus' originally short front claws suddenly began to grow bigger, and its muscles became developed. Afterwards, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, receiving the order from Yao Chuanxua, pounced directly on the prairie wolf. Seeing this, the prairie wolf howled. Then, strong winds blew up from the sky, directly blowing the shell of the crazy tank off target. The shell then landed directly at Chun Feiyang's feet. Damn it, Su Peng. Are you seeking revenge for your personal gain? Su Peng shouted helplessly. Stop talking nonsense. This guy is not easy to deal with. Be serious. As for Tyrannosaurus, although he was also in a very bad state, he managed to run to the opposite side of the prairie wolf with great difficulty and was just about to grab the prairie wolf's body. Unexpectedly, the prairie wolf opened its mouth and spit out a breath of wild wolf breath at it. With a puff sound, countless gusts of wind blew out of the prairie wolf's mouth, blowing Tyrannosaurus Rex back repeatedly, looking very embarrassed. Lin Xiao was held in Chimera's arms at this time, looking down at the scene. He nodded with satisfaction. Well, it seems that Ashan's ability is not worse than Xiaojiu's. She just needs a stage where she can perform well. Chimera then offered her suggestion and hugged Lin Xiao a little tighter. Master, in fact, under your training, Xiaojio and Ashan's fighting power has reached a new level. You can let them complete the tasks alone in the future. They already have the strength to take charge of their own affairs. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao pinched Chimera's nose. You're the only one who can talk. Chimera's smiling face couldn't help but turn red. Don't you want to complete the mission alone? Chimera wrinkled her nose as she spoke. Master, Chimera doesn't want to leave you. Chimera wants to stay by your side and take care of your daily life. After hearing this, Lin Xiao rubbed Chimera's little head with great satisfaction. After seeing this scene through the screen, all the audience couldn't help but grit their teeth. Lin Xiao, you beast! Why is there such an obedient, beast-eared female monster? Why would that beast-eared female monster listen to Lin Xiao so much? This isn't fair. I'm jealous. My Psyduck just acts stupid in front of me all day long. The guy upstairs, just be content. I have a hound at home, just like Era, who can destroy the house. I dare not let it out of the pokeball. Otherwise, I will be gone. Everyone was criticizing Lin Xiao, and only a few people said, I think everyone is focusing on the wrong point. Lin Xiao could have left the examination room earlier, but looking at his current situation, is he trying to fight against the top talents of 3 schools by himself? You hit the nail on the head. Only then did everyone realize Lin Xiao's real purpose. Damn it! If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have thought that Lin Xiao was so vicious. He wanted to challenge Yao Chuanxua, Su Peng, and Chun Feiyang. This is too cruel. If he really does this, how will the 3 geniuses survive in the future? If this matter gets out, then the whole country will say that our Magic City's college entrance examination results are too inflated, and 3 people can't beat a #1 scorer. Poor goddess Yao Chuanxua. She will have to live in Lin Zhao's shadow for the rest of her life. In the director's room, Li Guanjuan looked at the live broadcast with an expressionless face. At this time, Li Feng was lowering his head, looking depressed, and did not dare to look at Li Guanjuan. Captain Li, you've seen it too. Lin Xiao doesn't play by the rules. If I don't agree to him, he'll probably capture me and feed me to the wolves. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan glared back at him, and Li Feng immediately stopped talking. Lu Zhengwo, however, crossed his legs with a calm look on his face, and even hummed a little tune. After all, Lin Xiao was his student, and the appearance of Lin Xiao in #1 middle school was enough to make him proud. This is the real top scorer in the college entrance examination. One person can overwhelm the entire Demon City. Even if you look across the whole country, it is estimated that no one can be more shocking than Lin Zhao's feat. And in the live broadcast, the battle has entered a fierce stage. Su Peng has already started driving the Crazy Tank himself. Crazy Tank fired the heat-sensing missiles. The upper hatch of the Crazy Tank suddenly opened, and a gun muzzle that was completely inconsistent with the tank's fuselage protruded from it. Then, the muzzle began to slowly gather energy. After a dozen breaths, there was a boom, and a huge missile was launched directly towards Asen. At the same time, the knife light of the quick knife ghost suddenly became brighter. Quick knife strike. Swish, swish, swish. Continuous slashing at the prairie wolf. It forms a perfect coordination with the heat-sensing missile, one in front and one behind. At this time, Tyrannosaurus' mouth was opened as wide as possible. Breath of fire. Puff. The geniuses from the 3 schools simultaneously let their pets use the strongest attack skills. The purpose is to kill the prairie wolf with one blow here. However, the prairie wolf is Asen. How could he be easily defeated by them? Immediately, Asen started to get serious. As the princess of the underworld, Ashen has no mercy at all. She knew that anyone who stood in her master's way was an enemy. Then, her green eyes were seen glowing with a faint light. Then, Asen slowly raised his paw and slapped it hard on the ground. The force of nature. As a descendant of the god of nature, she mobilized the power in her blood for the first time. Suddenly, a strong wind blew between heaven and earth. There were ruins on the ground, but suddenly all kinds of plants and trees began to grow wildly. The thorns continued to tangle and spiral, forming a wall that blocked the heat-sensing missiles. Although the swift knife imp slash cut through a few thorns, it completely disappeared amidst the layers of obstacles. Although Tyrannosaurus's fire breath has a natural restraint on thorns, the strong wind between heaven and earth is just the right nemesis to restrain it. At first sight, the strong wind blew away Tyrannosaurus's fire breath. Not only that, the thorns also quietly grew on the bodies of the three people, entangled Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Qin Feiyang. At first, the three wanted to struggle, but when they looked up, they found that their pets could not escape the fate. This is terrible. What should we do? Qin Feiyang was the first to ask. He and the quick knife imp merged into one. Originally, he wanted to dissolve the fusion and let the quick knife imp act alone to help everyone out of trouble. However, just as he did this, he was very unexpectedly discovered that the quick knife imp had become listless. It was not until then that Qin Feiyang discovered that there was something strange about the thorns, and he could not help but ask Yao Chuanxue and Su Peng. Chapter 31. This is completely beyond our capabilities. This thorn is absorbing our life force and spiritual energy. Yao Chuanxue was the first to discover the problem. Tyrannosaurus also became listless. In just a few breaths, Tyrannosaurus shrank from a second-level spirit pet and turned back into the appearance of Agumon. The other two people were not much better off and lost their fighting ability. Gradually, they no longer had the strength to struggle. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Forget it!" Then several consecutive slashes of schwa, swish, swish, fell from the sky. Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Qin Feiyang felt their bodies lighten and then fell to the ground. They breathed in deep gulps of fresh air, greedily wanting to restore their spiritual energy. Yao Chuanxue also picked up Agumon and asked with concern, "Agumon, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" Li Guanjuan dropped from the sky. He actually came here in person for Lin Xiao. He glanced at Agumon and said, "Don't worry. As long as Agumon rests for a while, he will be able to recover into Tyrannosaurus." After hearing what Li Guanjuan said, Yao Chuanxue finally felt relieved. He quickly took out the Pokeball and put Agumon back into it. Su Peng and Qin Feiyang were not fools. They did as they were told immediately to allow their spirit pets to get some rest. Yao Chuanxue then asked in confusion, "Captain Li, why is the last stage of the college entrance examination so difficult? Even if all the candidates are combined, they can't beat this wild wolf, right? What's more, there is a fox behind it. Yes, this is completely beyond our capabilities." Qin Feiyang was even more indignant. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan rubbed his forehead helplessly, then looked up into the air. "Lin Xiao, how long are you going to hide? Aren't you going to explain it to your classmates?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao revealed a meaningful smile in midair. Then, in Chimera's arms, under the curtain of bright moonlight, he slowly descended to the ground. When Yao Chuanxue saw Lin Xiao landing on the ground, his eyes widened immediately. She looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. You actually..." Yao Chuanxue couldn't help but become a little incoherent. "The one who just fought with us was you?" Su Peng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing this, Lin Xiao shrugged and then snapped his fingers. Xiaojiao and Asen immediately turned into the image of cute and obedient animal-eared girls. However, Xiaojiao has changed from her previous training uniform to a classical beauty wearing a red cloak, with her shoulders exposed and the spring scenery faintly visible on the front of her clothes. As soon as she landed, facing everyone's gaze, she threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms as if she didn't see anything. "Master, I have evolved to the second level. I want a reward." As he said that, Xiaojiao snuggled into Lin Xiao's arms. Lin Xiao couldn't help but comfort Xiaojiao and said, "What reward do you want? Go back, and the master will prepare it for you." Of course, Lin Xiao knew in his heart that Xiaojiao just wanted to eat something delicious. "The master is still good to me." Seeing this scene, even Li Guanjuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. "Why do I want to beat this guy so much? He's showing off in front of so many people, and he doesn't even realize what the occasion is. After landing, Ashan said with a wildness that only people living on the grassland could possess. Too weak. Too weak. All of the master's opponents are too weak. Ashan wants stronger opponents, but he is not satisfied. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do. The master will find you a stronger opponent next time." After hearing the conversation between Lin Xiao and Asen, Yao Chunxue, Su Peng, and Chun Feiyang immediately showed dissatisfied expressions. "What did you say? That we are too weak?" Chun Feiyang gritted his teeth. Ashan glanced at Chun Feiyang. "What else? Are you dissatisfied?" Chun Feiyang was speechless for a moment, because he had no choice but to admit defeat. Just now, even if the three of them joined forces, they were no match for the humanoid spirit pet in front of them. "Just wait. Sooner or later, I will surpass you and defeat you." At this time, Su Peng also looked, gritting his teeth. Even if the three of them joined forces, they were no match for Asen, the humanoid spirit pet. For Su Peng, this was truly a great shame and humiliation. At this moment, Yao Chunxue couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Appeared. That's the feeling. The familiar Lin Xiao is back. She spent her 3 years of high school under the invincible shadow of Lin Xiao. Originally, she thought that she could make a great comeback in this college entrance examination and completely get rid of the nightmare of Lin Xiao. However, Yao Chunxue eventually discovered that this was simply impossible. Lin Xiao was so powerful that she saw no hope of winning. Yao Chunxue's little mouth couldn't help but purse, as if she was about to cry. However, Li Guanjuan said at this time, "Everyone has his own way. Although Lin Xiao has an advantage at the starting point, this is also a good thing for you. Because you have a clear goal, then you will not be confused in your future struggles." After hearing what Li Guanjuan said, Su Peng, Chun Feiyang, and Yao Chunxue all became thoughtful. Yes, although Lin Xiao is very powerful now, he can also be their target in the future. Lin Xiao can beat them countless times, but as long as they can make a comeback once, they can prove that they are actually no worse than Lin Xiao. Yao Chunxue immediately looked at Li Guanjuan with gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Li. I will try my best." Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan nodded, then looked at Su Peng and Chun Feiyang. These two people obviously adjusted faster than Yao Chunxue, and their expressions were obviously much more confident than before. "Although you three are not as good as Lin Xiao, your performances are actually pretty good. Our examiners will give you scores as appropriate." After saying that, Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Xiao. "You're pretty good. How dare you threaten the examiner?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao rubbed his head and said innocently, "Isn't this for Teacher Li Feng's good?" After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but sneer. "Very good. He's a troublemaker. I wonder if you are interested in coming to our military university?" Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard this. He felt that the twist in Li Guanjuan's words was a bit dramatic, but he did not give Li Guanjuan a direct and accurate answer. "Let me think about it." After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Li Guanjuan stopped talking. At this time, the sun finally rose. A golden ray of sunshine shines on the earth. Li Guanjuan's voice then rang out like thunder in every area and every corner of this space. "I declare that the college entrance examination is over. In 1 minute, everyone should prepare to return." Then the countdown began. Some candidates who were still struggling to kill the monsters couldn't help but look frustrated after hearing what Li Guanjuan said. They did not get many points in the college entrance examination, and now they have to end this exam with regret. Some people gained a lot of points and became very excited knowing that they would get good grades and go to good schools in the future. Although some people do not have high points, they are not upset because they have gained their own opportunities in this area. A minute later, everyone was enveloped in a white light and disappeared from the examination room. When everyone returned to the playground, Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised to find that the sky-swallowing pelican had opened its mouth wide. Then, the sky-swallowing pelican could be seen spewing out white light continuously from its mouth. And every ball of light will become a candidate after it lands on the ground. We just took the college entrance exam inside the mouth of the sky-swallowing pelican. At this moment, Lin Xiao couldn't even imagine that the mouth of the sky-swallowing pelican could actually accommodate an entire world. Chapter 32. Don't look at me like that. While everyone was still shocked by how much space there was in the mouth of the sky-swallowing pelican, the outside world was completely shocked by the final result of this college entrance examination. "Look, I said Lin Xiao couldn't be a fake. He challenged geniuses from 3 schools alone and won by crushing them. If he were really allowed to guard the last pass, no one would be able to defeat him. The guy upstairs stopped cramming. Earlier, you were still licking Yao Chunshua's ass, talking about Goddess Chuanxua. I like Goddess Haruyuki, and I admire Lin Xiao. Is there any conflict between them? Wow, brother Lin Xiao is so handsome. I really want to give birth to a baby for him. Huh. Lin Xiao is the top scholar in our Magic City this time. Moreover, the fact that he defeated all the heroes by himself in the end will probably be well known to everyone. Be more confident. It's already on the trending search list. Even the video clips of the college entrance examination live broadcast have received over 100 million hits. What nonsense are you talking about? Why didn't I see it? Oh my god. Why was it deleted? Brother Lin Xiao's topic was also deleted. What they didn't know was that Lin Xiao's college entrance examination results had long been kept confidential and protected by Li Guanjuan. Now everyone only knows that in the college entrance examination, a genius named Lin Xiao appeared in Shanghai, who defeated all the other candidates with his own strength. But no one knew about his spiritual pet and the course of the battle. Looking at the eye-catching second place on the list, Yao Chunxua clenched his fists. Humph! I won't lose to you. Yao Chunxua once again won the second place this time, completely solidifying his title of perennial runner-up. After looking at the rankings on the list, Su Peng and Chun Feiyang couldn't help but sigh. He is really strong. I accept my defeat sincerely. Chun Feiyang looked at Su Peng in surprise. The two of them knew each other before the college entrance examination, so Chun Feiyang was very familiar with Su Peng's personality. Given Su Peng's character, he was able to say such words with all his heart, which shows how great the psychological trauma Lin Xiao left on Su Peng was. Unexpectedly, Su Peng spoke again. But I won't be depressed. Sooner or later, I will return today's shame. Su Peng still remembers the way Xiaojiu looked at him, as if he were garbage. He still remembered the unmatched momentum when Lin Xiao descended from the sky. Chun Feiyang then patted Su Peng on the shoulder. Then do your best. At this time, Lu Jiangwo passed by the main figures in the education circle of Shanghai with a proud look on his face, and then suddenly stopped. He looked at the principal of No. 2 Middle School and said in surprise, "Oh my, isn't this the principal of No. 2 Middle School? I heard that your school's results were very good this time." Su Peng actually took third place. Then he looked at a bald, middle-aged man next to him. "Isn't this the principal of No. 3 Middle School? During the last meeting, I heard you say that your school has produced a genius, and you also told me that he will definitely get the title of top scorer. I wonder how his results are in this year's college entrance examination." The principals of No. 2 and No. 3 middle schools looked at the successful Lu Jiangwo with disdain. "Don't look at me like that. Your school did very well in the exam this time. At least one of us got third place, and the other got fourth place." Ha 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 ha. Lu Jingwo couldn't suppress the smile on his face, so he just laughed out loud. "So, I must keep working harder for the college entrance examination next year. Ha ha ha." Having said that, Lu Jingwo left with a wild laugh. The principals of No. 2 Middle School and No. 3 Middle School, two brothers in distress, looked at him with contempt. At this time, Lin Xiao was about to leave. After all, after 3 days of sleeping in the open air, for a person who loves cleanliness, it is still necessary to go home and wash up. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Li Guanjuan. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the powerful examiner with some doubt. "Have you ever thought about which college you're going to?" After hearing what Li Guanjuan said, Lin Xiao asked in confusion, "Do you have any suggestions?" Li Guanjuan is a soldier, so he never speaks in a roundabout way. "If you can't find a suitable university, you can come to the military district to find me anytime and anywhere. I can assure you that the military district's military university will definitely provide you with the best resources." Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded, then shook his head. "Thank you, Chief Li. However, I have thought about going to Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University." Li Guanjuan smiled without any surprise. Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University is the best university in the entire Dragon Country. It has the best resources and the best teachers in the country. With your grades, it is not difficult to go to Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University, but Li Guanjuan deliberately dragged out a long note. "Forget it. Going to Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University is not bad either. However, I advise you not to reveal your purpose. Waiting for them to take the initiative to extend an olive branch to you will be more beneficial to you." After listening to what Li Guanjuan said, Lin Xiao realized that there was obviously something else behind his words. However, the other party had no intention of explaining and just turned and left. Lin Xiao was a little puzzled. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo suddenly came from a distance. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Liu Jiangwo with some confusion. Principal Liu, do you want to talk to me about something? Liu Jiangwo shook his head upon hearing this. It's not that I want to see you, but the head of the admissions office wants to see you. A moment later, Lin Xiao and Liu Jiangwo came to a very grand office. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao saw Yao Chunxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang sitting inside, with a few students of similar age beside them, and opposite them sat a group of middle-aged people. Liu Jingwo pointed to a chair next to him and said, "Sit down and talk." After Lin Xiao sat down, Liu Jingwo and the principals of number 2 and number 3 middle schools spoke up. "We called you here because your test scores were outstanding this time, and for strong students like you, the school leaders of the admissions office want to hear your opinions on the application." When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately understood what they wanted to do. This is what early admission means. After Lin Xiao sat down, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Asen all stood behind him. The room then became crowded. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xiao. The first person to speak was an old man with white hair. "Little friend Lin Xiao, are you interested in telling us how you got a humanoid pet?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Lin Xiao knew that these old guys would be interested in a secret, so he was well prepared to answer this question. Lin Xiao showed a puzzled expression and asked, "How did you get it?" "I just bought the spirit pets and signed a contract with them, and then they turned into human form." Forehead. Lin Xiao's words immediately left everyone speechless. They couldn't help but think, "Brother, could you please stop being so Versailles?" The old man then organized his words and said, "What we mean is, how did you manage to make these spirit pets transform into human form? Is there any trick?" Chapter 33. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. In order to protect his secret, Lin Xiao then showed a puzzled expression, but his heart was unusually calm. Of course, he couldn't tell others the secret that he owned the system. Once discovered, he might be caught by some people with ulterior motives and sliced into pieces for research. Yao Chunxue and others also focused their attention over here. They also wanted to know how Lin Xiao obtained these powerful spirit pets. Lin Xiao looked at Xiaojiu, then at Chimera, and then asked, "When you signed the contract with me before, did you find anything special about me?" When Xiaojiu heard this, his face, which had brought disaster to the country and the people, suddenly showed suspicion, which made people feel pity for him. "Master, Xiaojiu remembers that you were very gentle to me. I felt a kind of intimacy from you, and then I wanted to serve you well. Then I turned into a human form." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of those old guys immediately became uncomfortable. "What do you mean I turned into a human form? Because I wanted to serve my master well. Did you transform into human form voluntarily?" Then Chimera, wearing a training uniform, showed a look of reminiscence on his face full of collagen. "That's right. After I signed the contract with my master, I thought about becoming someone like my master, and then I became a human." After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. "Do you treat us as children? Do you think you can fool us with such a simple lie?" But the old man who spoke first didn't think so. He thought about it carefully, then nodded and said, "Maybe little Lin Xiao has some special talent that has not been discovered yet." Having said that, he gave the final verdict on Lin Xiao. "However, this matter is not important. We called you here for another purpose. Everyone here is a talented person who performed well in the college entrance examination, so we would like to ask, do you have any colleges that you like?" At this time, Lin Xiao remembered what Li Guanjuan said to him, so he did not take the initiative to speak. But Yao Chunxue, who was standing aside, was the first to speak. "I want to go to Yuzhou Lingchong University. It is my target university and my dream." Hearing Yao Chunxue's words, the representative of Yuzhou Lingchong University immediately showed a satisfied look. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yao Chunxue finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit and with an old cadre hairstyle spoke silently. "Little girl, don't jump to conclusions yet. I think your talent and pet are very suitable for our Zhongyuan Pet University." Yao Chunxue was just about to refuse, but the representative of Zhongyuan Spiritual Pet University interrupted her with a smile. "Don't be so hasty to reject us. Although our Zhongyuan Spiritual Pet University is not as high as Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University in terms of ranking, we have the best research results in the country on fire elemental spirit pets. Not only that, our school won the top 10 in the fire element in the last World Element competition. This is among the best among all the participating schools in Dragon Country." After talking about the advantages of his school, the school representative finally showed his trump card. "If you are willing to enter our Zhongling University, then I can promise you on behalf of our school that not only will your tuition be waived for 4 years, but we will also give you a national scholarship every year and an opportunity to be a government-sponsored exchange student. In addition, we will give you a free spot in the Fire Elemental Pet trial every year. The conditions offered by the other party were so tempting that Yao Chunxue thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, I accept your invitation." Then, Su Peng also received an invitation from the Northern Spiritual Pet University. His pet is a mechanical creation, but the Northern Pet University is a favorite among famous science and engineering men. He and Northern Spiritual Pet University hit it off right away, and he didn't even give the other schools a chance. But when it came to Chun Feiyang, his choice surprised everyone. Chun Feiyang did not choose any school. "My dream is to become a glorious soldier, so I decided to join the army." Hearing his words, Jingzhou Spiritual Pet University, which had been very interested in him, showed a surprised expression. "Chun Feiyang, I know your conditions are not very good. If you join the military, you will not get any subsidies, and no one will provide you with better training. Your fate can only depend on yourself. Have you thought about it?" Hearing this, Chun Feiyang said without wavering, "I thought about it when I was very young. Joining the army has always been my dream." After hearing Chun Feiyang's answer, the representatives from various schools did not try to dissuade him. Then several students with good college entrance examination scores were admitted to various universities. However, their welfare benefits are not as good as Yao Chunxue's. Finally, it was Lin Zhao's turn to take the lead. Lin Zhao remembered Li Guanjuan's reminder, so he thought about it and said, "I haven't decided which school to go to yet." No one expected that the first person to speak was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing glasses. "Lin Zhao, would you like to consider our Kyoto Women's University?" Everyone looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman in disbelief. "We at Kyoto Women's University don't have anything else but good benefits. I can promise you on behalf of my school that as long as you join our school, all the school's resources will be unconditionally tilted towards you alone. Our school will build a separate dormitory and bathroom for you. There will be special teachers to train you in all subjects. As for your humanoid pet, we will also have someone specially arranged to take care of its food and daily life. In addition to providing you with a normal scholarship standard and full tuition waiver every year, our school will also give you an additional scholarship of 1 million yuan per year." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The Kyoto Women's University actually wanted to make an exception and admit Lin Zhao. It's outrageous that a university that only admits women is now scrambling to admit men. The beautiful middle-aged woman had not yet finished her words. "You know, our school doesn't have anything else but a lot of pretty girls. I don't think you'll refuse." After hearing the last words of the middle-aged, beautiful woman, someone finally couldn't sit still anymore. Ma'am, Zhao Jie, you are deceiving a child, right?" The person who spoke immediately turned and looked at Lin Zhao. As a representative of the Northern Pet University, I have to remind Lin Zhao not to listen to this old witch. She loves to deceive people. Haven't you heard that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie? After you go there, you will definitely be ostracized by those beautiful girls, and their school doesn't have any good majors. It's better for you to come to our Northern Spiritual Pet University. Our school has world-class majors open to you. Not only that, on the premise that all the basic benefits are fully met, we will also provide you with a separate laboratory. You should have heard of our Northern Spirit Pet Laboratory, where we can simulate various battle scenarios for your spirit pets. This technology is one of the best in the world. Chapter 30, for you don't have to bet your life. After hearing what the representative of Northern Spiritual Pet University said, Zhao Jie immediately sneered. "Want to become a monk at your Northern Spiritual Pet University? There are a bunch of science and engineering guys there, and all they think about is mechanics. Lin Zhao is not cut out for scientific research, and his spirit pets are so powerful, he must develop the strongest combat power." As soon as Zhao Jie finished speaking, another school representative wearing glasses spoke up. "That's right. So our Magic Pet Academy is the most suitable for Lin Zhao. Although our Magical Pet Academy is just a small academy, our development and research on magic pets are already #1 in the country. It just so happens that this is also suitable for Lin Zhao's humanoid pet." Having said that, the other party looked at Chimera. "As long as little Lin Zhao comes to our academy, I promise to give him an additional scholarship of 2 million yuan in addition to the basic welfare benefits. In addition, our academy's principal, who is known as the Encyclopedia of Magic, will personally give Lin Zhao one-on-one lessons." Lin Zhao has been a man of great composure in both of his lives, and he does not have too many emotional fluctuations because of this. He never expected that the other party would directly bring out the principal of their college. If he agreed, his status in the Magic Pet Academy would be equivalent to the last disciple of the master in martial arts novels. Such a request is indeed generous, but Lin Xiao is not interested in it at all. The reason is simple. He has in his hands the inheritance of the human magic god Mira. At this time, the representative of Yuzhou Lingcheng University finally spoke. Lin Xiao, I'm the school representative of Yuzhou Lingcheng University. My name is Zhou Beihai. Our school is very satisfied with your performance in the college entrance examination. Because our school knows that your family background is not very good, we will waive your tuition and give you a generous scholarship every year. Zhao Jie, who was standing by, couldn't help but curl her lips after hearing this. I thought it was a great benefit package. It sounds as if our school can't provide it. Unexpectedly, Zheng Beihai then added, 5 million per year. Forehead. After hearing this number, Zhao Jie was completely choked. What does 5 million mean? You can buy a B-level spiritual pet directly with that much money. It can ensure that an ordinary family will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. But Zheng Beihai just gave it to Lin Xiao as a basic benefit without any hesitation. Zheng Beihai had not finished speaking yet. Not only that, if you want to continue your studies, whether you are taking the postgraduate entrance examination at school or studying abroad, our school will waive all tuition fees and research funding. Also, if you achieve any research results in our school will not get a share of the profits. Not only that, we can also make a promise and give you a chance to compete in the World University Spiritual Pet Competition. Bang! Representatives from several schools stood up immediately after hearing Zheng Beihai's words. The Spiritual Pet Competition of international colleges and universities. That is the most important competition for our dragon country. It concerns the fate of dragon country. That's right. Moreover, the World College Spiritual Pet Competition, which is held every 4 years, will be held in less than a year. Lin Xiao is just a freshman, and you plan to let Lin Xiao participate in such an important competition? Are you crazy? Lin Xiao, don't believe this old man. Even the president of the International Colleges and Universities Spiritual Pet Competition does not have the right to confirm the number of participants. This guy must be lying to you. Lin Xiao then looked at Zheng Beihai, who smiled and said without any guilt, I just said that I am only giving you a chance to fight for a spot. Whether you can get this spot depends on your own strength. After all, the quota is determined by the country, not the school. In theory, freshmen are not eligible, but we can provide you with this platform for your sake. As for whether you can obtain it, it depends on your luck. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but think deeply. He is well aware of the extraordinary significance of this competition. The International College Spiritual Pet Competition is a competition for college students organized by the World Alliance. All the universities ranked in the top 100 in the world will send a representative to participate in this competition. The final result will determine the spoils. If a player is eliminated during the competition, the university and country where the player belongs will also bear the corresponding losses. Many schools have been devastated as a result, and even some countries have been implicated, resulting in a significant reduction in national strength. Longwa has not made any achievements in the past 3 competitions, and even suffered a considerable blow. Therefore, this year, Longwa attached great importance to the International College Spirit Pet Competition and ordered that contestants from participating schools must be elected fairly and impartially, and only after national political review can they participate in the competition. Lin Xiao was just about to speak when Zhao Jie spoke first. Lin Xiao, don't listen to him. That competition is a cannibalistic place. There is no need for you to bet your life. Yeah, Lin Xiao, this old guy has no good intentions at all. You're only 18 years old now and don't have that much combat experience. It's better to focus on improving yourself. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Thank you for your care for me. But as a good man of Dragon Country, I have this opportunity and platform to show myself, so why not fight for it? Having said this, Lin Xiao looked at Zheng Beihai and said, Thank you, Teacher Zheng. I accept Teacher Zheng's invitation. When Zheng Beihai heard that Lin Xiao agreed to join Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good. Young people have backbone. Yao Chuanxiue, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Xiao with an extremely complicated expression and finally turned her head away. I have lost miserably. Even the welfare benefits of colleges and universities are not on the same level. Like Yao Chuanxiue, the others looked at Lin Xiao with more or less envy and jealousy in their eyes. After signing the enrollment agreement with Zheng Beihai, Lin Xiao left directly. Walking on the streets of Magic City, 3 girls chattered beside him. Although Xiaojia stayed with Lin Xiao the longest, he had no chance to play in the living space of humans. Although Chimera is calm by nature, he is also full of curiosity when looking at things on the street. As for Asen, she looked around and touched this and that, not hiding her curiosity at all. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and said, "I'll take you guys for a good stroll in the Magic City later." Returning to his residential building, Lin Xiao took a comfortable bath. Xiaojia was serving Lin Xiao beside him, which made Lin Xiao a little uncomfortable. He originally wanted to refuse this kind of enjoyment, but seeing Xiaojia's resentful look, he couldn't help but soften his heart and could only passively accept this kind of service. After taking a very erotic bath, Lin Xiao just came out of the bathtub and heard the sound of gongs and drums coming from outside. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What happened outside?" Chapter 35. You are not worthy of mentioning her. Ashan, who was looking around at the door, glanced outside, then shook his head and said to Lin Xiao, "I don't know, but someone is coming outside." When Lin Xiao heard this, he ignored it. However, after a while, the noise at the door became louder and louder. It seemed like a lot of people had gathered, and then someone knocked on the door of Lin Xiao's courtyard. The house where Lin Xiao lives is a small bungalow sandwiched between several dilapidated peasant houses. In the Magic City, where every inch of land is valuable, it can be said to be extremely rare. However, it was just right for Lin Xiao, as he could still afford the low rent. Lin Xiao walked out of the room and slowly opened the door to the outside world. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a few loud bangs. Then, colorful paper bags fell from the sky. Asen, who was standing by, almost thought that someone was attacking her, and even her hair and tail stood up. Lin Xiao looked at the group of people at the door and couldn't help but frown, because standing outside the door were not only his neighbors, but also a group of strangers who looked familiar. But even with Lin Xiao's experience and memory, he couldn't remember where he had seen this group of people before. He just felt that they looked familiar. Then, an old man who was the leader stood up. The look he gave Lin Xiao was filled with a hint of intimacy, as well as greed, as if he had obtained a treasure. This made Lin Xiao feel very uncomfortable. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the old man in confusion. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" After hearing what Lin Xiao said, the old man said without any hesitation, "Oh, third grandson, don't you recognize me? I am your grandfather. You are my grandson." When Lin Xiao heard this, his brows furrowed even tighter. He did not ask who the old man was, nor did he further inquire why the other party called him like that. He just said in a light tone, "Sorry, I don't know you." After saying that, Lin Xiao closed the door with a bang. Of course, Lin Xiao already had a rough guess about the identities of this group of people. Then someone knocked on Lin Xiao's door again. This time, the voice outside came from a neighbor with whom he had a good relationship. "Lin Xiao, open the door. I'm Aunt Wang. They're not bad people. They're really your relatives." Lin Xiao is still very grateful to his neighbors. When he was young, his parents both died, and he was able to grow up relying on the meals provided by his neighbors. Although in the big city of Shanghai, everything comes first. Although the neighbors said some unpleasant things, they still extended a helping hand to Lin Xiao when they saw that he lived alone. Over time, Lin Xiao also understood that they were just a group of ordinary people trying hard to survive. Every time they help themselves, their already poor lives will become more difficult. At first, he was a little resentful of his neighbors' harsh words but soft hearts, but later, he was truly grateful to them. He looked at Aunt Wang, smiled sincerely, and asked, "Aunt Wang, why did you get off work so early today?" Aunt Wang said with a happy face, "That's right. Everyone heard that you finished the college entrance examination and came back to ask about your results. As a result, I just came back and heard that your relatives from your hometown came and said that you got the top score. Is this true or not?" Lin Xiao did not deny it, but he did not give a direct answer either. "I am where I am today, thanks to the help of my neighbors." After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Aunt Wang couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart, and her eyes became a little moist. "That's great. I've watched you grow up since you were a kid, and I know you're destined to be extraordinary." At this time, the old man who had spoken before quickly interrupted the conversation between Lin Xiao and Aunt Wang. "Lin Xiao, do you still remember? When you were 3 years old, your mother brought you back to the family to recognize your relatives. I was the one who received you and your son. I am your second grandfather, Lin Xiao Yan." "Yes." "Lin Xiao, do you still remember me? I'm your second uncle. When you and your mother came out of the house, I was the one who sent you out. Lin Xiao, didn't your mother want to send you back to the family before? Now we are here to pick you up, and your grandfather is waiting for you in the family. Seeing the enthusiasm of these relatives, Aunt Wang also smiled sincerely. Lin Xiao, you said that you have been suffering alone outside for so many years. This time, you finally have a home. Aunt Wang is really happy for you. Lin Xiao's relatives, who were wearing designer clothes and driving luxury cars, couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Second grandfather, of course I remember how you treated my mother and me. Back then, I heard you say with my own ears that my mother was a slut, a country bumpkin from another place, and that it was my mother who killed my father. It was you who asked this so-called second uncle to drive my mother and me out. It was also this so-called second uncle who pointed at my mother's nose and said that I would never be able to return to the family and recognize my ancestors in this lifetime, saying that my father was a shame to the Lin family. While speaking, Lin Xiao pointed at the so-called second uncle Lin Hai, but his eyes were looking at the so-called second grandfather Lin Xiaodian. You didn't even give me a chance to see my grandfather. Why are you taking me back to the family now? Is it because I am the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Magic City? After hearing Lin Zhao's words, Lin Xiaoyan's face turned pale and blue. His second uncle Lin Hai, who was standing next to him, even lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Aunt Wang and other neighbors. Thank you all the neighbors for taking care of me over the years. Thank you for your efforts for me. I know that it is not easy for everyone to live here. When I was a child, Lin Xiao was ignorant and never understood why everyone was always arguing and fussing over trivial matters. But when I grew up, Lin Xiao finally understood everyone's difficulties. I, Lin Xiao, also want to have a home, but my home is here. It was my uncles, aunts, grandparents who raised me. I have nothing to do with the Lin family. Having said that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but bow to the neighbors in front of him. Lin Xiao, thank you all for your care over the years. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Every word Lin Xiao said was like a slap on Lin Xiaoyan's face. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes rolled, and he quickly stepped forward to tell the sad story. Lin Xiao, I know you've had difficulties over the years and you have a problem with our Lin family, but that's all because of a misunderstanding. It's your mother. Shut up. Lin Zhao's voice suddenly rose. You don't deserve to mention her. Lin Zhao's mother was a beastmaster from outside the area. She met his father during a mission. Lin Zhao's father was one of the best beastmasters in the Magic City back then, and the one with the greatest chance of becoming a god. However, the Lin family rejected the marriage on the grounds that Lin Zhao's mother was of low status and was not worthy of the Lin family. So, Lin Zhao's father could only elope with his mother. But who would have thought that Lin Zhao's father later died in a mission, and Lin Zhao's mother was also seriously injured at the time. In the end, Lin Zhao's mother had to take Lin Xiao to the Lin family, wanting to give Lin Xiao a home. However, the mother and son were later driven out by the Lin family. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zhao's mother's condition rapidly worsened and she passed away. The young Lin Xiao was left alone to live. Chapter 36. As long as he doesn't return to the family, the Lin family will be ours. Lin Xiao then looked at Lin Xiaodian with cold eyes. Why are you looking for me now to recognize your relationship with me? Is it because of my status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Magic City? I think that with the strength of the Lin family, they should not lack a little top scorer like me in the college entrance examination, right? Anyone could see the sarcasm in Lin Zhao's words. Lin Xiaoyan's face turned red, and he didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Hai suddenly spoke. Lin Xiao, don't be so shameless. Do you think it's rare that you got the top score in the college entrance examination? When Lin Xiaodian heard what Lin Hai said, he quickly stopped Lin Hai. Lin Xiao, I admit that I was sorry for you and your son in the past. But this is not the intention of the family. I hope you will not vent your anger on the Lin family. I know I don't have the face to see you, but the person who is coming to see you this time is actually your grandfather. My grandpa? Hearing this, Lin Xiao asked back with some confusion. The so-called grandfather, Lin Batian, was once a powerful beastmaster in the entire Demon City. He single-handedly built such a huge family as the Lin family. Lin Xiao had only heard of him, but had never seen him in person. However, this actually doesn't mean anything to Lin Xiao now. When he and his mother were kicked out of the Lin family, all this was already over. Lin Xiao sneered and said, Do I have a grandfather? The one who raised me from childhood to adulthood was Grandpa Zhang from our neighbor, and Grandpa Li in this farmer's house. I have nothing to do with that high and mighty Lin family patriarch Lin Batian. After hearing this, Lin Xiaodian couldn't help but sigh. Lin Hai changed his friendly tone and shouted directly at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, you said this. Don't regret it. Lin Xiao responded to the other party's words with silence. Lin Xiaodian looked at Lin Xiao's resolute expression, as if he had something left to say, and could only sigh. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Xiaodian took Lin Hai and his group away. Lin Xiao didn't even look at this group of people. Aunt Wang seemed to have not come back to her senses yet and asked uncertainly, Lin Xiao, did you really get the top prize in our magic city? Lin Xiao heard this and nodded. Yes. Aunt Wang. When the neighbors heard this, they all showed happy expressions. Lin Xiao could feel that they were truly happy for him. That's great. Everyone come to my house for dinner tonight, and we'll celebrate. Lin Xiao nodded again. Yeah, I like the food cooked by Aunt Wang the most. On the other side, Lin Xiaodian and Lin Hai were sitting in a stretched Lincoln. Lin Hai smoked a fine cigar with an angry look on his face. Dad, this little bastard is so ungrateful. Should we find someone to teach him a lesson? Lin Xiaodian looked at his son Lin Hai and said, No need. This outcome is the most advantageous for us. Let him fend for himself. Do you think I would be unhappy after he scolded me so harshly today? But as long as he doesn't return to the Lin family will be ours. Lin Hai said, I know, but he felt a little indignant in his heart. After all, he had never suffered such injustice since he was a child. You little bastard, don't let me get you into my hands. Lin Hai muttered to himself in his heart. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao got up rubbing his forehead. Last night, he drank a little too much because he was too happy. Fortunately, there are 3 daughters Xiaojiu who have been taking care of him. After Lin Xiao got up, he had a simple breakfast and then came to the registration office of the Beastmaster Guild. He doesn't want to waste time on meaningless things. From Li Guanjuan, Lin Xiao felt the gap between him and Li Guanjuan. As strong as Li Guanjuan is, he can make his spirit pet swallow a world, but in the end, he can only be the chief examiner in the college entrance examination. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt that he still couldn't think of the world too simply. Therefore, he decided to use this holiday to improve himself. At the Beastmaster Guild registration office, there are not only a large number of guilds recruiting new members. There are many Beastmasters like him who seek some tasks here to earn some extra money for themselves. Lin Xiao went straight to the mission hall, looked at the public taskbar, looking to buy a space storage device or a monster that can make space equipment price negotiable. There is a monster cave 90 kilometers outside the north gate of the Magic City. We need a team of 4 to explore it. The team members must be at least intermediate beast masters, and the exploration income will be distributed according to work. Looking for a tutor to help high school students improve their grades. The price is 1,000 yuan per lesson. Lin Xiao looked at the various bounty missions above, and for a moment, he didn't know which mission to accept. Just when he was at a loss, his eyes suddenly lit up. Right in the corner of the taskbar, there is a very inconspicuous task. Looking for a water arrow turtle shell, a Chinga python gallbladder, and a lightning rod for a lightning fish. The price is 1 million. If you have any questions, please call me. When Lin Xiao saw this commission, he couldn't help but reveal a pensive expression. First of all, the value of this commission is not high, although 1 million seems to be enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live a wealthy life for 10 years. But the Chinga python is a Class B, first-level monster, and its living cubs alone can be sold for several million. Moreover, even a dead body can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars in the trading house. The Blastoise is also a sea-level monster with extremely strong combat power. It is extremely difficult to capture a living one. Although the thunderfish is a fish, it has the bonus of thunder attribute and is extremely difficult to obtain. But the other party offered a selling price of only 1 million. Either the other party didn't know the value of these things, or he was really short of money. Unless the other party does not want anyone to accept this task. Therefore, Lin Xiao planned to bargain with the other party. Lin Xiao thought about it, pondered for a while, and after thinking about how to contact the other party, he took out his phone and dialed the other party's number according to the information on the commission task. A moment later, a clear female voice answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Lin Xiao pretended to be nonchalant and said, I took a look at the tasks you posted and the prices are a bit low. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the other party's tone suddenly became serious. How much are you going to ask for? Lin Xiao didn't even think about it and said directly, 10 million. Upon hearing this, the other party fell into deep thought. Can you really get these 3 things? Lin Xiao did not answer the other party directly, but said lightly, I will complete your task within a month. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, the other party fell into deep thought for a long time. 1 month is too long. 15 days? I will only give you 15 days. When you get the 3 items in the commission, contact me immediately and I will send someone to contact you. After Lin Xiao received an affirmative response from the other party, he hung up the phone. He was not afraid that the other party would go back on his word because he had recorded the call when he first started. If the other party goes back on his word, Lin Xiao only needs to send the call, recording to the task registration office, and someone will come to handle it. Before making this call, Lin Xiao had been thinking about how to protect his interests. After all, if you want to accept such an obviously unreasonable commission, you'd better be careful. Chapter 37, Can the authorities do anything to our Liu family? Lin Xiao collected his thoughts and returned home. After packing up properly, Lin Xiao prepared to complete the commission task. Then, he took Xiaojiao and the other 2 girls and walked towards the city gate of Demon City. At the gate of Demon City, several guards were gathered together chatting. Have you heard? The top scorer in the college entrance examination in Magic City this time seems to be a young man named Lin Xiao from number 1 middle school. I heard that he has several humanoid pets. Really? Humanoid pets are very rare. The last time I heard about humanoid pets in the news was when Angel Woman appeared. Why is it the number 1 in the Shanghai college entrance examination, instead of the number 1 in the whole country? Another older guard, after hearing the last person speak, couldn't help but pat the other person on the head. Are you stupid? The difficulty of the questions in each state, or even each city, is different. For example, in our Magic City, the military district personally set the questions this time. I heard that Commander Li Guanjuan's sky-swallowing pelican was also used. Holy crap! Is this true? I heard that Commander Li's sky-swallowing pelican has a special bloodline and has a chance to become a god. How could it be false? I just wonder what this humanoid pet of Lin Xiao is like. Is it a cute, animal-eared girl? The older guard muttered to himself. However, the younger guard at the side was stunned when he heard the name Lin Xiao, because he suddenly remembered a night a week ago when a young man passed through his place with a humanoid spirit pet, and his name seemed to be Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a light cough disrupted everyone's thoughts. Everyone looked closely and found a handsome boy in school uniform standing opposite them with 3 cute girls with animal ears. The old guard couldn't help but frown after seeing this scene. What? Do you want to leave the city? Take out your beast tamer qualification certificate and register. Don't think you can get away with it by cosplaying as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. If the documents are not complete, you cannot leave the city. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nonchalantly took out his beast tamer qualification certificate. The guard took it and looked at it. Lin Xiao, spirit pet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at him expressionlessly. The other party immediately burst into laughter. So it's the top scorer in the college entrance examination who's here in person. Okay, it's all registered. The 3 behind you are your pets, right? You're really generous. Please go in. You can leave now. Having said that, the other party quickly opened the door. Only then did Lin Xiao take the 3 girls and walk out of the city gate. A group of guards were left behind, staring at Lin Xiao and his animal-eared girls, leaving with envy and jealousy in their eyes. As soon as he arrived outside the city, Lin Xiao took out a map. The first thing we're going to look for is the dart turtle. According to its habits, it prefers to live by the river, so let's go. Lin Xiao's finger pointed directly at Jia Lake, a natural lake more than 200 kilometers away from the Magic City. It's only a distance of more than 200 kilometers, and even if you drive, it will take 2 hours to get there. But driving in the wild is the most dangerous thing. Since there is no way to determine a safe route, there are no long-distance tools in this world of beast taming. Those flying in the sky will be attacked by flying monsters, and those on boats will be attacked by both water monsters and flying monsters. The land route is relatively safe because there will be dedicated explorers who will open up a relatively safe route, but there will also be some unexpected events. Helplessly, Lin Xiao could only sigh. It seems that I can only walk away. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Asen let out a howl of a woe. Then, she slowly lay on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought of something and asked in surprise, Ashen, do you want me to ride you over? Upon hearing this, Ashen nodded, breathing like a wild beast. I want my master to ride me. It is an honor for Ashan to be ridden by the master. Please, master, ride on Asen. When Lin Xiao heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Why does it taste wrong? Did I think wrongly? However, Lin Xiao did not act pretentiously and immediately straddled Aisen's back. Seeing this, Xiaojiu didn't hesitate to hug Lin Xiao from behind and rode on him. Lin Xiao felt as if something soft was pressing against his back. Fortunately, he has good concentration. Otherwise, it might fail. Aisen looked at the Chimera, but the Chimera did not sit on it. Instead, it slowly floated in the sky, indicating that Aisen could leave. Immediately, Aisen started running. As the only wolf among the snow wolves with natural power, Aisen is much faster than the prairie wolves. Some monsters encountered on the road also tried to avoid her after feeling the natural power from Ashen. I don't know how long it took, but Aisen suddenly jumped up and then landed on a mound. She lowered her head and smelled the ground, then showed an alert expression. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there any danger?" Upon hearing this, Aisen shook his head. "No, I smell a human." When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately frowned. You have to know that this is outside the safe route outside the city. Moreover, it is not far from Jia Lake. The monsters here are all aquatic monsters. But aquatic monsters are very useless to ordinary people. Therefore, no adventurers would come here to collect the elf eggs of aquatic monsters. So, why would anyone be here? Lin Xiao was very puzzled. He and Xiaojiu immediately rolled off Ashen's body, and Ashen then turned back into human form. Lin Xiao looked around and said, "Let's go take a look ahead." Having said that, Lin Xiao led the three women towards Bamboo Leaf Lake. After walking for about 10 minutes, the surface of Jia Lake came into view of the four people. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of them. Pouring, pouring, pouring. The other party made a sound like a mechanical creature. The other party's information then appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Clockwork Man, a C-level, second-order mechanical monster, is a mechanical creation of the devil inventor Benjamin. It has strong defense and the skills of clockwork claws, flame breathing, and positioning rockets. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly became solemn. He didn't expect that the other party was actually a second-level monster, and his master stood behind him. "Where are you all from? Get out! Get out! Get out! This place has been reserved by the Liu family. Leave here immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to you." Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Why is it the Liu family again? It seemed like wherever he went, the Liu family was haunted. Private the whole place? According to the laws of Dragon Country, no one except the officials can monopolize any area, right? After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Beastmaster immediately revealed a sarcastic expression and said indifferently, "You know nothing. In the wild, strength is everything. Our Liu family has the power to monopolize Jia Lake. Even if the authorities know about it, what can they do? Can the authorities do anything to our Liu family? An A-level monster has appeared here. Once our Liu family captures it, you can go in." After saying that, the Beastmaster looked at Lin Xiao and his group with disdain. The other person looked as if he was looking at garbage. Chapter 38. You rich dog. Let me rob the rich and give to the poor. After Lin Xiao heard the words of the Beastmaster in front of him, he suddenly discovered key information. That is, the Liu family discovered an A-level monster here. According to the market value, the listing price of an A-level monster in the spirit pet business alone is over 10 million. If this A-level monster has some special bloodline or talent, then its value will be even more immeasurable. However, this has no appeal to Lin Xiao. Not to mention the three little girls around Lin Xiao. Each of them is an SSS-level monster with SSS-level talent and bloodline. Moreover, Lin Xiao had a feeling that with the continuous evolution of these three little girls, they might have already broken through the shackles of the SSS level and become higher-level beings. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao spoke lightly. "I have no interest in A-level monsters, so please move aside and don't interfere with my mission." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Beastmaster immediately showed an incredible look on his face. "You think I'm a 3-year-old child because I have no interest in A-level monsters?" The man couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic expression and said, "I've seen many Beastmasters like you who want to take advantage of others. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out of here right now, or I'll kill you right now." The other party's expression became more and more unfriendly. The Clockwork Man beside him also immediately took up combat status. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. "I'll say it again, my purpose in coming to Jia Lake is to complete a mission. It has nothing to do with any A-level monsters. Besides, you have no right to monopolize the resources here." The Beastmaster couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. "Ha, didn't you hear what I just said? It seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin." As he said this, he looked at the Clockwork Man beside him. "Clockwork Man, kill him for me." Hearing this, the Clockwork Man raised a hand without hesitation. That hand did not have 5 fingers like a human hand. Instead, it is a strange claw composed of 3 circular hooks. After the other party aimed at Lin Xiao, he immediately launched the strange claw. Clockwork hook? Lin Xiao's reaction was very quick. He responded as soon as the opponent made an attack. Lin Xiao didn't need to issue any orders. Asen, who had been on high alert for a long time, was the first to rush forward. The Clockwork Man did not hesitate when he saw Ashen. Breathing flames. With a puff sound, a large amount of flame spurted out from the Clockwork Man's mouth, forming a flame curtain directly in front of him. It seems that the opponent wants to use this method to block all of Asen's attack routes. But who is Asen? She is a rare warmonger among the second-level monsters. How could she retreat because of such a painless attack? At the same time, Ashen waved his claws, forming gusts of wind, and confronted the opponent through the middle door. Of course, the Clockwork Man's flames were no match for Asen's strong winds, and were blown away by Asen at the first sight. The remaining strong wind hit the Clockwork Man directly. At the same time, Ashen landed in front of the opponent and attacked with his claws. After a series of clang, clang, clang sounds, the Clockwork Man's body suddenly began to crack. Then, with the sound of parts falling to the ground, the Clockwork Man shattered into countless parts and fell to the ground. The other party also made an unwilling sound, until finally, its crystal core became silent. At the same time, his master immediately felt a sharp pain from the depths of his soul. The other party then fell to the ground and started rolling around. Seeing this, Lin Xiao took a step forward and stepped directly on the opponent's head. Then Lin Xiao asked coldly, "Tell me, where did you find that A-level monster?" The man looked in pain, but he was not going to compromise. "How dare you offend our Liu family? Just wait for our Liu family's revenge." Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile coldly when he heard this. He is not a good person. He had killed someone from the Liu family before the college entrance examination, so he didn't have any psychological burden this time. Afterwards, Lin Xiao personally condensed a ball of heavenly fire in his own hands and then threw it directly at the Beastmaster. The other party immediately felt a sharp pain in his bones. That was not an ordinary burn, but an attack that struck directly at the soul. The other party could no longer hold on and immediately begged for mercy. "I say," right in the center of Bamboo Leaf Lake, the head of the family told us to surround the lake and capture all the Blastoises inside. Not a single one can be left behind. When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately showed a look of doubt. Shouldn't it be an A-level monster? Why did they capture all the Blastoises? After all, Blastoise is just a C-level monster. Even if it were placed in a spirit pet business, it would only cost a few $100,000. Lin Xiao always felt that this matter was not simple. "I have told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" After seeing that the other party really had no news to tell him, Lin Xiao nodded lightly. "Okay, I'll give you a quick death." "Ah, you!" The other party obviously didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so decisive and was about to shout for help. However, Asen on the side took action immediately. Asen ended his life with just one claw. Looking at the other person's corpse, Lin Xiao felt no wave of emotion. Afterwards, Lin Xiao calmly touched the corpse. At the beginning, the first thing Lin Xiao touched was the badge of an intermediate beastmaster that the other party had hidden on his body and not exposed. Suddenly, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. If the other party is an intermediate beastmaster, he should have a lot of good things on him. It seems that we will gain a lot this time. After just a short while, Lin Xiao found more than 100,000 yuan, some healing pills, and a D-level spiritual pet on the other party's body. Lin Xiao looked at his harvest, not knowing whether to scold the other party for being poor or for being a rich man. The opponent actually only has one Pokeball, which is really unworthy of his title of intermediate beast tamer. However, the other party actually had more than 100,000 yuan in cash in his pocket, which really surprised Lin Xiao. "You tycoon, you made me rob the rich and give to the poor." After saying that, Lin Xiao put the spoils into his storage bag. There is another D-level monster in his storage bag. If the 2 D-level monsters were sold, the revenue would be at least several 100,000, which was a very considerable income for Lin Xiao, who had grown up in poverty. At this time, Chimera fell from the sky. Master, someone is coming in our direction. Lin Xiao also felt someone approaching at this time. So, Lin Xiao looked at the direction, then pointed to a road with no people on the side and said, "Let's go to the woods over there." After saying that, Lin Xiao took the three little girls and ran into the lush forest. The four of them left just a few minutes later. Several figures appeared where they were originally fighting. The man in the lead had a badge on his chest that said he was a high-level beastmaster. He looked at the body on the ground expressionlessly. One of his men immediately stepped forward to check the situation. A moment later, the subordinate reported. Reporting to Lord Liu Yao, Asen was killed by a monster. Preliminary judgment is that it is at least a second-level monster with very sharp claws, and its attack range is very large. Upon hearing this, the man named Liu Yao couldn't help but raise his head and muttered to himself in some confusion. "Oh, only one person? Chapter 39 go. Xiaojiu. Just leave one person alive?" After thinking about it, Liu Yao felt something was not right and asked again, "How many people are there on the other side?" The subordinate looked at the traces of fighting around him again and then said uncertainly, "I don't know. Maybe 3, maybe 4, but what is certain is that only one of them took action." After hearing his subordinate's judgment, Liu Yao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Oh, just one demon beast can defeat Asan? It seems that the opponent is quite powerful." The subordinate then leaned over to Liu Yao's ear and said, "The other party is very powerful and has accomplices. Could they be from the Lin family?" Hearing this, Liu Yao shook his head. "This kind of thing is none of your business. Report it to the head of the family immediately. Others, step up your vigilance. If you can't find the intruder, try to lure him out." "Yes." After saying that, the subordinate immediately went to do it. After entering the woods and arriving at a safe area, Chimera decisively flew into the air. After checking the surrounding terrain and whether there were any enemies, Chimera said to Lin Xiao, "Master, there is no one guarding this place ahead. Most of them are near Zhuye Lake. It looks like they're trying to catch Blastoises." Lin Xiao heard this and nodded. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel that this mission was a bit strange. First, it was the other party's incorrect commission task information, and now it is the Liu family's monopoly on fishing here. This made Lin Xiao associate the two things together. Lin Xiao did not get entangled. After observing carefully for a while, he found that the actions of these people in front of him were obviously regular. Moreover, the entire bamboo leaf lake is large enough that he can completely avoid these people and then capture the Blastoise. Therefore, Lin Xiao did not take radical action now, but waited patiently until the Liu family members rested before taking action. Just after nightfall, Lin Xiao opened his eyes from his meditation state. Afterwards, Lin Xiao took Xiaojiu and the two of them went to Bamboo Leaf Lake. Chimera was responsible for vigilance, while Asen cooperated with Lin Xiao on the periphery. After the two arrived at the lake, they immediately began to look for the tracks of the Blastoise. Soon, they found 2 Blastoises hiding in a cave on a small island in the center of the lake. Just as Lin Xiao was about to set foot on the island, he felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, with the Liu family's ability, it would be impossible for these 2 Blastoises to escape capture. Moreover, these 2 Blastoises were hiding in such an obvious place. "It looks like there's something fishy going on." Xiaojia watched Lin Xiao from the side. She knew that Lin Xiao must have his own way. So, Lin Xiao thought about it, and immediately used his super mental power to communicate with Chimera and Asen. After the two of them understood each other, Lin Xiao walked over to the small island in the middle of the lake in a grand manner. Just as he approached the 2 Blastoises, the surroundings suddenly became bright, and then more than a dozen figures appeared around him. There were more than 20 spirit pets that surrounded Lin Xiao in the first instant. Moreover, there was a huge magic circle on the ground, suppressing Lin Xiao inside it. "Huh? I finally caught you." Liu Yao walked out slowly from the crowd with a hint of sarcasm on his face. "I thought there were some unknown people. Turns out they're just 2 young men whose hair hasn't even grown out yet." At this time, Lin Xiao was still dressed like a high school student, and Xiaojiu had already hidden his ears and tail. It seems that Xiaojiu is Lin Xiao's companion. "Tell me, who asked you to come?" Lin Xiao looked at Liu Yao coldly, speaking words that couldn't be more true. "We are students who just graduated from high school. We come here to do tasks and earn some living expenses." One of Liu Yao's men beside him immediately showed a look of disbelief after hearing Lin Xiao's words. "A high school graduate? Do you really think we are fools? Do you know who this is?" This is Liu Yao, the senior beastmaster of the Liu family. He is one of the most influential figures in our magic city. Do you think your tricks can fool him? Soon, Liu Yao sneered. Tell me, did the Lin family ask you to come? When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. How did this matter involve the Lin family again? Seeing Lin Zhao's expression, Liu Yao thought he had guessed right. So he laughed wildly. It seems that what I said was right. It must be that old man Lin Batian who sent you here. I tell you, if someone notifies our Liu family, we must not let that old man Lin Batian's plan succeed no matter what. After saying that, Liu Yao looked at his men on both sides. Come on, kill these two little bastards. There's no need to leave them alive. However, one of his subordinates said, Mr. Liu Yao, you see that little girl is so tender and juicy. Why don't we catch her and give her to Master Liu Chun? Upon hearing this, Liu Yao looked directly at the other party with a grim smile on his face. Seeing this, the other party quickly changed his words. No, catch him and give him to you, Boss Liu Yao, first. Let you take a look at him first. If possible, then give him to Master Liu Chun. If not, then let the brothers execute him on the spot. Hearing this, Liu Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, Well said. Let's do it. After saying this, many Beastmasters took action at the same time. Only one Beastmaster was left, who started to control the magic circle on the spot. Boy, let me tell you, the name of this magic array is the famous Killing Array. It was formed from the blood of hundreds of sea-level monsters, and these monsters are Blastoises. Therefore, all the Blastoises in this lake have been killed by us. You can't possibly complete any of this shitty mission. After the other party finished speaking, Lin Xiao felt that his body seemed to be trapped by some invisible pressure. Lin Xiao's whole body began to feel heavy. He had an urge to kneel on the ground. However, Lin Xiao still stood there with a determined look on his face. The fox power in his body was running wildly. Every cell was howling. At this time, the Beastmasters also rushed over with their own monsters. Lin Xiao looked over and found that there were no high-level monsters. Most of them were second-level monsters. Then, Lin Xiao glanced at Xiaojiu, who was standing beside him. But Xiaojiu smiled at Lin Xiao with a charming look. Seeing this, Lin Xiao knew that the little girl was not affected at all. So Lin Xiao smiled and said, Go, Xiaojiu, just leave one alive. Xiaojiu had already made preparations. He took a step forward and suddenly turned into a flame. Under the heavenly fire, all evil spirits and monsters will be reduced to ashes. After just one encounter, most of the monsters were burned to death by Xiaojiu. Occasionally, there would be one or two powerful second-level monsters that could still be resisted. After seeing this scene, Liu Yao suddenly realized that something was wrong. So Liu Yao quickly gave the order. The killing array is fully activated. There's something wrong with this girl. She seems to be a humanoid monster. Upon hearing Liu Yao's order, the Beastmasters who were controlling the killing array all showed surprised expressions. Then, without any hesitation, they immediately used all their mental power. At the same time, all their spirit pets screamed miserably. It was seen that the blood in their spirit pets was drained in an instant, and they immediately turned from their originally lively and cute spirit pets into a dried corpse. They never imagined that their most trusted master would sacrifice them in this way and make them cannon fodder. Chapter 40, if you want to defeat me, you can only rely on brute force. Not long after, Lin Xiao felt the pressure on him becoming even greater. Even Xiaojiu's little face looked a little ugly. And then Liu Yao finally took out his pokeball. You can be proud, because you forced me, a high-level beast master, to take action myself. Go, Blood Knight! As soon as Liu Yao finished speaking, a stream of blood came out of the pokeball. Then, the blood and energy slowly formed a knight holding a broadsword. Basic information about the Blood Knight immediately appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. Blood Knight, a B-level 4th-order monster. He was a knight who died on the battlefield. After his death, he came back to life because of his strong obsession and feeds on flesh and blood. Possess skills: Broadsword Slash, Flesh and Blood Absorption, Night Charge, and Berserk. Talent: Blood Chi Assimilation. The richer the blood chi around, the stronger the Blood Knight will be. Characteristics: Afraid of enemies of the light system. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised afterwards. This was the first time he saw such detailed information in the complete monster encyclopedia. It can be seen that the strength of the enemy in front of us should be extraordinary. Lin Xiao then looked at Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu no longer hesitated and immediately turned into flames and rushed forward. However, Xiaojiao only flew for a distance when she felt the flames on her body become even heavier. Afterwards, the flames on her body were actually absorbed directly by the killing formation. Seeing this, Liu Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. You didn't expect that. The second stage of this killing array can absorb all magical attacks. So, if you want to defeat me, you can only rely on brute force. As for brute force, it happens to be the Blood Knight's strong point. Moreover, the blood energy here is so rich that the Blood Knight's strength is enough to double. Therefore, there is no way I can lose. Lin Xiao looked at the other person's smug face and couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. Really? After saying that, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. Then, a gust of wind blew past, and the surrounding blood and energy were blown away. Seeing this, Liu Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh!" Then, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the entire killing array. Magic condenses. Magic missile combo. The sound of boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in an instant. The entire island in the middle of the lake was almost blown into Bamboo Leaf Lake by the Chimera. As the explosion passed, Lin Xiao felt that the small island in the middle of the lake seemed a little shorter. It seems that the most violent one is the little girl Chimera. At this moment, the trap was completely destroyed by Chimera. Those Beastmasters who were in charge of the killing array were either killed or injured afterwards. Liu Yao just escaped a disaster with his own strength. At this time, when Liu Yao looked at Lin Xiao again, he couldn't help but reveal an incredible expression. Then he thought of something and said in surprise, You are Lin Xiao, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, who has a humanoid spirit pet." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao did not deny it but looked at Xiaojiao, who immediately understood what he meant. However, this time Xiaojiao did not transform into fire. "I heard that your pet is good at close combat." As he spoke, Xiaojiao came in front of the Blood Knight and then threw a punch at the Blood Knight. Xiaojiao's fist went straight to the opponent's face. After seeing this scene, Liu Yao couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was very confident in the strength of the Blood Knight. The opponent actually dared to fight a 4th-level Blood Knight with bare hands. Isn't this just seeking death? The Blood Knight couldn't help but raise the broadsword in his hand, intending to directly collide with Xiaojiao's flesh and blood body. However, Xiaojiao had no intention of dodging, but instead used her own pink fist to hit the blade of the Blood Knight's broadsword. However, with a clang sound, the Blood Knight's broadsword was actually broken by Xiaojiao's punch. But Xiaojiao's fist was not hurt at all. How is this possible? Liu Yao couldn't believe what he saw. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Impossible? How is that impossible? Just now, Lin Xiao keenly felt that the Fox clan inheritance in Xiaojiao's body was running at full capacity. The power of the Sky Fox has reached its peak, reaching the state of iron skin and bones. Under such circumstances, even if a nuclear bomb came, it might not be able to break Xiaojiao's defense. However, Xiaojiao's current strength is limited, and he cannot sustain this state for too long. However, if Xiaojiao wanted to deal with the Blood Knight in front of her, the knight would only need a moment. Then, at the moment when the Blood Knight's broadsword broke, Xiaojiao swung his fist again. Then, Xiaojiao punched the opponent directly on the head. The Blood Knight's head, which was forcibly pieced together by blood and energy, was directly blown up by Xiaojiao's punch. The blood plasma splattering all around was like a hell on earth. At the same time, the Blood Knight fell to the ground and turned into a pool of blood. Liu Yao's brain suddenly felt a sharp pain. However, as a high-level Beastmaster, Liu Yao did not wail in pain like the others. He just had a lot of cold sweat on his forehead and his expression became very painful. However, Liu Yao quickly adjusted himself. At this time, Lin Xiao had already arrived in front of him. "Tell me, what are you planning here?" Liu Yao looked at Lin Xiao with disdain. "Lin Xiao, stop pretending here. I advise you to let me go, right? Otherwise, the Liu family will not let you go. I am a direct descendant of the Liu family, and I am also the focus of the Liu family's training." As a high-level Beastmaster who is less than 30 years old, Liu Yao is qualified to say such things. The Liu family will definitely deal with Lin Xiao for him. However, Lin Xiao did not take Liu Yao's words seriously at all. "I'm giving you one last chance now. Tell me what conspiracy the Liu family has here. Otherwise, your fate will be as miserable as theirs." Lin Xiao then glanced at the Beastmasters around him who were not yet dead. Asen immediately understood what he meant, gave each of them a paw, and sent them directly to the group gathering below. After seeing this scene, Liu Yao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Is this a rookie who just graduated from high school? Even those experienced beastmasters may not be able to kill with such decisiveness. However, Liu Yao's pride would not allow him to bow his head and beg for mercy to Lin Xiao. Therefore, even though Liu Yao was at a disadvantage, his tone remained firm. Lin Xiao, I advise you to give up. Otherwise, however, before Liu Yao could finish his words, a blazing flame ignited on his body, burning deep in his soul. The pain of the soul is not something that ordinary people can endure. I said, let me go. It hurts so much. Lin Xiao then snapped his fingers, and the sky fire was immediately extinguished. Some time ago, there was news that the old patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Batian, was critically ill and had been poisoned by fire. He urgently needed 3 extremely aquatic monsters as medicine to save him. Now, the entire Lin family has fallen into panic. The reason why our Liu family came here to monopolize is to prevent the Lin family from collecting aquatic monsters. As long as Lin Batian dies, the Lin family will collapse, and our Liu family may then join the ranks of superfamilies. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He was very familiar with the name Lin Batian. Lin Xiao's mother had naturally mentioned this name many times in front of Lin Xiao. In terms of seniority, the other party is Lin Xiao's biological grandfather and Lin Xiaotian's brother. Not long ago, Lin Xiaotian had just come to see Lin Xiao and said that Lin Batian wanted to see him. Could it be? However, Lin Xiao had no plans to return to the Lin family. After all, Lin Xiao never considered himself as a member of the Lin family. Chapter 41, I Will Avenge You. Lin Xiao didn't worry too much about the Lin family. After all, he had completely cut ties with the Lin family. Then, facing Liu Yao's plea for mercy, Lin Xiao ignored him at all. With just a look, he ordered Asen to kill Liu Yao's men in the same way as he did Liu Yao's men. He then used his claws to send Liu Yao and his men to reunite. First, look for the body of a Blastoise nearby. Afterwards, Lin Xiao resumed his task of completing the mission entrusted to him. Upon hearing this, Asen immediately sniffed the air. Soon, Ashan covered her nose and said, "It smells terrible. It smells like blood." Lin Xiao couldn't help but rub her little head helplessly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. When you complete the commission task, the master will buy you something delicious." Upon hearing this, Asen immediately nodded and rubbed Lin Xiao's hand. The master is the best to Ashan. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt like he was just a pervert who was using a lollipop to lure little girls. Soon, Asen smelled a suspicious smell. There's a peculiar smell over there. After saying that, Ashen took immediate action and ran in the direction where she noticed the unusual smell. Seeing this, Lin Xiao and others hurriedly followed Asen and ran over. Then, after the 4 turned a corner, an unknown area appeared in front of them. It was a huge pit with dozens of corpses lying in it. These are all the corpses of Blastoise and its predecessor, Squirtle. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This scene is so tragic. Xiao Jiao then also crawled into Lin Xiao's arms, buried his head tightly, and did not dare to look at the tragic scene inside. Ashan angrily cursed. Why? Why do you want to kill them all? Chimera seemed to be accustomed to such scenes and did not react too much. He just shook his head helplessly and turned his head away. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This may be the result of human greed. However, Lin Xiao still squatted down and picked up a turtle shell from the huge pit. Because the flesh and blood of the Blastoises had been sacrificed by Liu Yao, their bodies had no flesh and blood, only a turtle shell was left. Lin Xiao thought about it, and then said to all the Blastoise corpses in the pit, "I'll lend you my turtle shells. I will avenge you." After saying that, Lin Xiao turned around and left with an expressionless face. Then Lin Xiao took out the map again. He had purchased this map at a high price from the Spirit Pet store. The distribution of all spirit pets in the area surrounding the Magic City is marked on it. Although there are still some flaws, it is very accurate. Lin Xiao then found the distribution of lightning fish. However, Lin Xiao unexpectedly discovered that this lightning fish was actually more than 100 kilometers away. Moreover, the lightning fish itself is very rare, and whether you can find it depends entirely on luck. Asen then transformed into his original form and continued to carry Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiao to their destination, and the Chimera continued to float behind. After about an hour, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the place where the lightning fish appeared. This is an inconspicuous little river that doesn't look anything special. If I have to say what is different, it is that this place is closer to the top of the mountain. Moreover, there was very little vegetation around, and there was nowhere to hide. Lin Xiao recalled the records about lightning fish in the book. The lightning fish is a very solitary monster. Usually they like to hide themselves in the cracks of rocks at the bottom of water sources. Unless it is a thunderstorm, they will actively float to the surface and then use the lightning rods above their heads to draw lightning into their bodies. Lin Xiao looked at the weather around him. There were no clouds in the sky, and there was no sign of thunder at all. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this time. How do you find a lightning fish? He also can't fish. Moreover, the three little girls, Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Asen, cannot swim or dive, so it is impossible for them to go fishing in the river. Lin Xiao thought about it, and suddenly remembered that there was a record of thunder and lightning in the Chimera's heritage. He can use lightning spells to simulate thunderstorms and lure out the lightning fish. Just do it. Lin Xiao immediately summoned an illusory book, opened the pages in front of him, and then began to chant the spell slowly. Not far from here, a group of people were sitting around a bonfire. It looks like there won't be any thunderstorms in the next few days. Without a thunderstorm, there's no way anyone would be able to find a lightning fish. If it's that simple, as long as we can ensure that no one can get the lightning fish within this month, then we can complete the mission. I really hope it won't rain here. Let's wish for a clear sky together. There were 4 of them in total, all wearing the same uniform. If someone from the Magic City was here, they would be able to recognize that the uniform was the Liu family's. I heard that the young master personally led the team to hunt the Qinghe venomous snake this time. Yes, when the young master was taking the college entrance examination, someone killed a monster. I heard that he planned to take revenge, so he personally led a team to capture the Qinghe poisonous snake. This Qinghe venomous snake is not a simple creature. Even a high-level beast master may not be able to deal with it. It requires the cooperation of many beast masters to capture it. Just as the 4 were chatting, a thunder suddenly sounded downstream of the river where they were. What's going on? There's not even a cloud in the sky. How can there be thunder? Could it be that someone wants to use simulated lightning to attract lightning fish? The 4 of them were guessing casually, and when they got to this point, they couldn't help but look at each other. Go and take a look. The 4 of them made a decision immediately and ran downstream together. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, looking somewhat dusty, kept chanting incantations. He had vowed to use lightning spells to lure out the lightning fish. However, he was not yet proficient in the Chimera's inheritance and practice, and was unable to summon lightning. Chimera on the side looked at Lin Xiao and said silently in his heart, "Summoning lightning and thunder is a relatively advanced spell. If you want to practice it, the master's mental strength will be very high. With the master's current strength, it is not enough to practice such a profound spell." Lin Xiao felt that his mental strength was almost exhausted, so he chose to sit down and rest. At the same time, he looked at Chimera again. "Can you use lightning spells?" Chimera heard this, but shook his head and said, "I am only a first-level monster now. If I want to use lightning spells, I must at least evolve to the 3rd level. Forehead." After listening to Chimera's words, Lin Xiao realized that Chimera's level was a little behind. Xiaojiao and Ashen are both 2nd-level spiritual pets. Only Chimera is still a 1st-level spiritual pet. However, the advancement of spiritual pets is actually not simple. Lin Xiao also had no way to allow Chimera to advance immediately. Moreover, the advancement of Chimera, Xiaojiao, and Asen is also different. A pet like Asen is a very talented spiritual pet. When it signed the contract with Lin Xiao, it was already at the 2nd level. As for Xiaojiao, he is a carnivore and a warmonger, and has experienced many battles, both large and small. Moreover, the flesh and blood of monsters that Xiaojiao ate were countless, including some 3rd-level monsters. Therefore, Xiaojiao was able to advance smoothly. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Chimera, if you want to advance, what conditions do you need?" Xiaojiao and Asen couldn't help but look towards Chimera after hearing Lin Xiao's words, because they're all very curious about what Chimera should do to advance. Chapter 42, if you don't know what's best for you, we'll kill you right here. The way most monsters gain strength is basically by eating. Because the monsters want to gain more power, the easiest way is to eat the enemy's flesh and blood and gain power from the enemy's flesh and blood. However, ever since Chimera signed the contract with Lin Xiao, it has rarely eaten the flesh and blood of monsters. Most of the time, Chimera ate human food with Lin Xiao. Except for the 2 cute bunny ears on her head, All of Chimera's behaviors are more like those of a human. Chimera then smiled and said without disguising, "If I want to advance, I must practice well." Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard this. He felt that the other party had answered him, but not completely. However, Lin Xiao did not dwell on it. He was completely confident about these three little ones. The reason why he asked Chimera this question just now was firstly out of curiosity, and secondly, because he wanted to help the other party evolve faster. At this time, Lin Xiao's mental strength had almost recovered. Then Lin Xiao stood up, concentrated his mind, and began to practice thunder attribute spells again. He kept chanting the mantra. At this moment, his inspiration suddenly struck. It feels like his spiritual power is connected to heaven. It seems to have mastered some kind of law between heaven and earth. Then, a dark cloud slowly formed in the area above his head. Afterwards, Lin Xiao chanted the spell again, aimed it in the direction of the river, and used magic. Boom boom! The rumbling thunder sounded above the river. But Chimera was shocked by this amazing power. She stood up from the ground all of a sudden and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Master, he really did it. At this moment, Chimera felt that her own worldview had collapsed. If you want to use this kind of lightning spell, you need to have strong mental strength to control it. I really don't know how strong the master's mental power is. I've only just started learning magic during this period of time, but I can already use such advanced lightning magic. Chimera still remembers that when Lin Xiao signed a contract with her, he didn't know even a little magic. However, it has only been a short time since then, and Lin Xiao has already mastered the lightning magic. Chimera was shocked by this. You should know that thunder magic is different from the other magic of the 5 basic elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, Lin Xiao can bypass these 5 basic elemental attributes and directly practice thunder attribute magic. If Lin Xiao had not drunk Meng Po's soup completely and was a great wizard in his previous life, and if he relied on his experience from his previous life to practice in this life, then Lin Xiao would definitely be a 1 in a million magical genius. Thinking of this, Chimera couldn't help but smile. It seems that I have good taste. If I choose Lin Xiao, it might actually be possible for my wish to be fulfilled. At the same time, Lin Xiao's face was also filled with smiles. It was seen that Lin Xiao was controlling the lightning in the air, which was whistling past the river. At this moment, a ray of light appeared from the river. A strange big fish with a pointed head and a pointed brain appeared on the water, and a sharp thorn slowly grew on the head of the big fish. That is the lightning rod for lightning-struck fish. He was waiting for the thunder from the sky to fall into his lightning rod and thus charge himself. Without Lin Xiao's reminder, Chimera and Xiaojiu moved at the same time. Xiaojiu first summoned a ball of fire from his tail, directly blocking the lightning fish's retreat. And Chimera's magic circle was also successfully condensed into river water. At this time, the lightning fish realized that its body could not move. It was completely controlled by Chimera's control magic. Then, Asen summoned a strong wind and blew it towards the lightning fish. The lightning fish could neither move nor retreat at this time, and could only watch the strong wind hit its body. Then the lightning fish was blown away. The lightning fish fell to the ground, and Xiaojiu hurried forward to pick it up. As a result, Lin Xiao suddenly called her. "Don't pick it up!" At the same time, several whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds suddenly appeared in the jungle. Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu quickly dodged. Then, 4 figures and 4 spiritual pets fell to the ground together. When Lin Xiao saw their clothes, he found that they were exactly the same as Liu Yao's clothes, and he immediately realized that they were all members of the Liu family. Lin Xiao looked at the 4 people and asked expressionlessly, "People from the Liu family?" The leader couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. "Since you can recognize us as members of the Liu family, then get lost. This is not the place for you. You can't take this lightning fish away." When Lin Xiao heard what the other party said, he couldn't help but frown. What if I take him away by force? When the leader heard what Lin Xiao said, he immediately showed his mettle of a high-level beastmaster. He looked at Lin Xiao coldly. "Did you see that? Let me tell you, if you don't know what's best for you, we'll kill you right here. Anyway, in this remote place, it's normal for someone to die, and no one will care." When he said this, it was as if he was saying that killing was a very common thing. Only then did Lin Xiao understand why the Liu family wanted to kill all those blastopods. Be it monsters, spiritual pets, or human lives, none of them are important to such a large family. Lin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile. "I almost forgot. I still have to avenge Blastoise. The senior Beastmaster who was in the lead couldn't help but look confused at this moment, because he didn't hear clearly what Lin Xiao had just said. However, when he saw that Lin Xiao did not seem to intend to leave, the senior Beastmaster made up his mind and decided to kill Lin Xiao directly. Quick and decisive. After we kill him, we still have to report to the young master. The two followers behind him immediately laughed after hearing his words. It's bad luck for this kid to have offended our Liu family today. That's right. He could have messed with anyone else, but he messed with our Liu family. After saying that, they pointed at Lin Xiao and ordered their own monsters to rush directly towards Lin Xiao. And in Lin Xiao's mind, their information immediately appeared. Bulbasaur, a B-level second-order monster, evolved from Bulbasaur after absorbing enough solar energy. All the solar energy is stored in the flower buds on its back. Possess skills: Sun Blaze, Rocket Headbutt, and Vine Attack. Mercury Beast, a C-level second-order demon beast, is a spiritual pet that naturally likes water elements. Although it is a mammal, its dream is to become a fish. Its combat power in water is twice that on land. With skills like Water Gun, Rocket Headbutt, and Claw Attack, it's like a duck in water. Flamingo, a C-level, third-order monster, is said to be a descendant of the phoenix. In fact, it is a close relative of the turkey. Possessing skills: Flame Burning, Fire Breathing Attack, Biting Attack, and Gale. Rocket Leg, C-level second-order monster, mechanical creation with strong offensive power. Possess skills: Reload, Rocket Strafing, Barrage Impact. The four spirit pets then pounced towards Lin Xiao at the same time. However, what Lin Xiao did not expect was that they actually had a third-level monster. Apparently, this is the pet of that senior Beastmaster. Lin Xiao didn't even look at those people, he just snapped his fingers casually. Xiaojiao and Asen, who were standing by, immediately rushed over. Huh? Are you stupid? You actually let your companion come up and fight with the spirit pet. But the next moment, as the strong wind blew, the Bulbasaur was blown away. Chapter 43, It's better not to go out during a thunderstorm. Not only Bulbasaur, but even the mechanical creature's rocket legs were blown back several steps by the strong wind. Only at this time did someone exclaim, "Boss, I remember who he is. He is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the Magic City, a young Beastmaster who owns humanoid monsters. His name is Lin Xiao." After hearing this, the leading senior Beastmaster burst into laughter. Huh, great. It's really like searching for something without any effort. Today, Master Liu also told us that if anyone sees Lin Xiao in the wild, we must not hold back and kill him directly. Whoever kills Lin Xiao will be rewarded with 100 million in cash by Master Liu. It seems that this overwhelming wealth is ours. Boss, don't forget us brothers. Don't worry, I won't forget. When the time comes, we will split the prize money equally and go to the spirit pet business together to buy an A-level monster. With an A-level monster, we naturally have a chance to become a high-level Beastmaster. When everyone talked about this, they all laughed out loud. Don't hold back. Come on, everyone. After saying that, Rocket Foot raised the rocket launcher behind him high, aimed a rocket at Lin Xiao, and fired it straight at him. The Mercury Beast also dived into the river without hesitation. Then, the river water surged and slowly formed a huge water ball. The evolved version of the water gun, the water cannon. In addition, the flower bud behind Bulbasaur slowly began to brighten. It was like a scorching sun appearing in the dark night. Sunshine Flames. 3 attacks hit Lin Xiao at the same time. Xiaojiao rushed towards Bulbasaur without hesitation. Her whole body turned into a ball of fire and collided directly with the sunlight flame. Although the sun flame is a geometric form of solar energy, its temperature cannot compare to that of the heavenly fire. In comparison, the temperature of heavenly fire is much higher. With a loud bang, Bulbasaur flew backwards and landed in the distance wailing. As for the Mercury Beast, as soon as the water cannon solidified, Asen jumped into the river with a splash. Then, Asen swam towards it using the dog paddle. It quickly adjusted the direction of the water cannon and aimed it at Asen. However, Asen did not dodge and took the water cannon attack head-on. As a result, Asen's swimming speed paused slightly. Then, Asen continued to rush towards Mercurymon. And at this time, Asen's speed had obviously increased, much faster than before. Mercurymon suddenly felt that the harmless little girl in front of him was looking at him, as if she were looking at her prey. As a monster, its natural instinct for danger told it that it must leave quickly, otherwise it would be eaten. But now, if it wanted to escape, it was obviously too late. Asen, with saliva already dripping from his mouth, pounced forward. Afterwards, Asen ate in the water. Although the rocket fired by Rocket Foot was aimed directly at Lin Xiao, for some unknown reason, its flight trajectory was changed by a mysterious force. After a closer look, I found that there was a magic circle on the rocket. Seeing that his rocket did not hit the target, Rocket Foot immediately raised his other weapon, aimed at the Chimera in the sky, and pulled the trigger immediately. Rocket Legs just didn't believe it. With so many shells, could the Chimera still change their direction? Barrage attack. More than a dozen small rockets were fired simultaneously, aiming directly at Chimera. Chimera did not panic at all when he saw those fist-sized rockets. Is that the size of your shell? After saying that, Chimera imitated Lin Zhao's movements and snapped his fingers. Then, magic missiles were fired in succession. Now, each of Chimera's magic missiles can be as big as a basketball. It can be seen that hundreds of magic missiles were launched at the same time, aiming directly at the foot of the rocket. The next second, the area where Rocket's feet were located turned into a living hell. It was like a battlefield washed by artillery shells. When the smoke cleared, the rocket legs had become a pair of parts. In this way, Lin Xiao resolved the simultaneous attacks of the three opponents. But at this moment, a flash of flames suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiao. The flamingo's wings had begun to burn. At the same time, the senior Beastmaster actually took out a dagger from his pocket. Lin Xiao, your three humanoid monsters are not by your side. This time, I want to see where you can escape. The flamingo opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of blazing flames. Moreover, the senior Beastmaster came to Lin Xiao with a dagger in his hand. After seeing this scene, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Asen did not show any anxious expression. They just watched them attack Lin Xiao as if they were watching a good show. In the eyes of that senior Beastmaster, Lin Xiao was already a dead body. However, Lin Xiao just smiled and didn't care about being attacked at all. Then Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Soon, a flame that could burn other people's hearts appeared at his fingertips. The moment the sky fire was formed, the fire-breathing attack of the flamingo in front of Lin Xiao seemed to be suppressed by the sky fire. It was as if he had seen some terrifying creature and became weaker. Lin Xiao then flicked the trigger lightly, and the sky fire flew directly towards the flamingo, and the flamingo's fire-breathing attack was instantly dissipated. Then, the whole flamingo was burned by the heavenly fire and began to wail in pain. After seeing this scene, the senior Beastmaster simply couldn't believe his own eyes. He never thought that Lin Xiao would defeat his third-level monster flamingo in such a simple way. How can he summon fire? Does he know magic? The senior Beastmaster asked seriously, suppressing the pain in his brain. However, these are no longer important. As long as he stabs the dagger into Lin Xiao's body, the battle will be over. He took another step forward, pointed the dagger at Lin Xiao, and drew his sword. Although he is a high-level Beastmaster, his close combat ability is also not weak. He once even killed a second-level monster by hand-to-hand combat. Go to hell! Lin Xiao, the senior Beastmaster then shouted. But at this moment, Lin Xiao slowly turned his head. In his hand, he held a fish. A big fish that is extremely angry. There is a lightning rod on its head, but the lightning rod no longer absorbs the power of thunder. Instead, he was desperately releasing the power of thunder that he had accumulated over the years. How is that possible? The senior Beastmaster then screamed and was hit by the lightning attack of the lightning fish. Afterwards, the senior Beastmaster fell to the ground as if he had turned into a piece of charcoal. Kill with one hit. Lin Xiao then looked at the other person's body. It's better not to go out during a thunderstorm. Then, Lin Xiao threw the lightning fish aside and asked Xiaojiu, who had finished eating, to deal with it. The reason why he reminded Xiaojiu to be careful just now was because the attack method of the lightning fish was quite special. The lightning fish will not fight with its opponent. Once it encounters danger, it will explode all the thunder power in its body. If it fails to defeat the enemy with this all-out attack, it will become a fish on the chopping board and will eventually have no choice but to wait for death. After Xiaojiu finished eating the fish, Asen also started to deal with the flamingo's body. The two foodies started eating as if no one was around. Lin Xiao came to the side of the senior Beastmaster, looked at his charred body, and couldn't help but sigh. Everything on my body has turned into charcoal. Chapter 44. I can only maximize the benefits of your corpse. Lin Xiao had lived a hard life in the past, so every time he hunted monsters and humans in the wild, the first thing he thought of was to touch the corpse. Even if he couldn't touch the corpse, he would find a way to maximize his victory results. However, all the items on the body of this high-level Beastmaster had been reduced to ashes by the lightning attack of the lightning fish. This made Lin Xiao feel that the loss outweighed the gain. A high-level Beastmaster would at least carry tens of thousands of dollars on him, right? Lin Xiao thought so in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly saw an inexplicable light on the other person's body. Lin Xiao quickly squatted down and took the shiny thing in his hand. It's a button, or something button-shaped. What is this? Lin Xiao squatted down and examined the button very carefully, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. As he said that, Lin Xiao tried to use his mental power to enter and take a look. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao suddenly felt his mental power entering an extremely large space. Lin Xiao couldn't help but said in surprise, "This is actually a space equipment. And in this space equipment, there are more than 500,000 yuan in cash, a few pieces of Liu family clothes, the identity certificate of the senior Beastmaster, and a membership card of the spirit pet business." Lin Xiao took out the membership card and looked at it carefully. It turned out that the senior Beastmaster was named Chao Wang, and he was a guest official of the Liu family. A membership card for the spirit pet business? It's quite useful. Lin Xiao thought about it, then put away the membership card of the spirit pet business and the other things. At this time, there were still 2 tame pets in his backpack that had not been used. It's not that Lin Xiao doesn't plan to sell these 2 pets, but because they were obtained by Lin Xiao through murder and robbery. That's not right. It should be said that it is self-defense. Lin Xiao didn't want to get himself into trouble, so he never had the chance to sell it. Now that he had Chao Wang's identity certificate and the membership card of the spirit pet business, Lin Xiao could completely sell the 2 spirit pets in the name of Chao Wang, or even the Liu family. It seems that we can only maximize the benefits of your corpse. Lin Xiao looked at Chao Wang's charred body and muttered to himself. At this time, Xiaojiao and Asen had finished eating, and Asen was patting her belly with a satisfied look on her face. Lin Xiao then stood up and saw the parts of the rocket leg still scattered on the ground, and asked with some confusion, "Why are you not interested in the core of mechanical creation?" Lin Xiao understood that the reason why Xiaojiao and Ashen needed to eat was because they could obtain energy from the blood of spirit beasts, which would allow them to recover and evolve. Xiaojiao looked at the pile of parts, then wrinkled his nose in disgust. "It's so dirty." Lin Xiao became even more confused after hearing this. Too dirty? Asen was also somewhat disgusted with the pile of spare parts, but she couldn't explain why. Fortunately, Chimera explained at this time, "Master, when the monsters first appeared, there were no mechanical creations." When Lin Xiao heard Chimera's words, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Oh." Lin Xiao really didn't know this, because in the textbooks he studied, mechanical creations were just studied as a branch of monsters and spirit pets. Chimera then continued, "A long, long time ago, when people's taming of spirit pets had not yet reached the level of maturity it is today, a doctor named Benjamin came up with a way to control monsters. That is to combine monsters and mechanical creations together, and then use human technology to control the monsters. However, human computers are not capable of controlling so many mechanical creations at the same time, so he thought of using artificial intelligence to control the monsters. However, he didn't expect that one day, the monsters would completely resonate with the artificial intelligence, and then the situation would be completely out of control. The monsters controlled by the artificial intelligence no longer obeyed human commands and had their own thoughts. Just like that, a new species emerged, the mechanical creation. As for the current mechanical creation, it is impossible to trace its origin. Someone once said that it was because of the original artificial intelligence that a special mechanical factory was built to continuously produce mechanical creations. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He has lived 2 lives as a human being, and in his previous life, he had watched many movies about artificial intelligence. The most classic one is I, Robot, which tells the story of how artificial intelligence develops its own consciousness and enslaves humans. Although the appearance of mechanical creatures was not as irreversible as the mechanical public enemy, it also gave Lin Xiao a signal. That is, the development of mechanical creations with autonomous consciousness. Once it reaches a certain scale, the plot in the movie I, Robot is likely to be staged in reality. But Lin Xiao now doesn't care about these things. Because if the sky collapsed, there was someone tall to hold it up, so he just had to ensure his own safety. So, after Lin Xiao packed up his spoils, he took out the map again. Because there was only one item left of his mission, and that was the Qinghe venomous snake. The Qinghe poisonous snake is different from other monsters. It has no specific distribution location. Moreover, the Qinghe venomous snake has a characteristic, that is, it is extremely cruel and aggressive. Therefore, every time the Qinghe venomous snake appears, it will be accompanied by bloody storm. Fortunately, the appearance of the Qinghe venomous snake this time has traces to follow. Before leaving the city, the person who issued the task had already communicated with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a look at the map and found that the destination was very close. He was just about to set off when he saw the bodies of several beast masters lying on the ground. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think about it carefully. Will that place also be blocked by the Liu family's beast master? The Qinghe venomous snake is especially valuable, so the defense there is likely to be higher than here. Also, the beast master there should be even stronger. If I rush over like this, I might end up delivering food to someone else, Lin Xiao said to himself. Then, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that there were a few pieces of Liu family's clothes in the button he had just taken. So, Lin Xiao quickly took out the clothes and put them on Xiaojiu and others. Xiaojiu's original outfit was very charming and attractive. After putting on the Liu family's training uniform, Xiaojiu actually gave people a feeling of uniform temptation, which made Lin Xiao blush. I have to say that after Xiaojiu's evolution, his charm is even greater than before. If you don't have some self-control, you may not be able to bear it. After putting on the training uniform, Asen looked more capable, but it seemed a bit inconsistent with her expression that looked like she was ready to chop someone at any time. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This girl was more suitable to wear animal skins. As for Chimera, she has a quiet temperament and is more like a human being. She looks very decent in any clothes. Lin Xiao then waved his hand, and the four of them hurried towards their destination. As he walked, Lin Xiao suddenly felt the sound of a battle ahead. Something's happening. Lin Xiao responded immediately. Then, the four of them quickly rushed towards the direction where the battle was taking place. As soon as they arrived at the place where the battle was taking place, they saw more than a dozen beast masters surrounding a venomous snake, constantly moving and attacking. Chapter 45. Mr. Liu, be careful. I'm here to help you. Lin Xiao only took a glance at the besieged monster, and the opponent's information appeared in his mind. The Qinghe Viper is a B-level, third-order monster. It has the characteristics of both a python and a venomous snake, and is extremely poisonous. It is extremely toxic and aggressive, and it holds grudges very much. Once it is angered by someone, it will fight to the death. It is comparable to the flat-headed brother among snakes, and has an A-level talent for affinity with water elements. It has the skill of changing form. It can switch between python and venomous snake freely. When it is a venomous snake, it is extremely small and good at hiding. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all, but it can always kill its prey with one strike. When it transforms into a python, its body size can be determined by its own strength. It has an extremely strong bite force. Once it bites its prey, it will never let go. Attack skills: rocket headbutt, crazy bite, strangulation, snaketail attack, poison mist, and toxic bite. When in water, the attack power will increase, and you can get a faster recovery speed. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the information about the Qinghe Viper in front of him. This is actually a third-level monster, not a second-level Qinghe poisonous snake. This is a being comparable to Yao Chuanchue's Tyrannosaurus. If placed in a spirit pet business, such a third-level monster would be simply out of stock, and no one would be stupid enough to sell it for money. At this time, the Qinghe Viper in front of him was completely angry. It directly turned into a python form, and used its huge tail to wave around continuously to drive away the attacks of other spiritual pets. Around it, there were more than a dozen second or third-level monsters constantly attacking it. Several high-level beast masters were directing their companions and coordinating their attacks. Everyone, pay attention. Don't kill it. This is my pet from the university. The person who spoke was the only heir of the Liu family, young Master Liu Chun. After being humiliated by Lin Xiao in the college entrance examination, he reflected upon his mistakes and concluded that the reason why he was inferior to Lin Xiao was definitely not a problem of his strength, but rather his spirit pet, which was really useless. So, after seeing this Qinghe Viper, Liu Chun decided to use it as a spirit pet. Originally, their purpose of coming here this time was to kill all the Qinghe poisonous snakes, thus completing the mission of a certain important person. However, after seeing this third-level monster, Liu Chun decided to get it no matter what, and then seek revenge on Lin Xiao. Although it is only a third-level monster, why is its vitality so strong? Liu Chun couldn't help but curse. He then pointed to several high-level beastmasters nearby. Damn it, you useless guys. Why can't you handle it yet? Hurry up and use up its energy for me. Otherwise, you all go back and be punished. Don't you think about why our Liu family spends so much money to support you every year? Several high-level beast masters hurriedly explained. Master Liu, it's not that we can't defeat it, but the third-level monster is too wild. If you want to tame it and sign a contract with it, you must use this method to exhaust its energy. When it is completely exhausted, we can take advantage of its weakness and sign a contract with it. But the combat power of the third-level monster is too strong. The Qinghe Viper is also a very aggressive monster. If it was a second-level Qinghe venomous snake or a first-level Qinghe python, it wouldn't be so troublesome. The senior beastmaster had explained it very clearly, but Liu Chun simply couldn't listen. How dare you say that? You have 5 high-level beastmasters and 5 third-level monsters. It took me so long, and I still can't catch a Qinghe Viper? You're a piece of trash. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. After saying that, Liu Chun took out a pistol from his clothes. Although the pistol has almost lost its effect in the battle between the spirit pet and the monster. But it is more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. Upon seeing this, the Beastmaster quickly shut his mouth. I'm sorry. We will catch this Qinghe Pit Viper for you as soon as possible. At the same time, Lin Xiao, who was hiding his body, pressed his hand, signaling the other 3 girls to hide their bodies and wait and see what would happen. At this moment, 3 third-level monsters attacked the Qinghe Viper at the same time. All those attacks hit the opponent's body. Suddenly, the Qinghe Viper cried out in pain and curled up its body. However, its eyes were filled with hatred. Especially when it looked at Liu Chun, who was in the lead, the hatred in its eyes was completely undisguised. Then its body suddenly shot out and headed straight for Liu Chun. When Liu Chun saw the Qinghe poisonous snake, he quickly screamed, "Oh my God!" and began to shrink back. The 2 senior beast masters beside him saw this and shouted, "Protect Master Liu!" 2 third-level monsters immediately stood in front of Liu Chun and formed a defensive formation. Unexpectedly, the Qinghe Viper opened its mouth and spewed out a purple mist. It's poisonous fog. Get out of the way, Mr. Liu. Although Liu Chun was a spoiled second-generation rich man, he was not a fool. He quickly rolled over to avoid the poisonous fog attack. However, several other beast masters suffered. Although they were not killed in one blow, the impact of the poisonous fog was indeed severe. They coughed several times in a row, and some even coughed up blood. Obviously, they were seriously injured. Hurry up! Don't stop attacking. Consume it faster. It's already at the end of its strength. Liu Chungang didn't care about his men's injuries at all and was only concerned with giving them orders. He knew that once the Qinghe Viper started using poison mist to attack, it would prove that it was at the end of its strength. Just as he thought, all his men opened fire at full force, avoiding the Qinghe Viper's vital points, and began the final round of attack on the Qinghe Viper. There was also determination in the eyes of the Qinghe Viper, and it was ready to die together with this group of people. Then, the Qinghe Viper began to burn its life and rush towards the group of monsters. Human bomb attack! The Qinghe Pit Viper no longer had the strength to use its venom again. The only way to attack the opponent's formation is to use this most primitive method. The lethality of the meat bomb attack is also the most powerful attack method it can use. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but snap his fingers. The time has come. After saying that, he just shouted loudly, "Be careful, Mr. Liu. I'm here to help you." When Liu Chun heard this, he was stunned at first, and then he saw 3 people wearing Liu family uniforms appear behind him. Moreover, when Liu Chun looked at the other person, he felt that he looked somewhat familiar. As a result, Liu Chun immediately relaxed his guard and yelled, "Damn it! Which team are you from? Why did you come only now?" However, Lin Xiao did not answer Liu Chun's question, but rushed directly into the crowd. Xiaojiao and Asen followed closely behind. Then, Xiaojiao's heavenly fox power was fully displayed, and he crashed directly into the crowd. And Asen's strong wind did not let anyone go. All of Liu Chun's men were dealing with the human bomb attacks seriously at this time. No one expected that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind them. What was even more terrifying than the sneak attack was that the Qinghe Viper was determined to die together with them, and it charged directly towards them. Chapter 46, Magic Circle. Blockade. Strangulation. With a loud boom, everyone saw the Qinghe Viper roll its body into a ball and then crash directly into the crowd. Then, there was a chaos of people and horses. The huge impact caused many people to lose their lives on the spot. Their spirit pets screamed and died on the spot when their masters lost their lives. Although they were a little luckier and avoided fatal attacks, they were also seriously injured. Before they could see clearly who their opponent was, Chimera's magic missiles had already landed on them. Suddenly, brilliant blood flowers appeared. Just like that, after one round of attack, a team of 15 Beastmasters, including 5 senior Beastmasters and 10 intermediate Beastmasters, had lost 14 people by now. In the end, Chun was the only one left, and he survived because he was not at the center of the battle. The Chingha Viper had completely exhausted its life and lay on the ground, waiting for death to come. Chun looked at the 4 people in front of him and couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. "Who are you? Who on earth are you?" Afterwards, Chun saw Lin Zhao's unforgettable profile. "You are Lin Zhao. Why do you want to be my enemy? Our Liu family will not let you go." The order in which Chun spoke was already incoherent. Lin Zhao didn't even look at it, and then went straight to the Chingha Viper. Today, the Chingha Pit Viper is in the form of a python with a body as thick as a water tank and 30 to 40 meters long. Lin Zhao then slowly said, "Do you want to live?" The Chingha Viper did not answer, but blinked. Ashan, who was standing by, helped translate. It said it wanted to kill that human with its own hands. While speaking, Asen also pointed at Chun. Asen has the blood of the god of nature and can communicate with anything between heaven and earth. Although Lin Zhao also gained the power of nature through giving back, he was still unable to communicate with all things. Afterwards, Lin Zhao glanced at Chun and said directly to Chingha Viper, "If you sign a contract with me, then I can guarantee that you will not die, and I will let you take revenge with your own hands." Then, a bright light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Chingha Viper. Ashan felt it carefully and said to Lin Zhao quickly, "It agrees." Lin Zhao smiled when he heard this, and quickly extended his mental power to sign a contract with the Chingha Viper. In an instant, the system's voice rang in Lin Zhao's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the spiritual pet, Chingha Viper. Chingha Viper, B-level 3rd order monster." The host gains feedback, and the poison resistance reaches the primary level. Hearing the system's reward prompt, Lin Zhao couldn't help but nodded. He felt that the reward was not bad. Then Lin Zhao looked around. "I saw a piece of foxtail grass that was not yet dead." Lin Zhao picked the dogtail grass and put it on the Chingha Viper. Then, start chanting with your eyes closed. The natural force in Lin Zhao's body then began to operate at full capacity, desperately trying to absorb vitality from all around. The flowers and plants around began to wither instantly. It only took a few breaths for the foxtail grass to grow luxuriantly, then enter middle age, bloom and bear fruit, and finally wither. Finally, at the last moment of its withering, a powerful vitality suddenly poured into the body of the Chingha Viper. The Chingha Viper suddenly became full of energy and straightened its body. Then, it pounced directly at Chun, who was trying to escape. Chun was instantly entangled by the Chingha Viper, and his face turned red due to the tremendous pressure. He said with great difficulty, "Let me go. I am the young master of the Liu family. Save me." At this moment, something suddenly jumped down from a big tree nearby. This thing is colorless, tasteless, and invisible. If Lin Zhao and Asen did not possess the power of nature and could see through all the movements in the forest, there would be no way for them to discover the hidden spiritual pet. The spirit pet hit the Chingha Viper with one blow. The Chingha Viper cried out in pain and couldn't help but loosen its hold on Chun. Chun managed to escape. Then, Chun ran away as if being dragged by something invisible. Lin Zhao then looked at Ashen. "Chase!" There was no need for Lin Zhao to remind him. Asen tore off his training uniform with force, revealing the animal skin underneath. Then, she first revealed her original form and then chased after him directly. Xiaojia was even more direct. She turned into a flame and blocked the opponent's way. If only that invisible and transparent creature escaped, then perhaps so many more could escape. However, it was chasing Chun and had no way to leave here because it was too big a target. With a bang, Xiaojia bumped directly into the other person, who immediately let out a scream. Then, the other party finally revealed his true form. That's a chameleon. The other party's information finally appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. A color-changing evil creature, a D-level 4th order monster. It has a powerful ability to be invisible. When invisible, it can transform into any shape. It has extremely strong eyesight, but poor hearing. It has a very strong defense against physical attacks, and its body contains a deadly poison. In a life-or-death situation, you can cut off any part of your body to save yourself. Possessing skills: venom attack, tongue ejection, devouring, stealth, rocket headbutt, memory fragment. After seeing the other party's message, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was actually a 4th level monster. Moreover, the ability to stealth and escape is very strong. Is this a monster that serves as Liu Chun's bodyguard? Lin Xiao suddenly realized something. That monster should be Liu Chun's bodyguard. After all, the opponent is a 4th level monster. Lin Xiao quickly shouted to Xiao Jiu and the other girls, "Attack with all your strength. This guy is very difficult to deal with." Ashen was already eager to try, and rushed directly towards the deformed, evil creature. As a 4th level monster known for its defensive power, the opponent was not afraid of Ashen at all, and the two immediately started to bite each other. Xiaojie was also constantly wandering around, but there was never a good opportunity to use the Skyfire. At this moment, Lin Xiao looked at Chimera. Chimera understood it, and then she started flipping through the book in front of her, and finally stopped on a certain page. Magic Circle. Blockade. Strangulate. A huge magic circle appeared above the head of the transformed evil creature. Even Ashen shied away from the power of this magic circle. Ashen quickly let go of the transformed evil object and came outside the magic circle. Chimera's hair automatically floated in the air without any wind. From the magic circle, several black, slimy creatures that looked like wild dogs appeared. These wild dog-shaped creatures immediately pounced on the deformed evil creature. He bit the opponent's body wantonly and actually tore off the opponent's flesh in one bite. In an instant, the deformed evil creature turned into a bloody mess. It wanted to cry out in pain, but most of its flesh and blood had been eaten. Finally, the deformed evil creature fell to the ground with an unwilling look on its face. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally solved it. Chapter 47, When Did I Say I Would Let You Go? After the transformed evil creature fell, Lin Xiao observed his surroundings carefully to prevent any new situations or accidents from occurring. However, the surroundings were very quiet, especially the owner of the deformed evil creature did not show up. Lin Xiao couldn't help but open up his mental power and check his surroundings. But he still didn't find any other suspicious people. Lin Xiao couldn't help but give Chimera a look. Chimera understood and immediately flew into the sky, looking down at the earth from above. After a moment, Chimera flew back again. There's no one else around. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown after hearing Chimera's words. Could it be that this deformed evil creature came here just to protect Liu Chun? Lin Xiao thought about it and came to Liu Chun. The first moment Liu Chun saw Lin Xiao, he immediately shrank back. "You, what are you doing? Don't come over here." Lin Xiao grabbed the other person's collar and questioned, "Where did that shape-shifting evil creature come from?" Liu Chun said in horror, "I don't know." Lin Xiao then punched the other person in the face. "I'll give you one last chance to think about it. Will you tell me or not?" Liu Chun covered his face and said with a sad face, "I really don't know." Then he seemed to remember something and said quickly, "It might be my father's pet. My father said that he would always protect me. I didn't understand what my father meant at the time. Now it seems that my father actually arranged a pet to protect me. Where is your father now?" Lin Xiao asked again. "I don't know. This time I came out to gain experience. I led the team myself." "Now it makes sense." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and roughly understood the origin of the shape-shifting evil creature. Liu Chun's father specifically asked his spiritual pet to protect his son, but he didn't expect that a 4th-level spiritual pet could not even protect Liu Chun. Then Lin Xiao asked again, "What is the purpose of your coming here this time?" Lin Xiao doesn't believe that there would be such a coincidence in this world. His needs would be exactly the same as Liu Chun's. Liu Chun quickly shook his head and said, "I can't say it." Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Then Lin Xiao brought Liu Chun to the front of Chinga Viper. The moment Liu Chun saw the Chinga Viper, he was so frightened that he shit and peed himself. "No, I don't want to die." The Chinga Viper immediately wrapped around Liu Chun. Liu Chun showed a painful expression and begged for mercy quickly. "Let me go. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Lin Xiao winked at the Chinga Viper, and the latter immediately released its control over Liu Chun. Liu Chun quickly said, "It's the Lin family." It was Lin Hai, the son of Lin Xiaodian, the second in command of the Lin family, who asked us to come. Oh. Lin Zhao's mind immediately thought of his second uncle, Lin Hai, who had driven him and his mother out of the Lin family. What is his purpose? I don't know. But my father guessed that it was because the old patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Batian, didn't have much time left. In the past few days, it was rumored that Lin Batian had been poisoned by a kind of fire poison, and he needed several extremely medicinal herbs to detoxify. Lin Hai wants to send Lin Batian to the west as soon as possible, so he asked us to come here secretly to eradicate the roots. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. Afterwards, Lin Xiao thought of his grandfather Lin Batian, whom he had never met, and the incident when Lin Xiaodian came to see him yesterday. Putting these things together, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a sense of conspiracy. It seems that my second grandfather doesn't want me to return to the Lin family. Lin Xiao had reason to suspect that he had been noticed by Lin Xiaodian. If it was really as he guessed, then the conspiracy against him had actually begun long ago. I have told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Chun and immediately revealed a cold smile. When did I say I would let you go? After saying that, the Qinghe viper once again wrapped around Lu Chun, getting tighter and tighter. You! Lin Xiao! Following the sound of crack of broken bones, Lu Chun completely lost his life. The Qinghe viper was about to eat Lu Chun, but Lin Xiao quickly stopped it. This person should have a lot of treasures on him. If you eat them like this, I will be at a great loss. After hearing this, the Qinghe viper no longer insisted on eating Lu Chun's body. After Lin Xiao took Lu Chun's body, he began to search him. Sure enough, Lin Xiao found 3 storage equipment on Lu Chun. One of them is a storage bag made of the same material as Lin Xiao's. There is also a storage bracelet and a storage ring. There was actually more than 10 million in cash in the storage bag, which was something Lin Xiao had never expected. Oh my god! It's successful this time. Lin Xiao had never seen so much money in his life. Even though he had seen such grand scenes in many film and television works, this was the first time for him to touch so much cash with his own hands. Lin Xiao once again infiltrated his mental power into the storage bracelet. The things inside opened Lin Xiao's eyes. It was filled with materials. According to preliminary estimates, these materials are worth tens of millions. Lin Xiao then opened the 3rd storage ring. The storage ring was filled with potions, ammunition, and spare equipment. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at the Liu family's background. An ordinary second-generation rich man actually had so much money. The materials and medicines in Lu Chun's hands alone are enough to enable a small or medium-sized family to rise rapidly. Lin Xiao felt that if he had such good resources, he might have become a beast master 3 years earlier. Then, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Just think of it as beating up the local tyrants. After saying that, Lin Xiao distributed the 3 storage equipment to the 3 little girls. Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Asen were all very happy after getting their respective storage equipment. Wow! Master, this is a rare item. Are you just giving it to us for free? Xiaojiu said with a charming look on her face. Lin Xiao put the bracelet on Xiaojiu, which immediately made her slender hands look even more delicate. Lin Xiao then gently pinched her little nose. You're the one who talks the most. Xiaojiu quickly said coquettishly. Chimera is relatively low-key, so Lin Xiao gave the storage ring to her. But Asen didn't like these jewelries and took the initiative to choose a storage bag and wear it around her waist. This combination matched her temperament very well. Lin Xiao then looked at the Qinghe viper again. As an ordinary B-level 3rd-order spiritual pet, the Qinghe viper's strength is actually very average. Fortunately, it has a very good talent, affinity with water element. The elemental affinity of monsters is different from the innate elemental affinity of humans. Human talents mainly work on pets, and humans have a natural affinity for some elemental pets. The elemental affinity of monsters allows them to thrive in the elemental fields they are familiar with, and their attributes are enhanced. For example, Yao Chuanchua's affinity for fire allows her to easily control fire elemental spirit pets like Agumen. The Qinghe viper's affinity for water elements allows it to gain stronger attack power and recovery capabilities while in water. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask silently in his heart, System, can I upgrade the talent of Qinghe Viper? The system's voice then sounded emotionlessly in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Of course! Chapter 48. It is conceivable how strong the little green snake is. After getting confirmation from the system, Lin Xiao chose to upgrade without hesitation. Ding! Evolving and upgrading. Please wait. 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Evolution and upgrade successful. Then, the huge body of the Qinghe Viper emitted a burst of white light and then slowly shrank, until finally it became the size of an ordinary person. The white light dissipated, and a classical beauty in a green dress and graceful lotus steps came close to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao almost lost consciousness when he saw this girl. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. The most important thing is that she is not as charming as Xiaojiu, nor as wild as Ashen. She is more like a fairy walking out of a mural. Extraordinary. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level spiritual pet, the Millennium Green Snake. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that the system could even evolve the bloodline of the spirit pet according to the talent of the monster. The system prompt sounded again, explaining the doubts in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! After the Qinghe Viper's talent was upgraded, it became too powerful, and its body could no longer bear such a talent. So, by chance, its bloodline also evolved and upgraded. Lin Xiao nodded and quickly looked at the talent of the Millennium Green Snake. Millennium Green Snake, SSS-level spiritual pet. Talent: Call the Wind and Rain, SSS-level. The Millennium Green Snake can summon water magic such as wind, rain, floods, etc. in any place and any area, and its power is comparable to natural disasters. Bloodline: Dragon Bloodline, SSS grade. The 1,000-year-old green snake has dragon blood in its body, which controls all the water in the world. Once it takes root there, it can be bound to the water area. Once the water area grows, its strength will increase. Skills: Green Snake Explosion, Poison Attack, Call the Wind and Rain, Water Area expands, Floods raging. Hiss! Lin Xiao really had never expected that the skills of this 1,000-year-old green snake were all at the disaster level. Imagine how terrible it would be if an inexplicable flood occurred on the battlefield. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang again. Ding! It is detected that the host has collected new members in the Monster Encyclopedia, so it has gained the reward of immunity to all poisons, bone shrinkage, and water attribute mastery. Immune to all poisons, the host will be immune to all poisonous things in the world. Bone shrinkage. Locking allows you to freely adjust the position of your bones and joints. Water attribute mastery. The host can move freely in any water area. Lin Xiao felt that he had become numb today. Especially the ability to give back this time was beyond his expectations. Not to mention the mastery of water attributes and shrinking bones. The immunity to all poisons alone is already a magical skill. Afterwards, the 1,000-year-old green snake slowly came in front of Lin Xiao, like a fairy who was not tainted by the worldly world, and slowly bowed to Lin Xiao. Meet the master. The Millennium Green Snake's voice was so soft that Lin Xiao felt it was a little unreal. Lin Xiao came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and said to the Millennium Green Snake, "From now on, don't call yourself the Millennium Green Snake anymore. I'll just call you Xiaoqing." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiaoqing couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise and bowed to Lin Xiao again. "Thank you for the name, Master." Xiaoqing greets you, Master. At this time, Xiaojiu rushed over and grabbed Xiaoqing's arm. "Wow, is this the new sister? She's so beautiful." Xiaoqing couldn't help but smile when she heard that. "I'll be grateful to you sisters for taking care of me in the future." Asen then came over, looked at Xiaoqing carefully, sniffed her, and finally frowned. "It feels so dangerous. Fortunately, you are our companion. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome." After hearing Ashan's words, Lin Xiao was fully aware that even Ashan, the descendant of the god of nature, felt that this harmless little green snake was dangerous. It was conceivable how strong the little green snake was. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked at Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, can you prepare some Qinghe snake venom for me?" Lin Xiao always felt that the venom of the Qinghe snake should be easy for Xiaoqing to deal with now. Xiaoqing shook her head when she heard this. "No, my current toxicity is much stronger than that of the Qinghe venomous snake." Forehead. Lin Xiao looked at a loss. "But Master, don't worry. I can help you get some venom from the Qinghe snake." "Oh, what should I do?" Xiaoqing put her two fingers together to form the shape of a sword finger. Then, she made a few seals on her chest. "Receive." Suddenly, a strange force emerged around her. Xiaoqing stretched out her hand, and a small green snake flew out from a dense forest in the distance. That is the Qinghe poisonous snake. Xiaoqing grabbed the little snake by its vital point. The latter was trembling as if he had encountered some natural enemy. Lin Xiao quickly took out a test tube from his storage space and handed it to Xiaoqing. He didn't see Xiaoqing make any movement, but the Qinghe poisonous snake quickly and obediently crawled to the test tube and began to spit venom into it. A moment later, a tube of venom was successfully collected. The Qinghe poisonous snake then fell to the ground helplessly. It can be seen that such a large amount of separated venom is also a heavy burden on its body. Xiaoqing ignored the Qinghe venomous snake and handed the test tube to Lin Xiao. Master, the venom you requested. Lin Xiao covered the test tube and put it back into his storage bag. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered something. Xiaoqing, I haven't given you the gift yet. After saying that, Lin Xiao took out the button-shaped space equipment from his storage bag and handed it to Xiaoqing. This is a space device that can store things. Wear it on your body. After Xiaoqing took the button, she immediately said to Lin Xiao with gratitude, Thank you, Master. Because Xiaoqing was wearing a green dress without buttons, she pinned the buttons around her waist, which made her look very simple and elegant. Xiaoqing then smiled and asked Lin Xiao, Master, do I look good? It looks great. Lin Xiao heard this and nodded. Thank you for the compliment, Master. At this time, Lin Xiao had successfully collected all 3 items required for the mission. So, Lin Xiao chose to go home without hesitation. It has been more than a week since Lin Xiao left the Magic City, and there is only 1.5 months left before school starts. According to Lin Xiao's investigation, it takes about a month to get from Mo due to Yuzhou. Lin Xiao could just take on tasks while on the road. After all, with Asen serving as Lin Xiao's mount, Lin Xiao's speed must be much faster than that of ordinary caravans. Soon, Lin Xiao and his 4 companions arrived at the city gate. At the city gate, several guards were chatting. Have you heard? The Lin family is now in chaos. I don't know how Mr. Lin Batian, who has been a soldier all his life, could have ended up like this. I heard that all the major news sections and hot searches in Magic City are about the Lin family. Everyone is now speculating about who will be the next head of the Lin family. Needless to say, the person with the most weight in the Lin family right now is Mr. Lin's younger brother, Lin Xiaotian. However, this Lin Xiaotian is not very good. Why is it not working? Didn't Lin Xiaotian and his son Lin Hai make a lot of contributions to the Lin family? Don't you know how Lin Xiaotian got to the top? How did you get to the top? Chapter 49, just find a way to kill Lin Xiao. Just when the guards were gossiping, Lin Xiao walked in. The leading guard recognized Lin Xiao at a glance. Hey, isn't this our Demon City's top scholar? Is he out of town on a mission again? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and then entered the city gate with the 4 beauties behind him. Moreover, Xiaoqing does not have any characteristics of a spiritual pet, just like a normal person. The guard obviously knew Lin Xiao, and he also knew Lin Xiao's 3 humanoid pets. He looked at Xiaoqing and asked, Who is this? Lin Xiao said expressionlessly, My humanoid pet. Forehead. When the guard heard this, he immediately showed an incredible expression. Xiaoqing smiled when she heard this and opened her mouth. Her tongue, which was originally exactly the same as that of a human, suddenly forked and turned into the shape of a snake's tongue. The face that originally looked like that of a fairy descending from the earth suddenly became strange and eerie. Then, it returned to its original appearance. The guard was so frightened that his hands were shaking, and he quickly said, Okay. Then, the guard quickly registered Lin Xiao. Seeing that the other party's attention was on the registration, Lin Xiao asked casually, Senior, what did you say happened to the Lin family just now? What's wrong with Lin Xiaotian? When the guard heard Lin Xiao asking, he immediately started talking. Brother Lin, you don't know some gossips from the early years. Lin Batian of the Lin family is a tough man. He even participated in the National Defense War. He is an absolute hero. But his brother Lin Xiaotian is different. He is very close to our mortal enemy, the Sakura country. Some people once said that he was a spy sent by the Sakura country, but there has never been any evidence. After hearing these words, Lin Xiao nodded. However, these things have nothing to do with him anymore. Lin Xiao doesn't care about the life or death of the Lin family. Then the guard sighed and said, What a pity. Mr. Lin Batian's only son died for his country, and Mr. Lin Batian has been looking for his only grandson in the past few years, but he has never found him. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Then, Lin Xiao asked with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Batian is looking for his grandson? Yes. It has been published in all major newspapers. In recent years, many people have come to claim their relatives, but they are all scammers who want to try their luck. Forehead. As a student, Lin Xiao can hardly read newspapers. His cell phone is an old-fashioned brick that can only be used to browse some academic websites. I can't even read the gossip section or the news section. Therefore, he never had access to this information. Lin Xiao then nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he took the 4 girls and left the city gate. Watching Lin Xiao and his group leave, the guard couldn't help but look envious. Damn it, look at him. He went out twice and found 2 human-shaped spirit pets. Why don't I have such good luck? I also want to go out and gain experience in the future. What if I can also find a human-shaped spirit pet? Then I can take it home and raise it as a beast-eared girl. Huh, just you? Don't pick up a tigress, just a mountain giant. Everyone was trying to sabotage each other and burst into laughter. Lin Xiao returned to the Magic City without delaying what he was going to do. After he was ready, he took out his mobile phone and called the sponsor who issued the task. When the other party received Lin Xiao's call, he asked with some confusion, "What happened?" Lin Xiao said calmly, "I have already gathered everything you want." After hearing this, the other party was silent for a while and then asked in surprise, "Are you ready?" Lin Xiao said, "Where is the transaction taking place?" "At the mission registration office." Generally speaking, all tasks issued by the task base must be traded at the task registration office. One reason is that based on tasks, the authenticity of task items can be authenticated. The second reason is that the task registration office will take a certain percentage of the commission. The purpose of doing this is to protect the interests of both parties. The other party thought for a moment and said, "Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick up the goods from you." Lin Xiao then looked at his current location and reported his coordinates. The other party hung up the phone quickly. Not long after, a business car drove over. Lin Xiao took a look at the brand of the car. Then I realized that this was also a luxury business car. But it looks very low-key. The other party then honked the horn at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao got into the car, inside of which sat a young woman wearing sunglasses. This woman's whole body exudes the aura of keep away from strangers. She looked at Lin Xiao. "Take out your mission item." Lin Xiao took out 3 things from his storage space without hesitation. The woman did not move at all. Someone next to her immediately took it and began to identify it. "No problem." A moment later, after confirming receipt, the other party also handed over a box. The box is full of cash. The woman then said bluntly, "After you get the money, you'd better find a place to hide first. After you make sure no one is bothering you, come back." Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the other party with a puzzled look on his face. "This is just a piece of advice. If there are any more missions in the future, I will look for your cooperation again." The woman said her last words and asked Lin Xiao to leave. Lin Xiao was a little confused and had no idea what the other party meant. After Lin Xiao got off the car, the woman immediately said to one of her subordinates, "Go check this man's background. Is he trustworthy?" In the Magic City, in the Lin family mansion, Lin Xiaodian and his son Lin Hai sat opposite each other and talked. "Dad, I just got the news that Lin Qianwei had a secret meeting with Lin Xiao." "What?" Hearing this, Lin Xiaodian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, judging from the way Lin Qianwei and Lin Xiao met, they didn't seem to know each other. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that they're just playing around. Should we send someone to find out the specific relationship between the two? Lin Xiaodian thought for a moment, then said, "There is absolutely no need for that. Just find a way to kill Lin Xiao directly." While speaking, Lin Xiaodian revealed a vicious expression. "Lin Xiao, I wanted to let you go, but since you want to get involved in the Lin family's mess, you're courting death." And in another place in the Magic City, in the Liu family mansion, Liu Zhan looked at Liu Chun's body, which had been twisted beyond recognition, and could not help but cry out in pain. "Who on earth is it? Who did it?" At the side, a man who looked like a butler stepped forward with a sad face and said, "I'm not sure. When we arrived outside the city, we found that all the beast masters we sent out this time were killed. The opponent's strength is very strong. Could this be the Lin family's revenge? Unlikely, but we just got the news." Chapter 50 is a man who doesn't love green tea. Lin Qianwei secretly met someone a few days ago, and since then, she has obtained what she wanted. It is very likely that it was that person who gave Lin Qianwei what she wanted. After hearing the butler's report, Liu Zhan couldn't help but curse angrily. "No matter what, I have to find that person for me." The things Lin Qianhui wants are related to my son. Since that person might have given Lin Qianhui what she wanted, he is most likely the murderer of my son. After hearing Lu Zhan's order, the butler hurried down to make arrangements. After receiving the reward, Lin Xiao returned home. Now he has nearly 20 million in cash in his pocket, so he can do whatever he wants. Watching the four girls busying around in their own home, Xiaojie was giving him a back massage, Xiaoqing was cooking in the kitchen, Chimera was cleaning the house with a rag, and Asen was acting as a mascot at the door. Lin Xiao suddenly felt as if he was in another world. Once upon a time, he was the only one in this cold home, and he could only look at the ceiling and talk to himself every day. Occasionally, neighbors would come over to feed the animals, but they didn't even have a place to stay. Now he actually had a feeling of unreality. It was too lively, and he felt a little uncomfortable. After a while, Lin Xiao took out his storage bag again. Now everything that needs to be sold is on him. There are 2 poke balls inside, each containing 2 D-level, first-order monsters. There are also some materials and medicinal herbs from monsters. However, Lin Xiao does not plan to sell these things now. After all, these materials and medicinal herbs may be worthless when they are not needed, but they will be worth a fortune when they are needed. What if it's useful in the future? Especially making them into equipment. Lin Xiao is still very interested in this. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao stood up without hesitation and said to the 4 busy girls, "Girls, come with me." Upon hearing this, the 4 little girls immediately put down their work and happily followed Lin Xiao out of the room. You have to know that they have never lived in the human world. Even Xiaojie, who came to this world first, would show an expression of excitement and curiosity when he sees anything. Chimera was the only one there, looking around calmly. However, there was no excitement in Chimera's eyes, but rather a complex feeling of reunion after a long separation. Lin Xiao walked alone in front, with 4 girls following behind him. There were so many girls chatting along the way that it was a feast for the eyes of others. Many passers-by would stop and look at this group of people, especially those who were familiar with Lin Xiao. Is that the #1 student in Magic City this year? Yeah, I heard he has 3 humanoid monsters. All of them are drop-dead, gorgeous, beast-eared girls. Look, why are there 4 girls around him, and one of them doesn't even have animal ears? Huh, holy crap, this guy is having so much fun. I'm so envious. Everyone started gossiping. However, Lin Xiao didn't care about such words at all. As for the 4 girls, they didn't take their words to heart. They wished their relationship with Lin Xiao could be closer. Soon, Lin Xiao brought the 4 girls to the spirit pet business. As soon as I entered the door, a shopping guide came to greet me. "Dear customers, are you here to buy spiritual pets or equipment?" But when the shopping guide saw that it was Lin Xiao, his eyes immediately lit up. "It's Lin Xiao. What can I do for you? You can go to the VIP reception room over here to discuss in detail." As he said that, the shopping guide was about to lead Lin Xiao to the VIP reception room nearby. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. He looked at the shopping guide girl. "When did I become a VIP of your spirit pet business?" Upon hearing this, the shopping guide immediately smiled. The spirit pet company has a rule that the top 3 students in the Magic City College entrance examination every year will receive a VIP reception card from our spirit pet company for free. But as you know, the 2nd place this year is Miss Yao Chunxue. So Miss Yao Chunxue's VIP reception card was given to Chun Feiyang. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao said, and sighed in his heart that the Yao family's spiritual pet business was really good at doing business. However, what Lin Xiao didn't know was that there was no such rule in previous years. At most, the top scorer will be given some benefits or discounts. However, this year is different. Lin Xiao's performance was so outstanding that even Yao Yu, the boss of the spirit pet business and the head of the Yao family, couldn't help but sigh that Lin Xiao had a promising future. In addition, Lin Xiao has the opportunity to participate in the International College Spirit Pet Competition, so Yao Yu plans to make some investments in Lin Xiao in advance. This is what happened after Lin Xiao came to the spirit pet business today. Lin Xiao then brought the 4 girls and followed the shopping guide to the VIP reception room. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao felt a low-key and luxurious feeling. The overall decoration of the VIP reception room is very low-key and elegant. However, every piece of furniture and decoration is very exquisite. Whether it is the material or the rarity, it ranks among the best. After Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, the waiter came over and asked Lin Xiao, "Would you like tea or coffee?" After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao replied, "Drink tea." The other four girls didn't have much of a taste for tea or coffee, so they didn't order any and just sat there obediently. A moment later, a pot of fine green tea was served. In his previous life, Lin Xiao was a tea lover, especially green tea. After all, as a man who doesn't like green tea, it just so happened that the waiter of the spirit pet trading company brought green tea, which inevitably deepened Lin Xiao's anticipation of trying this green tea. Lin Xiao just picked up the teacup, took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. What a great tea! It's smooth on the palate, not bitter or astringent, but rather sweet and lingering. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, a loud laugh was heard outside. Ha! This pot of dragon fingertips was specially picked by our spirit pet business in the valley where 4th level monsters roam. Because the tea trees at Longshujian look like a dragon, and the tea leaves look like dragon claws, it is named Longshujian. I didn't expect that you, at such a young age, could understand the secrets of tea. It's really not easy. Soon, an old man with a white beard walked in. Lin Xiao looked at the old man's expression and saw no particular change. After brewing this tea, you can't smell its fragrance. Only when you drink it can you taste its essence. It seems that you are also a tea expert. Although Lin Xiao didn't dare to say that he was a master of tea ceremony, he could at least tell the quality of tea by drinking it. The old man then clasped his fist towards Lin Xiao, and then asked with a smile, "I am the manager of this spiritual pet business. Little friend Lin Xiao, how can you help me?" Lin Xiao did not doubt the old man's identity. Afterwards, Lin Xiao took out some items directly from his storage bag. First, 2 Pokeballs. These are 2 ownerless D-level monsters. Please help me sell them. The manager took a look at the 2 Pokeballs and didn't think there was anything wrong with them because their levels were too low. No need to go through so much trouble. I'll buy it for 400,000 each, the steward then said with a smile. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. The starting price of a D-level monster is about 300,000. Moreover, this is the market price. If a merchant receives the goods and lowers the price, the minimum price reduction must be 40%. The price range for this part is approximately between 180,000 and 200,000. But now, as soon as the other party opened his mouth, he offered a premium of 30% above the market price, which is obviously abnormal. There must be something wrong when something is abnormal. The other party's behavior made Lin Xiao cautious and alert, thinking in his heart whether the other party had any other intentions. Chapter 51. The eldest daughter of our Yao family is about to be tempted. As if he knew what Lin Xiao was thinking, the manager smiled and said, "Compared to the company's interests, we still value the feelings of our high-quality customers more, especially for a top student like you." After hearing the other party's answer, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. Sure enough, there is no such thing as free food and free drinks in this world. The steward then continued, "I judge people by their tea, and I feel that Mr. Lin Xiao is a straightforward person, speaking quickly and directly, so I won't beat around the bush with you. As long as we can establish a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with you, Yao's spirit pet business, then we will have a mutually beneficial and win-win situation in the future." Hearing this, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. "It's really good tea. If you like it, you can take a pound when you leave. It is better to obey than to be respectful." After saying that, Lin Xiao continued to take out his belongings. They are the skin of the transsexual lizard, the bones of the blood knight, the water cannon of the water turtle, and the horns of the earth shaker. Some of them were harvested by Lin Xiao from hunting, and some were obtained by Lin Xiao from other people's storage equipment after touching corpses. I hope your company can make these 4 materials into equipment for me. The steward took a look at Lin Xiao's belongings and then nodded. "No problem. The price will be deducted from the 2 D-level pets." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao also nodded. Then, Lin Xiao took out Xiao Wang's ID from his pocket. "Please register under this name." The steward was obviously very surprised at Lin Xiao's request at first, and he looked at Lin Xiao with some confusion. However, the manager seemed to figure something out soon and agreed directly. "Okay, no problem." Lin Xiao did not explain this. After drinking the last sip of tea, he stood up and left the VIP reception room with the 4 women. After Lin Xiao left, the manager sat alone on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. A moment later, the door was opened, and Lin Xiao's acquaintance, Yao Chuanxua, walked in. "Grandpa, why did you give that guy so many discounts? He's just a junior beast master." In fact, the elderly manager is Yao Lan, the actual person in charge of Yao's spirit pet business. Yao Lan couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Why do I value Lin Xiao so much? You have just heard the reason. Why are you still asking? Just now, Yao Chunxue had been hiding outside, checking the secret surveillance in the VIP reception room. Upon hearing this, Yao Chunxue hurried forward, hugged Yao Lan's arm, and deliberately acted like a spoiled child, saying with a smile, "But I just don't understand. You didn't pay so much attention to the top scorers in previous years. Is it just because he has a humanoid pet?" When Yao Lan heard what Yao Chunxue said, he nodded and shook his head. "You're overthinking things. What I'm looking at is actually his future growth. Besides, his humanoid pets are not as simple as he said." Yao Lan did not finish his words. When he was chatting with Lin Xiao, those humanoid pets gave him a strong sense of oppression. In other words, just these humanoid pets that Lin Xiao currently possessed were worth Yao Lan's investment. When Yao Chunxue heard what Yao Lan said, she immediately said unconvincingly, "Grandpa still won't tell me the reason. Forget it. I won't ask." After saying that, Yao Chunxue turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, Yao Lan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Chun Shui, why do you value Lin Xiao so much?" "No way. I just don't accept it. Why can he always beat me?" "Ha ha ha." Yao Lan simply pointed his finger at Yao Chunxue. "If you have such thoughts, you'd better be careful. The eldest daughter of our Yao family is about to be tempted." "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Before she could finish her words, Yao Chunxue pouted and ran away. Behind him, Yao Lan's laughter was even more unbridled. After watching Yao Chunxue leave, Yao Lan clapped his hands, and then a man who looked like a manager walked in from outside the door. "Go check what happened to the Liu family recently." After leaving Yao's spirit pet trading company, Lin Xiao did not choose to go home, but went directly to the guild registration office. The last time he came here, he was to take on a mission. Now, this time, he came here with a real desire to find a guild to join, if for no other reason than to make it easier to take on tasks in the future. In this world, if you want to become strong, you cannot avoid these organizations, whether official or private. Otherwise, except becoming a wild beast tamer, anyone else would be unable to take any further action. For the sake of social stability, the Dragon Kingdom government has to register the information of all beastmasters so that everything they do can be traced. This is the result of lessons learned through blood and tears from generations of people. Otherwise, look at those beast tamers abroad. They kill someone casually today and start fighting anyone they dislike tomorrow. And in the end, the only ones who get hurt are the people at the bottom. After Lin Xiao arrived at the registration office, he revealed his identity. When the other party saw the name Lin Xiao, he looked at Lin Xiao with shock and admiration. The top scorer in the college entrance examination. "Welcome, welcome." The other party's first sentence made Lin Xiao feel a little embarrassed. He didn't like being noticed so much. "Which guild do you plan to join? The largest jungle guild in our magic city, or the second-ranked Tianjiao guild, or?" Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "I'm going to the imperial capital of Yuzhou soon. The local guild in the demon city is not suitable for me right now." After hearing what Lin Xiao said, the registrar immediately wrote it down in the notebook. Then, the other party thought for a moment and said to Lin Xiao, "Mr. Lin, please wait here. I will go and check for you which guilds are suitable for you." After saying that, the other party left Lin Xiao alone at the registration desk and disappeared in a flash. Lin Xiao was immediately puzzled. Is the guild registration office so casual now? Isn't it just recommending the guild information and going for the interview directly? At this time, in the interview hall, dozens of junior beastmasters were holding their resumes and moving between the interview cubicles of the major guilds. They nervously handed their resumes to the guild's reviewers. They are waiting for the reviewers' approval. Some will be questioned by the reviewers and even have to summon their own pets to conduct actual combat exercises. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this the job fair in the previous life? Next to them, several beastmasters who had not yet joined the guild gathered together to chat. "Hey, I really don't know when I can join those guilds in the innermost part." The person who spoke just stopped talking and looked towards the innermost part of the interview hall. They are some of the most influential guilds in the entire Magic City, and they don't look at the resumes of ordinary people. At this moment, the door of the innermost interview cubicle suddenly opened. "Hey, someone is coming out. Did some tough guy pass the interview?" "That's not right. I didn't see anyone going to the innermost room for an interview today. Did he go through the back door? How is it possible? Do you want to die by taking the back door here? What if it's someone from within the guild?" Chapter 52. It's really the job seeker interviewing the boss. While they were discussing at once, a group of people suddenly rushed out from inside. These people were wearing the same Shangyun uniform. They looked like they were in a hurry and rushed directly to the registration hall outside. Damn, it's the Shangyun Guild. Are they going out to fight with this momentum? As soon as they finished speaking, two more groups of people rushed out from the door of the innermost interview cubicle. Those are the people from Flamingo and the Evernight Chamber of Commerce. Why are they in such a hurry? Did something big happen? Then, many people from top guilds ran out, and their destinations were all the registration offices outside. Let's go and take a look. Seeing this, several junior beastmasters, driven by curiosity, also came to the registration hall. Just as they were curious, they saw the leaders of several guilds all gathered around a young man. Lin Xiao was doing nothing when he saw dozens of people rushing towards him with anxious looks on their faces. He thought that his murder of Liu Chun had been exposed. Subconsciously, he wanted Xiaojiu and the four girls to protect themselves and then fight together. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a man in a cloud-patterned jacket came out and then came to Lin Xiao and said excitedly, "Are you Mr. Lin Xiaolin? We are from the Shangyun Guild and now formally invite you to join our guild. Our guild is currently the top-ranked guild in Lianghua Dao, and we have branches across the country. We not only have dedicated team leaders to assist with missions, but we also provide corresponding benefits for members like you who have just become beastmasters." He paused while speaking. He originally wanted to say college student, but when he said it, he suddenly remembered that Lin Xiao was the top scorer in the Magic City who had just taken the college entrance examination. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, someone on the side protested. "Number one in Lianghua Road? You guys really know how to flatter yourself." As he spoke, a man in a jacket with flame patterns walked out. "What do you mean you're the best in Lianghua? You are just bullying in your own territory. Outside of Donghuai and Shihuai, you are nothing. You are ranked outside the top 50 in the country. When did you flamingos become so confident? You have been suppressed by us in Lianghua for 5 years and couldn't even raise your heads. Why are you speaking so loudly now? Bah! Isn't it because your Shangyun Guild has concentrated all its resources in Lianghua Road? Why doesn't your Shangyun Guild compare its overall strength with our Flamingo Guild?" The man from the Flamingo Guild said with a look of dissatisfaction. "But today is not the time to argue with you." Afterwards, the other party immediately changed his rebellious attitude, came quickly in front of Lin Xiao, and immediately became respectful. "Mr. Lin, our president has also seen your performance in the college entrance examination. He said that you are the chosen one he has been looking for many years, and asked us to invite you to the guild headquarters no matter what. A few days ago, we went to your home to visit you. Unfortunately, you were not at home at that time. It is my honor to meet you today. Please come with us directly to the Yuzhou Imperial Capital Headquarters. The president is waiting for you." After hearing this, the people from Shangyun Guild immediately shook their heads. "You're really good at talking. Why don't you just take Mr. Lin to see the Dragon State Lord? If you're so sincere, why doesn't that old guy Shifeng Lai come to the Magic City in person to invite Mr. Lin to join the association?" Shifeng Lai is the president of the Flamingo Guild. The Flamingo Guild's Magic City leader immediately changed his expression after hearing what the other party said. "Shut up right there. If you don't agree, challenge me one-on-one." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao. "Mr. Lin, our guild has many benefits. Let me introduce them to you." As soon as the people from the Flamingo Guild finished their introduction, the head of another guild immediately stepped forward and invited Lin Xiao to join. Gradually, the entire registry seemed to have turned into a talent recruitment market. Wrong. It should be said that it is a large-scale guild interview site. Lin Xiao, a job seeker, is interviewing with various major guilds. After seeing this scene, all the beastmasters who came for the interview were stunned. What's going on? How come these guild leaders who usually look so high and mighty suddenly all turned into bootlickers? Moreover, what about the young man who looked like a high school student? Why was he so valued by these bigwigs? At this time, someone recognized Lin Xiao and discovered that he was the top scorer in this year's Shanghai College entrance examination. After they knew Lin Xiao's identity, they became even more confused. Among these spectators, many are the chosen ones of previous classes, and some are even graduates from top universities seeking jobs. In their impression, being able to enter a top guild is equivalent to having an excellent springboard. The reason they work so hard is to be able to enter a good guild. As a result, those once unreachable guilds are now begging for mercy in front of a young high school student who has just finished the college entrance examination. However, they did not even have the opportunity to talk to the leaders of these guilds, and they were not even qualified. "Hey, I won't say anything. It hurts my pride. Someone covered his face and couldn't help but sigh. When people see this, they feel as if they are too embarrassed to face others. Lin Xiao finally understood the purpose of this group of guild leaders. He smiled, then straightened his clothes and coughed twice. Cough! Cough! Hearing that Lin Xiao was about to speak, the leaders of these guilds immediately stopped talking. They all looked at Lin Xiao, like children waiting to be lectured. First of all, I'm going to attend university in the capital of Yuzhou, so if there is no guild distributed nationwide, please go back. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, all the guild leaders were suddenly dejected. The guilds they belonged to were all local guilds in Magic City. Then, Lin Xiao said again, I am a student, and I don't like being disciplined, so please go back to the guilds that require regular attendance and performance assessments. Upon hearing this, a guild leader quickly said, It's okay, Mr. Lin. Our guild can give you special privileges. When Lin Xiao heard this, he shook his finger. Don't make promises to me. You are just the person in charge of the Magic City, not the president of your guild. You can't make the decision. I don't believe in these so-called privileges. Judging from past life experience, the more privileges you have, the more hatred you will gain in the workplace. Lin Xiao doesn't want to waste his precious time on these intrigues. After that, many guild leaders left the registration office. In the end, there were only 4 guilds left. Flamingo Guild, Shangyun Guild, Exploration Guild, and Rhino Guild. Lin Xiao then looked at the leaders of the Rhino Guild and the Exploration Guild. Could you please tell me what benefits your guild provides? When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. It really is like a job seeker interviewing a boss. This guy is really rude. The members of the Rhino Guild did not wear the same uniform. Then, a man who was about 1.9 meters tall and had more than a dozen pokeballs hanging around his waist stood up and said, Mr. Lin, our Rhino Guild has no other advantages except that we have a lot of money. You don't have to worry about the rewards. When you're doing tasks normally, as long as you ensure the success rate, the benefits you will get will definitely be the highest. As for attendance and performance, we don't have any hard requirements. The only mandatory requirement is that our Rhino Guild may assign you some special tasks from time to time. Chapter 53, caused by the division within the Lin family. Special mission? Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. The head of the Rhino Guild nodded and said, That's right. These missions are usually kept confidential and are assigned by the guild. If you fail to complete the mission, you will be punished or even expelled. Lin Xiao nodded. He probably understood what the Rhino Guild was like. Then, Lin Xiao looked at the person in charge of the Exploration Guild standing beside him. The opponent's equipment was very simple, and there was an obvious scar on his face. The other party looked at Lin Xiao and said expressionlessly, Our Exploration Guild does not have any special requirements, but our guild's mission is also quite special, which is to explore the unknown areas of this world. Just hand over a portion of the gains from each exploration to the guild. Unknown area? Lin Xiao wondered. After hearing this, the other party smiled. That's right. The purpose of our Exploration Guild is to take back the living home of mankind. However, due to the threat of monsters, humans are hiding in relatively safe areas and have no idea what changes have taken place in the outside world. Therefore, exploring some places that humans have not yet recorded is the meaning of our guild's existence. After listening to this, Lin Xiao nodded again. Thousands of years ago, human civilization almost went to extinction. If it weren't for the taming of spirit pets and the emergence of animal tamers, humans would probably be food for monsters today. Over the years, all parts of Blue Star have undergone tremendous changes. Many places are no longer what they were in the history recorded by human civilization, and they need people to explore and discover them again. Moreover, Lin Xiao got a message from the head of the Exploration Guild, that is, they were only responsible for exploration. This means that there must be a larger organization behind their guild that is specifically responsible for organizing the results of each exploration by their guild. If conditions permit, they might even send powerful beastmasters to explore new areas to acquire resources. And this organization is most likely the official Dragon Country. As for the Rhino Guild, Lin Xiao felt that it was most likely a special organization in disguise of a guild. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how the other party's special tasks came about. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile, and he looked at the person in charge of the Exploration Guild. Okay, I'm very interested in the Exploration Guild and would like to join. After hearing Lin Xiao's answer, the head of the Exploration Guild finally smiled on his cold face. This smile looks unusually honest. Welcome to join us. As they spoke, they both stretched out their hands at the same time and shook hands. After seeing this scene, the people around couldn't help but be a little surprised. Ah, Lin Xiao actually joined the Exploration Guild? That was a guild that suffered heavy casualties. The reason why their guild was able to gain such a great reputation was because they had official funding. Yeah, I didn't expect Lin Xiao to join the Exploration Guild. Although the people there are very free, once they go on a mission, they have to work like cattle and horses, sleeping in the open and eating outside, and living on the edge of a knife. I seem to have seen a rising star die in the wild. Lin Xiao turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. He just exchanged a few simple greetings with the head of the Exploration Guild, during which he learned that the other person's name was Luo Cheng. Afterwards, Lin Xiao took his information and went to go through the membership procedures. Soon, the procedures were completed successfully. Then Lin Xiao asked Luo Cheng, seemingly chatting casually, "Our guild shouldn't cooperate with some big families, right?" Luo Cheng answered concisely, "Other guilds do cooperate with large families, but the Exploration Guild will not." "Won't? That's right. There is no need for shallow cooperation, but deep or strategic cooperation will never happen." Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this, and then asked tentatively, "Then why are other guilds willing to cooperate with big families?" "Because of money." The other party hit the nail on the head. Lin Xiao had expected this and was not surprised by the answer. The reason why he asked about this topic was actually just to verify it. Then Lin Xiao asked again, "Will the children of the big families also join the guild?" "Yes. Some guilds will also actively invite masters from large families to join their guilds. After all, they still have to rely on the support of these large families in terms of finance." After listening to this, Lin Xiao nodded. Then, he and Luo Cheng talked about some matters related to reporting to the Imperial Capital Headquarters. Luo Cheng suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Xiao, "In a few days we will have an exploration team heading into the dark forest in the north. Do you want to join us?" After saying that, Luo Cheng was afraid that Lin Xiao would worry, so he quickly added, "This exploration is not dangerous, and I am leading the team myself." Lin Xiao thought about it and nodded in agreement. After confirming the specific time and place of the meeting with Luo Cheng, Lin Xiao took the initiative to say goodbye and left. After returning home, Lin Xiao enjoyed life for a rare moment. During this period, I went shopping and played mahjong with 4 girls. My life can be said to be very comfortable. This kind of life lasted less than a week before it was disrupted by a phone call. Lin Xiao picked up the phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number. After answering the phone, Lin Xiao realized that the other party was the woman who had previously entrusted him to find the 3 water-attributed items. "Do you have time?" Lin Xiao said nonchalantly. "What do you want to entrust? I'll pick you up later, and we'll meet and talk." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Lin Xiao was a little puzzled and said, "What is going on? It's so mysterious." Less than 10 minutes later, this time, the woman changed to a luxury car. At the door of Lin Xiao's house, after honking the horn twice, Lin Xiao went out and got in the car. Xiaojie followed Lin Xiao and sat next to him. The woman glanced at Xiaojie and gave a meaningful smile. As expected, the #1 scholar is different. He uses his pet like a maid. After hearing what the other party said, Lin Xiao replied indifferently, "They are not my spiritual pets, they are my partners." Lin Xiao was not curious at all about the other party revealing his identity in just one sentence, because basically everyone in the Magic City knew his information. Moreover, there are still hot searches about him on the internet, but most of his battle scenes have been blocked. The official statement is that it was not authorized, but Lin Xiao felt that it was probably related to Li Guanjuan. The other party knew that he had said something wrong, but he didn't take it to heart. He just changed the subject and said, "No one has come to trouble you these days, right?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Are you reminding me? Although no one will bother you in the Magic City, you must be careful when you leave the Magic City, especially on the way to school." Lin Xiao heard this and nodded. "Thanks for the reminder." The woman then looked at Lin Xiao again and took the initiative to extend her hand to introduce herself to Lin Xiao. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Qianhui from the Lin family. In a way, you can call me sister." When Lin Xiao heard what the other party said, his hand, which was originally about to shake hands, suddenly stopped, and his expression became a little complicated. Unexpectedly, after seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Lin Qianhui didn't care and continued, "I know you have some prejudices against the Lin family, but I can tell you that all the prejudices are actually caused by the division within the Lin family. Chapter 54, if you can complete it, I will give you an S-level spiritual pet." When Lin Xiao heard Lin Qianhui's explanation, his expression gradually turned cold. Because he really didn't want to think about the past, didn't want to think about the humble way his mother tried to find a way for him to live, and the difficult past when he lived alone after his mother died. Lin Qianhui then continued, I am the granddaughter adopted by Grandpa Lin Batian, and I have been with him since I was a child. Just 20 years ago, a split occurred within the Lin family. One part adhered to the ideas of the head of the family and has been adhering to the beliefs of the Lin family. But the other faction is more fascinated by the theory of maximizing benefits that the second branch said. Moreover, they also used the reason that the family's development over the years was inseparable from Lin Xiaotian's achievements to suppress the older generation of the Lin family. So, the tragedy of you and your family is, to some extent, not caused by the stubbornness of the Lin family, but more by the conflicts within the Lin family. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. Really? If I hadn't met any relatives of the Lin family in the past 10 years, I would have believed your reason. Lin Qianhui was not surprised at all by Lin Zhao's answer. For the past 20 years, Lin Xiaotian has always claimed that you were dead, and he even deliberately blocked the news. It was not until you won the top prize that he realized he could no longer hide it, so he came to visit you a few days ago, hoping to make up for his loss. However, based on my understanding of that old fox, when he shows good intentions towards you, that's when he's going to take action against you. The purpose of my visit this time is first, to explain to you why the Lin family ignored you, and second, to remind you to be careful. When Lin Xiao heard Lin Qianhui's reminder, he asked expressionlessly, Do you have anything else to say? Lin Qianhui nodded after hearing this. I have another task for you. If you can complete it, I will give you an S-level pet. After hearing what the other party said, Lin Xiao said calmly, Sorry, I don't need it. After saying that, Lin Xiao was about to get off the car. Lin Qianhui did not stop him, but directly handed Lin Xiao a file bag. I advise you to read the mission information. It will be good for you. However, Lin Xiao ignored Lin Qianhui and got out of the car directly. An angry expression appeared on Lin Qianhui's delicate face. Really? Lin Qianhui threw the file bag onto the seat beside her angrily, complaining but not knowing what to say. Then the limousine left. Lin family villa. As soon as Lin Qianhui returned to the room, a man who looked like a doctor came to greet her. Miss, the old man is awake. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianhui was overjoyed and rushed into the ward. Seeing that Lin Batian had opened his eyes, Lin Qianhui quickly grabbed his hand and said, Grandpa, you're awake. Lin Batian's complexion had improved a lot, and he said with a smile, Thank you for your hard work during this period. Lin Qianhui shook her head upon hearing this. Grandpa, I have good news for you. I have found Lin Xiao, but he doesn't want to see you yet. When Lin Batian heard this, he was delighted at first. Then he said with some relief, This child has suffered too much over the years. It is normal for him to have resentment. We need to give him some time. Come on, tell me what he has been through over the years, and what has happened to the Lin family recently. Lin Batian had been in a coma for a long time due to the attack of fire poison. Now that he has woken up, he really wants to know what happened while he was unconscious, especially what happened about Lin Xiao. Yes, Lin Qianhui quickly agreed, and then told Lin Batian the story. On the other side, not long after Lin Xiao got out of Lin Qianhui's car, his cell phone rang again. The person on the other end of the phone was Yao Lan, and he was communicating with Lin Xiao as if they were close friends regardless of age difference. Yao Lan told Lin Xiao that the equipment he wanted had been prepared and asked Lin Xiao to go over and sign for it. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, then released Chimera, Xiaoqing, and Asen from the Pokeballs, and took them in Xiaojiu to the Pokemon shop. Although the four girls don't like staying in the Pokeball, Lin Xiao won't gamble with his life. It would be bad if someone saw that there were no humanoid spirit pets around Lin Xiao, or that there were few humanoid spirit pets, and thought that they had an opportunity to attack him. Lin Xiao arrived at the spirit pet business, and as soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by a shopping guide and taken to the VIP reception room inside. Yao Lan had already prepared tea and was waiting for Lin Xiao to arrive. Seeing Lin Xiao coming in, he quickly greeted him. This is the tea that our company just purchased. Would you like to try it? Lin Xiao is a tea lover, especially green tea, so of course he would not refuse. After taking 2 sips, the two got down to business. Where's the equipment I want? After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Yao Lan took out 4 exquisite boxes and handed them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao opened the first box first. Then, a brass knuckle emitting a faint black light came into Lin Xiao's sight. This is made from the horns of the Earthshaker bull you provided, and some useless monster teeth left in our company. because the materials themselves are poisonous. I named this brass knuckle gasfonda. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this, and then he opened the second box. Inside the box is a very exquisite snakeskin-like glove. At this time, Yao Lan smiled and said, "This glove is made of the skin of the sea-level third-order monster, shape-shifting lizard. It has extremely high defense. Although the attack power is average, it has a certain confusing attribute. It's a pity that its quality is still a bit low. If it were B grade or A grade, its ability would definitely be much higher." I named it the Glove of Confusion. After hearing the other party's evaluation, Lin Xiao felt that this old guy was a bit Versailles. After all, a weapon with confusing properties. Once it falls into the hands of someone who mainly uses magic attacks, it can easily become a deadly weapon. Then Lin Xiao opened the third box. This is the piece of equipment that I am most satisfied with among the four. It is made from the rib of the Blood Knight, Yao Lan said with a proud look on his face. Lin Xiao looked into the box and found that it was an ancient ring. Its only property is that it can automatically absorb blood and energy in places with rich blood and energy, increasing its attack power. As for his name, it's Red Moon. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao also nodded. Indeed, this kind of equipment that can increase attributes, especially attack power, is very rare. No wonder Yao Lan said that this was the piece of equipment he was most satisfied with among the four. Finally, Lin Xiao opened the last box, and he was immediately surprised. Lin Xiao never thought that Yao Lan would actually turn Blastoise's water cannon into a Gatling gun. Yao Lan then smiled and said, "Because the water cannon of Blastoise is quite special, I discussed with the craftsman and decided to make it look like a Gatling gun. I've already thought of a name for you. It's called Gatling Water Cannon." Hearing this, Lin Xiao could not help but nod his head in satisfaction and said, "They are all very good. I wonder how much it costs to make these equipments." Yao Lan was well prepared for this question and said directly, "The 2D level pets you gave me just covered the cost of making the equipment this time." Hearing Yao Lan's answer, Lin Xiao was immediately surprised. Being able to get 4 such good equipment for only 800,000 is really worth it. Lin Xiao found it hard to believe that this was true. Even though Yao Lan personally confirmed to Lin Xiao that the cost of the 2D level pets he sold was just enough to offset the equipment production costs, Lin Xiao still found it a little unbelievable. Yao Lan saw Lin Xiao's surprised expression and was very satisfied. Then he smiled and said to Lin Xiao, "With these 4 pieces of equipment, I believe you will be able to thrive even in a place like the Imperial Capital where there are many hidden talents." Chapter 55. This investment is a sure win. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with Yao Lan's arrangement. Because these 4 pieces of equipment are just the right combination of defense, support, melee, and ranged attacks. Lin Xiao understood that Yao Lan wanted him to make some achievements on his own in addition to relying on the humanoid spirit pet to improve his combat effectiveness. However, Lin Xiao doesn't need these equipment at all. Because Lin Xiao originally possessed the power of the celestial fox, the power of nature, and the inheritance of Chimera, and now he also has the attribute of being immune to all poisons. It can be said that his own strength is comparable to that of a third-level monster. Therefore, he doesn't need these equipment at all. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao picked up the Gatling water cannon and threw it directly to Chimera. "Thank you, master." Chimera took it happily, and then she put the Gatling water cannon into her storage ring with great satisfaction. Then, Lin Xiao thought about it and handed the red moon ring to Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao quickly put the red moon on her index finger. Suddenly, Xiaojiao's already charming temperament became more devilish. Seeing this, Lin Xiao nodded with great satisfaction. "It suits you very well." Upon hearing this, Xiaojiao quickly took Lin Xiao's arm and started to act coquettishly. "Thank you, master. You are the best," to Xiaojiao. Lin Xiao then picked up the pair of confusing gloves and handed them to Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, I think you are more suitable for it than anyone else." Xiaoqing smiled gratefully when she heard this. "Thank you for the gift, master. Xiaoqing will remember it in her heart." After saying that, Xiaoqing did not put on the confusing gloves in front of everyone, but smiled and put the confusing gloves into the button-shaped space equipment on her green clothes. Xiaoqing's temperament is that of a very graceful, classical beauty. Lin Xiao was indeed not surprised at all by her reaction. Lin Xiao just turned his head and saw Shan couldn't wait to pick up the brass knuckles. "Master, I like this brass knuckle so much. Please give it to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded immediately because he had the same idea. After Asen put on the brass knuckles, she became even wilder. It can be said that her temperament is best matched with this brass knuckles. Yao Lan, who witnessed the whole process, had a very interesting expression on her face the whole time. He initially thought that Lin Xiao wanted to arm himself, because so far, he has never seen any spiritual pet that can use equipment. But he forgot that Lin Xiao's pets were all human-shaped pets and could use equipment just like humans. Later, Yao Lan thought that after Lin Xiao gave away the offensive equipment, he would leave a piece of defensive equipment for himself. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao didn't even want the confusing gloves, but handed them directly to Xiao Qing. This gave Yao Lan a deeper understanding of Lin Xiao. However, what made Yao Lan feel most incredible was that Lin Xiao's humanoid pet actually had its own storage space equipment. Even the Gatling water cannon was casually put into Chimera's storage ring. This made Yao Lan unable to understand Lin Xiao even more. Giving storage equipment to a spirit pet, this was the first time in his life. Afterwards, Yao Lan remembered that with Lin Xiao's current level, he was not able to use the equipment. This is because most Beastmasters at the initial stage have not yet learned spell-based attacks, and cannot even cooperate with their spirit pets in combat. Could it be that he intended to make equipment for his pets from the very beginning? Yao Lan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, as he was old and experienced, he soon calmed down. Lin Xiao then chatted with Yao Lan for a few more words, and then took the initiative to leave. After Lin Xiao left, Yao Chunxue came in from outside again. "Grandpa, why are you giving that guy a discount again? We spent more than $1 million to make those 4 pieces of equipment. We are losing a lot this time." Upon hearing this, Yao Lan looked at his granddaughter meaningfully and said, "This investment is a sure win. Don't worry." Then, Yao Lan asked with some doubt, "What is the family situation of your classmate?" Upon hearing this, Yao Chunxue replied curiously, "Don't you know everything? He is an orphan who has been living in the old city. The house he lives in is also a bungalow that is about to be demolished. He is usually very frugal and often works part-time to earn money for his studies." Yao Chunxue started to talk non-stop whenever she mentioned Lin Xiao. When Yao Lan heard this, he looked confused. So how did Lin Xiao get so many storage equipment? According to Yao Lan's observation, Lin Xiao had a storage bag on his waist, and his humanoid pet also had storage equipment on it. The value of these storage equipment is immeasurable. How could an ordinary student afford this? Interesting little fellow. When Yao Lan thought of this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. After leaving the spirit pet business, Lin Xiao returned to his home. Early the next morning, he packed his luggage and put it in his storage bag. Then, Lin Xiao took the 4 girls and left home. Their destination is the gate of Demon City. Today is the day that Lin Xiao and the Exploration Guild have agreed to explore the Dark Forest together. As soon as Lin Xiao arrived at the city gate, he saw a group of more than a dozen Beastmasters in uniform waiting there. The leader was Luo Chung. Luo Chung still had a poker face, but when he opened his mouth to speak, he gave people a feeling of being simple and honest. Seeing Lin Xiao coming, Luo Chung smiled and stepped forward to greet him, then said to his teammates, "Everyone come and meet him. This is our new guildmate, Lin Xiao." A relatively young senior Beastmaster on the side glanced at Lin Xiao, then said with a fake smile, "Oh, this guy's been very popular recently. Boss Luo Chung. Even if you don't introduce him, we all know him. After all, he is the top scholar." Lin Xiao immediately heard a hint of disdain in the other party's tone. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the person who was speaking. The other person's name was Sun Chong, and he looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. Being able to become a high-level Beastmaster at this age is already considered a genius. After figuring this out, Lin Xiao roughly understood why the other party was so hostile towards him. Obviously, this was the arrogance of a genius. His appearance made Sun Chong feel that his position was no longer secure. As soon as Sun Chong finished speaking, he heard a Beastmaster with a loud voice walking towards him. The other party laughed and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, saying, "Ha ha ha, I've heard of you a long time ago. These girls behind you must be your spirit pets. Wow, they're so pretty." After saying that, the other party looked at Xiaojiu, Chimera, Asen, and Xiaoqing without any concealment. Lin Xiao shook hands with the other party and didn't say much. Afterwards, everyone shook hands with each other one by one. However, when Lin Xiao and Sun Chong shook hands, something unpleasant happened. When the other party stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Lin Xiao, he suddenly used force and looked at Lin Xiao with ill intention. As a high-level Beastmaster, he had already mastered some special skills. His strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. When Sun Chong saw the Junior Beastmaster badge on Lin Zhao's chest, he wanted to give Lin Zhao a warning. However, there was no sign of discomfort on Lin Zhao's face. On the contrary, Lin Zhao gave Sun Chong a meaningful smile. Lin Zhao would naturally not be polite to Sun Chong's provocation. Afterwards, the power of the heavenly fox began to operate, and Lin Zhao exerted force suddenly. Sun Chong let out a scream of "ah." Then he covered his right hand and squatted down with a painful look on his face. Chapter 56, pretty good. He's a thorn in the side. Lin Zhao then looked at Sun Chong with a smile. Senior, what happened to you? Were you stung by a wasp? Upon hearing this, Sun Chong stared at Lin Zhao viciously. Luo Chung, who was standing by, also tried hard to suppress his smile. After seeing this, a member of the exploration team said to his companions, "That's good. He's a troublemaker. His vengeful character is very suitable for our guild." Luo Chung then walked in front of the crowd with a smile on his face and said, "Okay, don't wait any longer. Let's go together." After that, a group of people started queuing up at the city gate to register, and then left the Magic City. This time, their destination is the dark forest north of the Demon City. Everyone chatted and laughed as they headed north. Along the way, Lin Zhao probably also understood the personalities of these people in the Exploration Guild. Because we have been exploring unknown places outside for many years, everyone has a very open-minded personality. This is mainly because they need to stay focused all the time in the wild, so they are under a lot of pressure, which cultivates their carefree character. Moreover, most of the people in the Exploration Guild are very powerful or experienced veterans, because people with weak strength will become a burden to the team in the wild. And Sun Chong is also a very outstanding graduate this year, which is why he was able to join this team. We don't need to explore too fast this time. After all, we have explored Mirkwood many times before. We all have a general understanding of the situation. The main thing is to give the two newcomers some experience. Luo Chung gave the reminder very kindly. Boss, don't worry. Mirkwood has almost become our home. Do we still have to be so careful and troublesome when going home? Don't let your guard down. Although we were able to escape from Mirkwood unscathed every time, new situations arise every time we explore. I feel there must be secrets in there that we haven't mastered yet. The person who spoke was a girl wearing glasses named Nana. Nana, don't worry. The monsters in the Dark Forest are at most level 4, and we have 10 Beastmasters who have entered the star level. If we want to conquer the Dark Forest, it is possible. The grades of Beast Tamers are divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The level above advanced is called star level, and each time the rating increases, one more star will be added. After 10 stars, one becomes a general level Beastmaster, and beyond that is what is commonly known as becoming a god. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only 7 Beastmasters who can become gods. These 7 people guarded the 4 borders of Dragon Kingdom, resisting the invasion of foreign enemies and confronting some big monsters. Now Lin Zhao can only look up to those who can become gods. The crowd finally got away from the human city and stopped on an open grassland. Luo Chung then looked at Anna beside him. Anna understood what he meant and took out a pokeball from her backpack and threw it on the open space. Then, suddenly there was a loud eye. A gigantic monster that looked like an ancient horse-drawn carriage appeared in front of everyone. Afterwards, information about this carriage appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. A D-class, third-order demon beast, a bull horse driver. This is a mechanical creature with a bull's head and a horse's body. The number of passengers that the rear compartment can carry depends on the strength of its owner. Lin Zhao looked at the back compartment of the carriage and felt that it should be able to seat 7 or 8 people. From this point of view, Anana's strength should not be underestimated. Then, Anana told everyone to get on the bus. At this time, Luo Chung looked at Lin Zhao. "Lin, you should get in the car too." Lin Zhao was puzzled. This carriage could carry 8 people, but there were 12 people in total, which meant that 4 people had to walk underneath. Several of us have pets that can be used as a means of transportation. After saying that, Luo Chung took out a pokeball and threw it on the ground. Then, a gnoll ran out of the pokeball. Sun Chong looked at Lin Zhao at this time, and with a look of contempt, he took out his pokeball from his pocket. He threw the pokeball on the ground and taunted Lin Zhao in a sarcastic tone. "Boy, do you want to sit on my 4-legged ostrich? Of course, you can also take a carriage, but there aren't that many seats in the carriage. You'd better put all your humanoid pets into the pokeball, and don't put them out there to show off." As soon as Sun Chong finished speaking, a monster that looked like a 4-legged beast appeared on the ground. It has the body of an ostrich, but its limbs are very well developed, with 4 legs reaching to the ground. Lin Xiao was not unfamiliar with this kind of ostrich, and was very familiar with it. He knew that it was a sea-level second-order monster. The 4-legged ostrich is one of the few spiritual pets that humans can raise and completely tame today. However, this kind of spiritual pet is very expensive and its combat effectiveness is not high, so it has always been criticized. Lin Xiao didn't take Sun Chong to heart, but looked at the others and said, "I don't need to take a carriage. My friends don't like poke balls, they prefer to breathe fresh air outside." After saying that, Lin Xiao glanced at Ashen. Asen understood what he meant and immediately transformed into his original form without hesitation. Then, Asen came in front of Lin Xiao, slowly lowered her body, and lay on the ground very obediently. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately rode on it. Xiaoqing then rode on Asen and then got into Lin Xiao's arms. However, Xiaojie followed and rode on Asen, choosing to lean behind Lin Xiao. Seeing Xiaojie's hot body, tightly clinging to Lin Xiao's back, many people in the team were stunned. "Oh my god, what kind of benefit is this? It makes me want to raise a humanoid pet." Ha! If you raise a humanoid pet, it might turn out to be a big toe-picking guy. Look, how dare that classical beauty curl up in Lin Xiao's arms. Oh my, this is such a waste of talent. I'm jealous. Many people were envious at the time, but they could only envy. Just like that, Lin Xiao, under the attack of Xiaoqing and Xiaojie, ordered Ashan, "Follow everyone." When Asen heard this, she let out a loud "ah" to indicate that she understood. The Chimera was floating in the air, following behind Lin Xiao. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao and couldn't help but sigh with envy. There's one in front, one behind, one flying in the sky, and one riding below. Is this the carefree life that only gods can have? Seeing Lin Xiao being so cool, Sun Chong couldn't help but snort coldly and was about to climb onto the 4-legged ostrich. However, the 4-legged ostrich is quite tall, and Sun Chong's height is somewhat limited. For a moment, Sun Chong couldn't climb up. "Get down too." However, the 4-legged ostrich ignored him and turned its face away. "You!" Sun Chong was so angry at his 4-legged ostrich that he was speechless. He couldn't help but make up his mind that he must do it when he got home. In desperation, he found a large stone to put under his feet and then climbed up. Then, everyone started heading towards their destination, the dark forest. But their speed is not fast. Because there were 8 people sitting in the ox-horse driver, the speed was naturally not fast. In order to demonstrate the performance of his means of transportation, Sun Chong simply rode on a 4-legged ostrich and ran at the front of the team. After seeing this, Luo Chun couldn't help but shout in great worry, "Sun Chong, please step back. We are in the wild. There are many unknown risks. You don't have much experience. Let me take the lead." Sun Chong heard this, but he didn't care at all and said, "Boss, don't worry. I am a high-level beast master after all. Nothing will happen to me." Chapter 57. Don't delay the team's progress because of this little loss. However, before Sun Chong could finish his words, a gust of wind appeared ahead of his path. Seeing this, Luo Cheng shouted loudly, "Be careful." Sun Xiang was caught off guard by the strong wind. However, it was too late for him to react now. However, as a high-level beastmaster, he did not sit idly by and wait for death. He immediately turned over and rolled off the 4-legged ostrich. Sun Chong looked like a rolling gourd, looking extremely embarrassed. However, his strong physique still allowed him to perform a crouching movement. Afterwards, Sun Chong patted his chest and said, "That was a close call. I almost got into trouble." Unexpectedly, just as he stood still, a big bird suddenly fell from the sky and rushed straight towards him. Seeing this, Luo Chun quickly took out a pokeball from his pocket and was about to throw it out. "Get down!" Luo Chun shouted loudly, hoping that Sun Chong would react in time to avoid the danger, so that he could rescue Sun Chong without hurting him. But Sun Chong was so frightened by the momentum of the big bird that he lost consciousness. At this moment, a whoosh sound was heard. A magic missile suddenly flew past Sun Chong's ear, and then with a bang, it collided with a big bird. The big bird was caught off guard by the magic missile, and its body shifted slightly. At this moment, Luo Cheng seized the opportunity and released his spiritual pet. It was a huge white tiger. As soon as the white tiger landed, it released an indescribable aura. After a tiger roar, the entire forest began to tremble. The big bird seemed to be frightened by the tiger as well. It grabbed the 4-legged ostrich with its hand and flew away. Only then was Sun Chong able to save his life. Afterwards, Sun Chong sat down on the ground with a plop and looked at the direction where the big bird left with lingering fear. Luo Cheng hurried over at this time and asked Sun Chong, "Are you okay?" Sun Chong shook his head when he heard this, but was still a little frightened and didn't say anything. Then, Luo Cheng gave another earnest warning. "In the wild, you must not be radical. At any time, in any corner, something that threatens your life may happen." As he spoke, Luo Cheng looked towards the black spot in the air that had already left. I didn't see clearly what kind of monster it was. However, I estimate that the other party is at least a 4th level monster. Moreover, it should be here to find food. It seems to be very timid and only caught your 4-legged ostrich. If it insists on pestering you, then you are now. Luo Cheng didn't finish his words, but the meaning between the lines already showed what he wanted to say. Seeing that Sun Chong did not answer, Luo Cheng then looked at Lin Xiao at the back of the team. "Your response just now was very good. You didn't act rashly, but disrupted the target's movement trajectory, giving me the opportunity to attack." Lin Xiao didn't say anything either. In fact, he didn't really want to get involved in this matter. It was only because of the system's reminder that I knew the monster just now was not a 4th level monster. It is a powerful monster that is about to advance to the 5th level, Sabali. When Sabali just appeared, the complete monster encyclopedia gave Lin Xiao a warning. This thing is a very brutal carnivore, and it likes to eat creatures with high intelligence. The higher the intelligence, the more strength they increase, and the stronger they become. If they really let Sabali take Sun Chong away, Lin Xiao was afraid that Sabali would really advance to the 5th level. By then, the entire expedition team would be wiped out here. He did have a way to escape, but the pressure from these teammates, whom he had just met and got along with quite well, would put him in great danger. Otherwise, he would not have rescued Sun Chong. Sun Chong felt a burning sensation on his face when he saw Captain Luo Cheng praising Lin Xiao in front of him. Afterwards, Luo Cheng said to Sun Chong, "There's just one seat left on the bus. Go ahead and get on. Don't delay our journey." Sun Chong heard this and said unconvincedly, "That monster took away my 4-legged ostrich. Shouldn't we go and get it back?" Luo Cheng shook his head and said, "We can't let such a small incident affect our mission. We can't just let it go like this." Luo Cheng, who had always been honest and simple, suddenly became stern when he heard Sun Chong was so stubborn. The scar on his face also became somewhat hideous at this moment. "This is an order. Don't delay the team's progress because of this little loss." Sun Chong, who was frightened by Luo Cheng, stopped talking immediately. Afterwards, Sun Chong obediently climbed onto the ox-horse driver's carriage and sat in the corner of the carriage. Seeing this, Anna and the other team members did not go forward to comfort Sun Chong. Because outdoor adventures are different from ordinary missions. If everyone cannot unite, they will be killed by the unknown. Therefore, Sun Chong must change his mindset himself. It is impossible for us to help Sun Chong for his entire life. Keep on going. Luo Cheng glanced at the team and then gave the order. The team continued to move forward, and this time it was Luo Cheng who took the lead. The team's speed also became much more stable. Lin Xiao could see that Luo Cheng was always paying attention to the movements around him. Lin Xiao took out the map he had bought before and found that there was very little information recorded about this area. The sky was now getting dark, and they were still about 12 hours away from the Mirkwood. The team reached a valley that was sheltered from the wind, and Luo Cheng signaled everyone to stop. Then, as if performing magic, he opened a door from a small mound. And inside that door, there was actually a cave of moderate size. Although the space inside the cave is small, it is enough for the group to rest. Luo Cheng then smiled and said to Lin Xiao, "This cave was dug when we explored the dark forest before. It is used as a temporary resting place. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to rest in the wild in this area at night." When Lin Xiao heard what the other party said, he nodded in agreement. After everyone collected the pets they used for their journey, they went into the cave. Although the space in the cave is large enough, it would still be very crowded if more than a dozen people went in at the same time. In addition, there were 5 of Lin Xiao's own people, so the inside of the cave became even more stuffy. After seeing this, Sun Chong was very dissatisfied with Lin Xiao and said, "Can't you put away your humanoid pet? Do you have to bring it with you? The space inside is so limited. Do you want everyone to make room for your pet?" Lin Xiao did not argue with Sun Chong, but said to Luo Cheng, "Captain, I will not rest in the cave. I will keep watch alone." He didn't want to squeeze into the cave with so many people, and he was indeed prepared to camp in the wild. What's more, Lin Xiao didn't want to rely on others for his safety. Upon hearing this, Luo Chung simply shook his head. This is against the rules. Everyone will take turns to keep watch at night. We will form a team of 2. You and I will keep watch together. Go and rest now. After hearing what Luo Chung said, Lin Xiao did not insist anymore. He found a spot at the entrance of the cave and sat down. Xiaoju then came over very considerately and placed her tail under Lin Xiao's back. This scene made the other team members feel envious. Chapter 58, Is there no normal person around Lin Xiao? Seeing the looks of Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiao, the quick-talking Anna couldn't help but say bluntly, young people really know how to enjoy themselves. We old folks can't think of so many tricks. Huh, Sister Nana? If not, you can also find a man to cushion your body. Get lost. Your tiny body isn't even big enough to fill my teeth. It's obvious that this group of people often make jokes like this, and telling dirty jokes doesn't affect the team atmosphere at all. Lin Xiao was not embarrassed. Having lived 2 lives, he was an experienced person. At this time, Captain Luo Chung had already lit a bonfire. Everyone took out the dry food they had prepared long ago and started eating. Everyone, please cherish it. This is the last time we can eat something hot before we go into the mountains and into the dark forest. Sun Chong, who was standing by, heard this and asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Luo Chung then explained, "Because in the dark forest, some monsters have a strong tendency to move towards light. If you light a bonfire, it will attract their attention." When Sun Chong heard this, he nodded to show his understanding. Lin Xiao didn't care about it at all. After eating, he closed his eyes and rested. When it was midnight, Anna and Sun Chong, who was already a little sleepy, ended their vigil. Then it was Lin Xiao and Luo Cheng's turn. Anna went to wake up Luo Cheng, who was resting, and Sun Chong came over to wake up Lin Xiao. Just as Sun Chong approached Lin Xiao, he suddenly felt 2 terrifying murderous auras. Sun Chong was shocked all over, and when he looked at the source of the murderous aura, he found that it was the little girl who could transform into a wild wolf, and the classical woman in green clothes. The way the 2 men looked at Sun Chong was as if they were wild beasts observing their prey. At this moment, Sun Chong had a feeling that if he made any unnecessary movements, the 2 girls in front of him might really eat him. Soon, Sun Chong realized that Lin Xiao's 2 pets were transformed from real monsters. If the other party really wanted to eat him, it was not impossible. Although he was afraid, Sun Chong pretended to be calm for the sake of the present and said indignantly, "It's his turn to keep watch." As a result, Sun Chong's mouth was entangled by a snake's tail at some point. The face of the classical beauty Qingshan was now very close to him. Xiaoqing lowered her voice and made a gesture to keep quiet. "Sure, don't wake the master up. I'll keep watch." After saying that, the snake's tail suddenly disappeared again, and Xiaoqing returned to being on the ground with her feet. Sun Chong almost cried out in surprise at that time. Fortunately, Xiaoqing did not continue to scare him. Otherwise, there might really be a misunderstanding. Luo Chung had already made preparations. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. However, Luo Chung did not stop them. He and Xiaoqing came to the campfire outside and sat down. Xiaoqing sat there steadily, like a classical fairy walking out of a painting. Luo Chung originally wanted to chat with Xiaoqing. As a result, just as he opened his mouth, he saw Xiaoqing taking out some food from somewhere. Then, Xiaoqing rolled it up with her snake-like head and swallowed it into her stomach. Even Luo Chung, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but shudder after seeing this scene. How can Lin Xiao endure living with a group of beauties who are like wild beasts? Is there no normal person around Lin Xiao? Luo Chung couldn't help but talk to himself in his heart. The little girl in wolfskin seemed to have endless energy and kept jumping up and down at every turn. And the woman with rabbit ears always gives people a sense of nothingness that seems to exist and not exist. As for the humanoid monster with a foxtail, even Luo Chung would be affected by its charm if he looked at it for a few more seconds. However, the most terrifying thing is the woman in green in front of him. Luo Chung has been living on the edge of a knife for many years and has a very sharp intuition when facing danger. He feels that the woman in green in front of him is the most dangerous one among the 4 beast girls. And so, all night long in silence, Luo Chung felt that this night watch was more tiring than any previous one, because he always felt that danger was around him. He had an illusion that if he was not careful, he would be swallowed by Xiaoqing. Just when Luo Chung was about to wake up the next person on guard, Xiaoqing suddenly stood up. Then Asen came out of the cave. Luo Chung looked at Xiaoqing with some confusion. Although Xiaoqing's expression did not change, Her eyes were fixed on the sky in the distance. At this time, Lin Xiao, Xiao Jiao, and Chimera also came out. When Lin Xiao went out, he casually pulled the trigger on the alarm device they had set up in advance, and everyone quickly woke up. Then, everyone immediately walked out of the cave and prepared for battle, but they found nothing. Sun Chong had just finished his night watch and was frightened by Xiao Qing. He finally fell into a light sleep, but was awakened by Lin Xiao. Sun Chong couldn't help but said with some displeasure, "What happened? Who sounded the alarm? Isn't there anything happening now?" Lin Xiao did not answer him, but looked towards the distant sky and said, "That thing is back." "What?" Hearing this, Luo Chung frowned and looked into the distance. With his mental power, he didn't even notice any danger in the distance. As a result, at this time another gust of wind blew. Just like during the day, this hurricane was very strong, and its target was clearly this group of people. Everyone reacted quickly, scattered, and prepared to face the enemy. Afterwards, Sabali's huge wings flapped continuously in the sky, and he used wind blades to attack the members of the Exploration Guild below. Sabali, a B-level 4th-order monster, has a strong ability to control the wind. It is not fast, but has very strong endurance. When hunting, it often relies on its own endurance to consume the target's physical strength, and finally kills the food at the lowest cost. The opponent's combat IQ is very high. The best way to defeat it is to rely on the strongest attack and kill it instantly. Don't get into a tug of war. Lin Xiao immediately remembered the information given in the previous monster encyclopedia. This was his first time fighting a B-level, 4th-order monster. Moreover, the opponent is a monster that can fly. Luo Chung released his white tiger pet Garurumon as soon as possible. This is also a 4th-order B-level spiritual pet, but it is unable to fight against enemies in the air. Fortunately, Garurumon has long-range attack capabilities, which can effectively limit Sabori's harassment. This is going to be difficult. Sabali has great patience. He won't give up until he achieves his goal. If the 12 of us here can't kill it, then this exploration will definitely be affected by it. It might even threaten our lives. We must find a way to kill it. Luo Chung then took out another Pokeball. "Come out, combat helicopter." As the Pokeball landed, a helicopter about the size of a wash basin flew out of the Pokeball. Chapter 59. Are we going to be wiped out this time? Specific information about the combat helicopter then appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. The combat helicopter is a C-level, 3rd-order mechanical creation. It is a very good auxiliary spirit pet. It can be combined with other spirit pets to give them the ability to fly. The flight speed is related to the specific values of the other party. Skills: fire support, aerial burst. Lin Xiao looked at Luo Chung in surprise. He never expected that the other party could not only have a 4th-level spiritual pet, but also cultivate a 3rd-level auxiliary spiritual pet. Moreover, the quality is very good. This made Lin Xiao look at Captain Luo Chung with new respect. Because a Beastmaster's energy is limited, and training a spirit pet requires a lot of resources, it is difficult to train multiple spirit pets at the same time. Normally, except for those with cheats like Lin Xiao, ordinary Beastmasters who train spiritual pets, if they do not have certain opportunities and support, will most likely lose everything they have because of a spiritual pet. Therefore, most Beastmasters only train one spirit pet at the beginning. Only when they become Star Beastmasters, or even High Star Beastmasters, and have more abilities will they train 1 or 2 auxiliary spirit pets. And Luo Chung is only a 2-star Beastmaster, but he actually owns a 3rd-level auxiliary spirit pet, and it is a rare flying spirit pet. It can be imagined that his strength should not be underestimated. After the combat helicopter appeared, it immediately merged with Garurumon. A moment later, a huge propeller appeared above Garurumon's head and began to rotate continuously, and finally it really lifted Garurumon into the air. At the same time, the carriage behind the ox-horse driver suddenly began to change slowly and finally turned into an anti-aircraft gun. Then, the cows and horses pulling in front also started running. As they kept running, the anti-aircraft guns behind them began to fire shells at the Sabal in the sky. After flying into the sky, Garurumon also began to attack Sabali. Its flying speed is not very fast, but it is just enough to keep up with Sabal. With the artillery support from the ox-horse driver, the flying speed of the Sabali also became noticeably slower. After closing the distance, Garurumon immediately opened its mouth and launched a breath attack on Sabali. Sabali barely avoided the attack. Then, the combat helicopter above Garurumon's head also changed. Then, 2 heavy machine guns were extended from the doors on both sides of the combat helicopter and they started firing at the Sabal. Sabali was caught off guard and let out a scream. Seeing this, several team members nearby cheered. The captain is still awesome. In this team, only the captain Luo Cheng has a flying pet, which shows how rare flying pets are. At this time, Sabali's body also tilted. Upon seeing this, Anna quickly ordered the cattle and horse drivers to fire at it. After a series of explosions, bang, 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 Sabali fell from the sky. Although it's troublesome, fortunately, this Sabali is not very difficult to deal with. Anna said excitedly when she saw Sabali being hit. However, Lin Xiao had a bad feeling. Then his eyes were fixed on Sabali. Suddenly, he saw a trace of human-like contempt in Sabali's eyes. Lin Xiao quickly shouted, "Be careful." When Sun Chong heard Lin Xiao shouting, he immediately showed a look of disdain. "Didn't you see that the captain defeated Sabali? Why are you still so nervous? Don't you trust the captain?" However, as soon as Sun Chong finished his words, Sabali's body in midair suddenly flipped, regained his balance, and then rushed directly towards the team members below. At this time, a white light slowly appeared on Sabali's body. Then, Sabali's body also grew bigger. A word suddenly flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. Evolution. Gablochi is a B-rank 5th-order monster with a very high IQ. It is rumored to be a subspecies of the Wings of Wisdom and is good at controlling wind abilities. It has skills wind control, claw attack, rocket headbutt, and wing defense. Lin Xiao thought, "It is indeed so." The worst outcome still happened to him. Previously, the complete monster encyclopedia had reminded him that this Sabali was about to evolve, and after it devoured the four-legged ostrich, it indeed evolved. In particular, the IQ of this bird is so high that it can pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. It actively suppressed its evolution and deliberately revealed a flaw to Luo Cheng during the battle. Now a 5th-level monster was so close at hand that even Lin Xiao could hardly bear the oppressive feeling. However, Lin Xiao quickly readjusted himself. When the others saw that the damn Sabri had evolved above their heads, they couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. "Oh my god! It's a 5th-level monster! Get out of the way!" Sun Chong was so frightened that he stood there in a daze. If someone hadn't pulled him back, he would have been caught to death by a single claw from the newly evolved Gablock. "Take cover and hide!" Luo Cheng quickly commanded everyone to take cover, and he gave orders to the combat helicopters and Garurumon, asking them to cover everyone. The other team members did not sit still and wait for death. They took out their pokeballs, released their pets, and prepared for battle. Although the opponent is a 5th-level monster, they still have some advantages on the ground. Unexpectedly, as soon as their spirit pets were released, Sabali flapped his wings vigorously, and a huge gust of wind blew their spirit pets all over the place. At this time, Gablock also stretched out his claws. Then, it used its 2 claws to grab 2 team members, one in each hand. Among them, Sun Chong happened to be one of them. When Captain Luo Cheng saw this scene, he immediately shouted, "It's over. Are we going to be wiped out this time?" He has been leading the exploration team in the Magic City for more than 10 years, and nothing has ever gone wrong. Did he expect that he would die here this time? Gablock's attack power and IQ are so high. How can he escape? At this moment, 2 magic missiles hit Gablock's claws at the same time. Gablock's claws felt pain, so he had to let go of the 2 humans and fly back into the air. "Well done!" As they spoke, everyone attacked towards the sky at the same time. Anna also commanded other team members to rescue Sun Chong and another team member. Faced with the attack, Gablock did not rush to fight back, but kept circling in the sky, looking for an opportunity. Lin Xiao really hated the feeling of being stared at all the time. He then looked at Chimera. "Can you handle it?" Upon hearing this, Chimera smiled, then slowly floated up and flew straight towards Gablock. After seeing this scene, Luo Cheng hurriedly shouted to Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, don't act on impulse. That is a 5th-level monster. No matter how powerful your humanoid pet is, it is still far behind it." When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately shook his head. He knew that Chimera was not stupid. On the contrary, she was probably the calmest and wisest of the 4 girls. Since Chimera dared to face the 5th-level monster Gabrock alone, it means that she must be able to deal with Gabrock. As for the Chimera in the sky, before she approached Gablock, the magic circle behind her had slowly taken shape. Then, countless magic missiles were fired at Gablock as if they were free. Chapter 60. This lunatic Lin Xiao actually gave his equipment to his pet. Gablock was also a little surprised by Chimera's attack. because the attack power of this magic missile is simply not what a first-level monster can possess. Moreover, the frequency of launching these magic missiles is too fast. Although Gablock was caught off guard, as an aerial raptor with a very high IQ, it reacted immediately. Gablock quickly somersaulted twice in midair, not only stabilizing his body, but also creating a safe distance between himself and Chimera. Then, Gablock quickly used wind control magic on Chimera. A strong wind immediately blew around Chimera's body. Chimera was shaken by the sudden strong wind. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly rushed up from the ground, blew away the strong wind, and protected Chimera's body. At the same time, Garurumon quietly came behind Gablock and launched a sneak attack on it. Gablock was attacked from both sides in an instant. Lin Xiao looked at Luo Cheng and found that Luo Cheng and other members of the Exploration Guild had been trying their best to do their own work beside him. Luo Cheng was cooperating with Lin Xiao in the attack, while Anna was restricting Gablock's actions. The others were on guard all the time because of the limitations of their pet's abilities. Only then did Lin Xiao realize how insignificant the children in the academy were in front of truly experienced beastmasters. Think about the opponents he met during the college entrance examination. Which one of them didn't give in when faced with a strong enemy? This made Lin Xiao sigh. However, these thoughts only flashed through my mind for a moment. Lin Xiao hurriedly looked at Chimera in the air again. At this time, Chimera had taken out the Gatling water cannon from her storage ring. Chimera, wearing a training uniform and holding a Gatling water cannon, suddenly changed her temperament from a pure girl to a violent loli. She picked up the Gatling water cannon in her hand and pulled the trigger suddenly. Then, the sound of gunfire, bang bang bang, rang out in the air. After seeing this scene, both Luo Cheng and other members of the Exploration Guild almost dropped their jaws in shock. They looked at Lin Xiao, and the same thought appeared in their minds. This lunatic Lin Xiao actually gave his equipment to his spirit pet. This idea was incredible to them. Their thoughts were answered by the almost crazy shooting sounds of the Chimera. With the support of the Gatling water cannon, Chimera's attack range and frequency have increased significantly. This made Gablock scream in the air. However, such an attack is still not enough for a 5th-level monster. At this time, Chimera's Gatling water cannon finally reached its limit and entered the cooling time. Although Gablochi looked a little disheveled, he was not seriously injured. However, it has been a long time since it was injured so badly. At this time, Gablochi's beast instinct made him a little dizzy, and his anger made him gradually lose his rationality. Seeing that Chimera stopped attacking, Gablock quickly seized the opportunity and rushed forward to deal a severe blow to Chimera. It wants to let this human, who can use magic, know what the consequences are of angering it. Seeing this, Luo Cheng hurriedly shouted to Lin Xiao, "Hurry up and bring your pet back. Gablochi is angry." Lin Xiao did not say anything, but looked at Chimera. He knew that Chimera was not the kind of person who would act rashly. Knowing that she was going to die, she would not just sit there and wait for death. Sure enough, a magic circle appeared in the void at the feet of Chimera. At the same time, the Chimera's aura slowly disappeared. Certainly, it didn't disappear, but was shrouded by some strange force and was slowly replaced. Then, Chimera's body began to change. Her height increased from about 1.6 meters to almost 3 meters. The training uniform he was wearing turned into a black robe, and the Gatling water cannon in his hand turned into a staff shining with starlight. She looked majestic and mysterious at this moment. The god of law has arrived. Chimera's strongest killer move, she summoned the original magic Chimera and had her descend into her body. The French magician Mira just casually glanced at Gablock in front of him, and the other party's body suddenly froze in midair, as if imprisoned by some invisible force. Then, the magic staff in the god of magic's hand flashed with starlight, and a big crack appeared in the sky. It seemed as if a meteorite was about to squeeze in through the crack. Seeing this scene, not only Gablock, but also the people in the Exploration Guild were shocked, and their eyes widened. They could never have imagined that Chimera's casual move could cause such a big scene. In this doomsday-like scene, no one can endure such great pressure. The same thought appeared in all of their minds. If this meteorite really falls, the entire blue planet will probably cease to exist. In the Demon City, the city lord Bai was reviewing the official documents submitted today. As the lord of a city, he also has to solve many problems of city defense. Moreover, Shanghai is originally a border city by the sea, and it always has to face the covetousness of some enemy countries. Fortunately, under his governance, the safety index of the Magic City has risen sharply. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt something and quickly looked up at the sky in the distance. He felt as if something that would destroy the world was about to fall from the sky. Even a 5-star beastmaster like Bai Yi could not escape unscathed from this turmoil. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? Is there a big demon coming out? But faced with this devastating force, Bai Yi didn't know how to resist it. On the coastline, Li Guanjuan was looking out at the sea. After completing his task of invigilating the college entrance examination, he came here to guard the country's borders. In recent times, the Sakura country across the ocean seems to have been making a lot of small moves, even crossing the sea to harass the border of the Dragon Country. If you dare to come over this time, I will make sure that you, the dwarf mules from the Sakura country, will never return. Li Guanjuan talked to himself calmly. Suddenly, a huge and dangerous aura appeared from behind him and enveloped him, making him shudder. Oh no, a big monster has been born. After saying that, Li Guanjuan slapped his pokeball, and his sky-swallowing pelican flew out of the pokeball. Then, Li Guanjuan piloted the sky-swallowing pelican and flew into the sky. Li Guanjuan wanted to see where that terrifying aura came from. Outside the Longwa Strait, on an inconspicuous isolated island, a short and wretched man, only 1.6 meters tall, was looking at the border of Longwa. Huh? Our sneak attack this time will definitely catch the Dragon Nation off guard. When the time comes, we will grab all the resources and leave immediately. We must not let them catch us. The short and wretched man then said to his men behind him with a smile. Hi, Mr. Matsushita. All the subordinates responded in unison that Panasonic wanted to take it. Suddenly, Panasonic felt as if something terrible was staring at him. Has the Dragon Kingdom discovered us? Panasonic's face was filled with confusion and fear. Chapter 61. At such a young age, why do you talk like an old man? Run! Run! Panasonic immediately summoned his flying pet and wanted to leave this sea area quickly. At first, his subordinates didn't understand what Panasonic was going to do. It was not until they saw that their backbone, Matsushita, was about to run away that they could not help but panic and fled in haste. The entire team suddenly became a mess. Some people wanted to capture the monster that Matsushita was leading and escape with him, but Matsushita didn't care about the lives of his subordinates at all. Baga, get out of my way! As he said that, Matsushita pulled out a pistol from his waist, pointed it at his men who were trying to stop him from leaving, and pulled the trigger. At the same time, Luo Chung and others were so frightened by the momentum of the meteorite that they were stunned. Some of them even lowered their heads and dared not look up. However, when the meteorite came into contact with the space crack, it mysteriously disappeared. However, its remaining strength did overflow a little. However, these overflowing forces directly strangled the 5th-level monster Jablochi on the spot. Gablaka's huge body was instantly split into more than a dozen pieces and then fell to the ground. Then, the Chimera's height continued to shrink until it returned to its original size, and it looked as if it had never experienced anything. Afterwards, the Chimera seemed to have lost all its strength and fell from midair. Lin Xiao hurried forward, caught Chimera, and held Chimera in his arms. Looking at Chimera's appearance, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little worried. Xiaoqing came over to check it out, then smiled and said, "She's evolving. It will take some time for her to complete the process." Looking at Chimera's closed eyes, Lin Xiao quickly took out the Pokeball and put Chimera into it. For any pet, the Pokeball is the best recovery item. At this time, Luo Chung came over, looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Is your humanoid pet okay?" Lin Xiao heard this and nodded. "It's okay. I'm just exhausted." After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Luo Chung nodded, then patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and praised him. "Very good. This time, it's really thanks to you. Otherwise, we really don't know if we can go back alive." Lin Xiao smiled and did not answer the question. Because Lin Xiao could see that, except for Sun Chong, all the people present were experienced beastmasters. Although they were completely at a disadvantage just now, they were still defending in an orderly manner. Lin Xiao believed that with the experience and combat effectiveness of Luo Chung and his group, even if they could not defeat Gablok, they could defend with all their might and finally find a way to escape unscathed. At this time, Anna ran over, jumping and slapping Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "Ah, you're quite powerful, young man. You can even kill a 5th-level monster. It seems I underestimated you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao shook his head in reply. "It's because everyone cooperated well. If it weren't for the cooperation between Anna and Luo Chung, Chimera's first wave of attack would not have posed such a threat to Gablock. You were so young. Why do you talk like an old hand? What we just did are just a drop in the bucket. Compared with you, it is really not worth mentioning. Don't be so modest. Luo Chung will ask the president for credit for you later. When Lin Xiao heard Anana's words, he simply smiled and did not respond. At this time, the other team members also ran over and greeted Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao responded one by one. At this moment, they truly recognized Lin Xiao and regarded him as a partner they could trust. Only Sun Chong, holding his injured body, watched everything with gritted teeth. After a battle, the sky gradually turned pale. Luo Chung organized everyone to sit around the campfire and eat breakfast. Then, Luo Chung began to assign tasks. We are going to enter the Mirkwood today, but because someone is injured, we need someone to take the injured team member back. Luo Chung then called out 4 more mature and steady team members and said, "You escort Sun Chong and others back to the Magic City headquarters to recuperate, and the rest of you come with me into the Dark Forest." The 4 people whose names were called were somewhat disappointed that they could not continue to explore the Mirkwood, but as veteran team members, they did not question Luo Cheng's decision. At this time, Sun Chong stood up all of a sudden like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Captain, my injury is fine. I can continue fighting. This is an order." Luo Cheng's words, with an irresistible tone, reached Sun Chong's ears. "You are not fit for exploration in your current state. Whether it's your strength, character, or combat capability, you are not fit to blindly go into the wild." When Luo Chung said this, it was equivalent to denying all of Sun Chong's pride. Then, Luo Chung changed the subject. "However, all this is due to your lack of experience. I will assign you a special mission later, and you will complete it alone. As long as you can complete the mission perfectly, I will still take you with me on the next expedition." After hearing Luo Cheng's promise, Sun Chong's face, which had been gloomy, suddenly became lively again. When Lin Xiao heard Luo Cheng's words and looked at Luo Cheng's honest face, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "I didn't expect that this honest man is such a thoughtful person. He can take care of every member of the team and could choose the most suitable route for each person and arrange their development. It can be said that Luo Chung was born to be a leader." Then, Sun Chong and other injured team members left the camp under the escort of 4 team members selected by Luo Chung. Lin Xiao, Luo Chung, Anna, and others then entered the Dark Forest. As soon as he entered the Dark Forest, Lin Xiao felt a strange chill. The sunlight here seems to be much dimmer than outside. The dense branches and leaves have covered the entire sky. Luo Chung put away the Earthshaker and released Garurumon instead, letting Garurumon lead the way. Garurumon has a very keen sense of smell and can smell the scent of monsters from far away. But Anna had already put away the cow horse driver. Although the ox horse driver is very powerful, the noise it makes when moving is very loud and is not suitable for such a scenario. A beast master named Lu Chi then released his spirit pet to search for danger for everyone. Lu Chi's pet is a sea-level, third-order monster, the Sunflower Beast. Although this monster is called Sunflower Beast, in fact, it is not a plant-type spiritual pet, but a cat-type spiritual pet that looks like a sunflower. Because Sunflowermon has very sharp senses, it is favored by many adventurers. Lin Xiao looked around and then winked at Asen. Asen immediately understood what he meant and jumped onto a branch. In such an environment, there is no need to worry about flying monsters, but you have to be extra careful about the monsters hiding in the trees. Fortunately, Asen possesses the power of nature and can experience nature to the greatest extent. If there is any danger, it will not escape Asen's perception. After walking for a while, they saw a burnout fire in front of them. Luo Chung immediately squatted down and took a careful look. There are about 10 people on the other side. The ashes of the fire haven't been blown away by the wind yet, but the ground has completely cooled down. It looks like they were gone for no more than 24 hours. Also, they have no experience in wilderness exploration. Chapter 62, this exploration was really unlucky. Normally, in the case of outdoor adventures, fire is a very important heating and survival tool. However, we are now in a very dangerous dark forest, and it is impossible to survive here with normal thinking logic. Especially the monsters in the dark forest. Most of them are attracted to light, so for safety reasons, experienced adventurers will not make fires to keep warm in the dark forest. After determining their direction of travel, Luo Chung said, "It seems that their direction of travel is close to our destination. We need to be more careful in our actions." Lin Xiao agreed very much with this. Even if the other party is a novice human, Lin Xiao will not take the initiative to cooperate with them in the wild. After all, Lin Xiao still remembers clearly what happened when he met Su Su before. In the wild, the most common thing is murder and robbery. Afterwards, everyone continued on their journey. As they walked, Luo Cheng explained to Lin Xiao some of the situations that one would encounter when exploring in the wild, as well as some of the potential dangers in the dark and dense forest. In the dark forest, the most numerous monsters are actually the night cat monsters. I don't know what the night cat monsters here are, but they have been guarding the dark forest and preventing explorers like us from entering the deep areas. The next is the demon beasts of the bull-headed tribe. However, the demon beasts of the bull-headed tribe move very slowly. Compared with the dark night cat demon, they are still very easy to deal with. Lin Xiao immediately remembered the basic information of these two monsters. Dark Night Cat Demon, a sea-level, third-order monster with very strong agility, quick movements, good at close combat, and likes to live in groups. Possesses skills such as poison, claw attack, pounce, and bite madly. Every attack of the Dark Night Cat Demon will bring with it a random negative effect, the strength of which is determined by the specific circumstances at the time of the attack. There are many kinds of Minotaur monsters, including Wild Bull Warriors, Giant Axe Minotaur, and Flame Minotaur. A sea-level, third-order monster that likes to live in groups. Even without a complete encyclopedia of monsters, Lin Xiao could still recall the knowledge taught in school textbooks. However, these were all third-level monsters, and there was no way they could pose a threat to an expedition team like theirs that had fourth-level spirit pets and multiple third-level spirit pets. However, when Lin Xiao looked at Luo Cheng's expression, he felt that the other party seemed to be still frightened. As we were walking, we suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes in front of us. Luo Cheng quickly signaled everyone to stop, but Ashan sniffed her little nose and said, "It smells like blood." At any moment, Luo Cheng suddenly became as if he was facing a great enemy. He took out a knife to clear a way and pushed aside the bushes in front of him. As a result, everyone saw 3 Dark Night Cat demons gnawing on a human skeleton. Moreover, the human bones were obviously still fresh. The 3 Dark Night Cat monsters were eating when they suddenly raised their heads and looked at Luo Cheng. Seeing this, Luo Cheng quickly dodged backwards. At the place where Luo Cheng had just left, a Dark Night Cat demon had already reached out with its claws, but missed. Then, the 3 Dark Night Cat demons walked out from the bushes, and when they looked at Lin Xiao and the other 6 people, their expressions became extremely greedy. They seemed like a group of starving ghosts who had not had enough fun. Anna let out a sigh of relief at this time. Luckily, there are only 3. However, Lin Xiao looked around solemnly at this moment and said seriously, "No, we are surrounded." Just now, Asen had sensed the unusual movement here from her perception. Soon, dozens of Dark Night Cat monsters appeared, either from the trees or from the bushes. The corners of the mouths of every Dark Night Cat demon were bleeding, as if they had just had a full meal. It looks very scary like that. Oh no! This time we encountered a group of Dark Night Cat monsters coming out of their cave. As soon as Luo Cheng finished speaking, many Dark Night Cat monsters pounced on him at the same time. Garurumon quickly stood in front of Luo Cheng and opened its mouth to spit out breath to attack. A stream of precious smoke-like aura immediately rushed towards the place where the Dark Night Cat demons were most concentrated. The few Dark Night Cat monsters that were rushing in the front were immediately knocked away by the breath attack, and then fell to the ground. However, the Dark Night Cat demons behind them didn't care about the lives of their companions and continued to attack. The Dark Night Cat monsters that had been attacked earlier rolled on the ground, quickly got up, and continued to attack Garurumon. Seeing this, Anna immediately released her ox horse driver. "Help the captain. Don't let the Dark Night Cat demon complete the encirclement. Otherwise, we will all die." Lin Xiao looked at Anna and the others in surprise. When they encountered the 5th-level monster Gablok just now, they had never treated it as a formidable enemy like this. Out of curiosity, Lin Xiao couldn't help but continue to observe the battle against these Dark Night Cat monsters carefully. Only then did Lin Xiao realize that something was wrong. After these Dark Night Cat monsters pounced on the enemy, they didn't care about their own life or death at all, as if they only wanted to eat the enemy. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered another attribute of the Dark Night Cat demon. That is, the Dark Night Cat demon can recover from its injuries by eating the flesh and blood of its enemies. In other words, these Dark Knight cat monsters in front of them are fully capable of keeping all 6 of them here. At this time, Asen had also jumped down from the tree and pounced directly into the group of Dark Knight cat demons. She killed every Dark Knight cat demon she attacked with one claw at a time. However, after smelling the blood, the Dark Knight cat demons became even crazier. Moreover, Lin Xiao discovered that in the distance, there were many Dark Knight cat monsters rushing towards this side. No, we must find a way to get rid of all the Dark Knight cat demons at once. Otherwise, these Dark Knight cat demons will not give up. When Lin Xiao saw that several seriously injured Dark Knight cat demons were actually recovering from their injuries by eating the corpses of their own kind, he realized that he had underestimated the Dark Knight cat demon, a 3rd-level monster. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked at his teammates. Although the spirit pets of these teammates are all 3rd level or even 4th level spirit pets, they all lack the ability to attack in groups. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing understood what he meant, and she bowed to Lin Xiao very gracefully. Then, Xiaoqing slowly walked to the center of the battlefield. It seemed that Xiaoqing didn't care about the danger inside at all. Anna saw Xiaoqing coming over and quickly said, "Lin Xiao, let your humanoid pet cover us outside. There are too many Dark Knight cat monsters here. We have to find a way to break out and get back to the outside of the dark forest." This exploration was really unlucky. We just entered the outer area of the Mirkwood and encountered a group of night cat monsters. We can only wait for them to disperse and then find an opportunity to enter here. However, Xiaoqing didn't care about what Anna said at all. Xiaoqing's watery eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils that made people feel terrified. Her head also turned into a green snake head spitting out its tongue. Afterwards, the green clothes on Xiaoqing's body turned into green snake scales, sticking tightly to her skin. Xiaoqing's entire body then began to grow longer and bigger. Soon, a huge green snake that was 50 meters long appeared in front of everyone present. Then, Xiaoqing surrounded everyone present with her snake body without hesitation. Then, Xiaoqing's voice resounded in everyone's ears. "Everyone, hide in the middle. Stay close." Chapter 63. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After hearing Xiaoqing's words, some people looked hesitant and wavered. After all, the thought of being surrounded by a snake as big as Xiaoqing is a bit scary. Seeing this, Lin Xiao reacted quickly and walked directly into the circle created by Xiaoqing's body. He wanted everyone to believe Xiaoqing. Seeing that Lin Xiao had done so, Luo Cheng immediately followed Lin Xiao's instructions. As the captain of the team, he completely trusted his teammates. Seeing that Luo Cheng had set an example, and Anna and the other 3 team members also came in. Then, Xiaoqing's body, which was more than 50 meters long, began to coil up layer by layer, protecting the 6 people in the middle. At first, everyone was a little scared, fearing that Xiaoqing would strangle everyone to death if she exerted too much force. After all, this is the hunting method that pythons are best at. At this time, these Dark Knight cat monsters also rushed up. They lay on Xiaoqing's body and kept biting her. Since ancient times, cats and snakes have been incompatible. The fight between cats and snakes is an abbreviation of the fight between dragons and tigers. These 2 species have been fighting for tens of thousands of years, but no one has yet to decide the winner. When these Dark Knight cat demons saw Xiaoqing, their eyes were filled with blood, and they launched an attack even more violently than before. However, no matter how hard they tore at Xiaoqing's body, they could not cause any harm to her. They could not even shake a single scale. When Xiaoqing saw that most of the Dark Knight cat monsters in the jungle had gathered together, she felt that the time was almost right. Then, Xiaoqing suddenly opened its snake mouth and made a strange note. At the same time, its snake scales opened and a dark green gas spewed out, covering all the Dark Knight cat monsters around it. These Dark Knight cat monsters did not feel any danger at first. When they saw the snake scales suddenly open, they thought that Xiaoqing's defense had been broken. Then they began to bite each other even more frantically. But the next moment, a large number of Dark Knight cat monsters began to fall to the ground due to poisoning. Their skin began to fester and their bodies began to spasm. Some night cat demons couldn't even make a scream. The remaining Dark Knight cat demons that were not poisoned were immediately filled with fear after seeing this scene. After they realized that their poisoned companions' bodies could not help them recover from their injuries, they abandoned their poisoned companions without hesitation and fled in all directions. At this time, Xiaoqing finally opened her body. All the members of the Exploration Guild inside came out. They were all a little bit unbelievable when they saw the scene that was like hell on earth. Even Chun couldn't help but frown. Just now it seemed like we were the victims. But now I feel a little sympathetic towards these night cat demons. A team member standing by made complaints as usual, and Anna swallowed her saliva. Only Chun said to Lin Xiao calmly, "Thank you. You saved the team again." Afterwards, Xiaoqing took action again. Then, Xiaoqing suddenly opened her mouth, and then sucked hard, sucking all the bodies of the dark night cat monsters into her mouth, and swallowed them in one breath. Then, Xiaoqing's body began to change slowly. The snake scales once again turned into that beautiful green dress, and her eyes turned into human black. This time, even the mature and prudent Chun felt a little bit depressed. Chun took several deep breaths before he calmed down. Then, Chun said as if complaining, "It's really a bit cruel." In order not to focus his attention on Xiaoqing, Chun then asked the team members around him, "Is anyone injured?" Except for Lin Xiao, everyone was injured to varying degrees, but the injuries were not serious. Chun asked everyone to help bandage each other's wounds. During this process, Xiaoqing originally wanted to help, but she felt that the other team members were very afraid of her, so she did not go over to join in the fun. After a while, everyone got ready again and continued on their journey. After this battle, Chun, Anna, and others completely regarded Lin Xiao as one of their own. After all, Lin Xiao has saved the team twice. Of course, Lin Xiao also knew that before this, both Chun and Anna should have been holding back in the battle. They must have been considering the safety of the rest of the team, so they were always looking for opportunities to cooperate and were not reckless enough to attack alone or even escape alone. However, Lin Xiao's performance has been completely recognized by Chun. So, Chun took out the map as he walked and said to Lin Xiao, "Our destination this time is here." As he spoke, Chun pointed to an unknown area deep in the dense forest. On this road, we have discovered several places that are suspected to have mines or strange monster nests. Chun once again pointed to several mark points on the map. Lin Xiao looked at the map with shining eyes. I have to say that the value of Chun's map is simply immeasurable. If a team of wild beast tamers came here to explore, and they were unable to overwhelm the enemy with their strength, having this map could at least reduce the casualties by more than half. However, what puzzled Lin Xiao was what was Chun's purpose in doing this. Why did he keep exploring these unknown areas? Fortunately, Chun later explained himself. Our goal this time is to find out the source of the strange fluctuations in this area deep in the jungle. If it involves a powerful monster, then we must report it to the authorities in time to avoid large-scale casualties. After hearing this, Lin Xiao knew the purpose of the existence of this exploration guild. This is a large expedition team organized by an official beastmaster. They claim to be a guild, but in fact it is just a cover for an official organization, and they can also make some extra money by the way. Lin Xiao nodded and understood what Chun meant. Afterwards, Lin Xiao continued to follow the team forward. At the same time, two figures flew in the sky. Li Guanjuan sat on the back of the sky-swallowing pelican and landed outside the dark forest with a serious face. Bai Yi also flew over on a monster in the shape of a crane. The two of them landed at the same place where Gablock had just died. When the two saw each other, they exchanged glances, which was considered a greeting. Did you also feel the power fluctuations here just now? That's right. That fluctuation is comparable to the emergence of a great demon. No, even the emergence of a great demon may not be able to produce such a destructive aura. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan nodded. Now, the demon city seems calm, but in fact, it is turbulent. The Sakura country in the east has always coveted our development of the unknown land. I heard that they have sent high-star beastmasters here. If a big demon appears at this time, then the demon city will be attacked from both sides. By then, it may be another disaster. The two exchanged the information they knew. Then, Bai Yi said with some confusion, "It's strange. I clearly felt that there was a powerful monster here, but why can't I even sense the slightest breath now?" Then, Bai Yi looked at Gablock on the ground. This 5th-level monster was torn apart by a powerful force. If my perception is correct, the opponent's treatment of this 5th-level monster is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After saying that, Bai Yi lowered his head and began to check Gablock's wound. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi was shocked and immediately stepped back. This is a magic attack. Such a strong, destructive power. Chapter 64. How dare you insult the master? D. Just now, when Bai was checking Gablocka's wound, he clearly discovered a force inside that he could not look directly at. It felt like he was facing the true god alone. Even if he looked a few more times or felt it for a moment longer, he felt as if his soul was being torn apart. Then, Bai looked at Li Guanjuan. Find out what's going on around here. I think there seems to be signs of human activity here. I guess there will be witnesses. At the same time, the 6-member expedition team that Lin Xiao was in had already entered deeper into the dark forest. As we walked, a poisonous miasma appeared in front of us. Luo Cheng pointed at the poisonous miasma and said, "After passing this poisonous miasma, you may encounter the nest of the Dark Knight cat demon. Everyone be careful." Someone quickly said, "Captain, are we still afraid of encountering the Dark Knight cat demon? When the time comes, let Miss Xiaoqing eat all the Dark Knight cat demons. Isn't that good?" Luo Cheng heard this, but shook his head and said, "No. The Dark Knight cat demon will mutate in such an environment. Moreover, there are 4th-level monsters here, so don't take it lightly." After saying that, Luo Cheng looked at Anna. Anna immediately understood and summoned the cow-horse driver. However, the carriage behind the ox-horse driver suddenly changed and turned into a fortress. Anna then said to everyone, "Everyone get in the car. After my cow-horse driver has changed, he has very strong defense and observation ability and can detect the enemy to the greatest extent." Upon hearing this, everyone got on the bus without hesitation. However, one of Lin Zhao's 3 humanoid pets had no place to go. Seeing this, Xiaoqing took the initiative to say, "I don't need to take a car. I'm not afraid of the poisonous miasma." Lin Xiao nodded when he heard this. He also wanted Xiaoqing to stay outside. Of course, there was actually another reason why Lin Xiao asked Xiaoqing to stay outside. That was that Xiaoqing, who was not afraid of the poisonous miasma, could better guard the surroundings. After all, snakes in the wild have a strong sense of danger. Otherwise, we wouldn't have alerted the enemy. Lin Xiao always felt that there were very dangerous monsters nearby, and letting Xiaoqing be in the ox-horse driver would undoubtedly weaken Xiaoqing's perception of danger. "Let's go." After Luo Cheng saw that everyone had been arranged, he let the team continue to move forward. The ox-horse driver walked on the road very steadily, making a continuous creak sound. Just because of the terrain here, the team moved very slowly. Fortunately, thanks to the isolation of the ox-horse driver's compartment, no poisonous miasma could penetrate into the compartment. However, as the carriage was moving forward, it suddenly stopped. Luo Cheng quickly asked Anna what happened. Hearing this, Anna hurriedly shook her head. "I don't know. The cow-horse driver seems to be very afraid of the road ahead." When Lin Xiao heard Anna's words, he quickly used his mental power to communicate with Xiaoqing. At this time, Xiaoqing also looked forward vigilantly. Even at this moment, a beam of fire suddenly appeared in front of them and slowly approached them. Through the observation hole, Luo Cheng discovered that there seemed to be a woman in the fire. Could it be other adventurers or wild beast masters? Luo Cheng couldn't help but talk to himself. However, Lin Xiao had already received the basic information about the woman in his mind. A humanoid monster, an elf magician, fire attribute, a 4th-level A-grade monster, a fire elf magician. It is a powerful creature evolved from a fire elf. Because it has a human form, it has a very high IQ. Talent S-level, transformation. After she became a human, she had many improvements. Not only did she master language, she could also command some monsters in nature and make them submit to her. Bloodline, elf bloodline S-level. This is a bloodline that is very close to nature. Being in nature can enhance her combat power and recovery speed. If she is lucky enough, she can communicate with heaven and earth. With the elven bloodline, she developed the magic of the fire elves and gained even more powerful power. Possessing skills: lava fireball, aerial explosion, firebird, incarnation of flame. After seeing the information displayed by the complete monster encyclopedia, Lin Xiao immediately shouted to everyone, "Oh no, get out of the car." At this time, the fire elf magician had raised his hand, pointed it at the ox-horse driver, and began to chant a spell. Then, a fireball like lava suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed heavily onto the ox-horse driver. The moment Lin Xiao shouted, Anna also reacted. At this point, it was too late for everyone to open the car door and jump out. So, Anna simply changed the rear carriage again, turning it into a fully open carriage, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. In this case, Anana's choice of reaction was obviously the most accurate judgment. As soon as the carriage became fully open, Lin Xiao and others quickly rolled off. Then, with a loud bang, the lava fireball hit the ox-horse driver directly. The latter let out a scream. The ox-horse driver was just a third-level monster, and now he was being burned by the lava fireball and let out a shrill scream. If this continues, there will be only one outcome for the ox-horse driver, and that is death. Fortunately, Xiaojio slowly raised his hand at this time. Then, a heavenly fire appeared in the palm of her hand. Then, the fire of the lava fireball immediately began to shrink and finally disappeared. The ox-horse driver was already dying at this time. Taking this opportunity, Anana quickly took out the pokeball and summoned the ox-horse driver back. When the fire elf magician looked at Xiaojio, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. Then, the fire elf magician said some words that Lin Xiao could not understand. Lin Xiao then looked at Ashan, who was standing beside him. Ashan listened attentively for a moment, then said, "This is the Elven language. Is she asking about Sister Xiaojio's origins?" Lin Xiao didn't expect that Asen, who had natural blood, could even understand the Elvish language. Xiaojio heard Ashan's translation, and then replied coldly, "I am just an ordinary servant of the master." She dared to block the master's path. Damn it! After hearing Xiaojio's words, Asen couldn't help but smile, and then hurriedly helped Xiaojio translate and told Xiaojio's words to the fire elf magician. After hearing what Asen said, the fire elf magician immediately showed an expression of disgust. Then, the fire elf magician made that incomprehensible sound again. After hearing this, Asen's expression suddenly became angry. "How dare you insult the master? D." As he spoke, Asen's nails grew longer, and he immediately summoned a strong wind that blew directly towards the fire elf magician. Seeing this, the fire elf magician waved his hands, and then a wall of fire appeared on the ground. This wall of fire directly blocked Asen's way. Seeing this, Asen immediately changed direction and tried to go around it. At the same time, more than a dozen Dark Knight cat monsters suddenly appeared from the poisonous miasma nearby. They then pounced directly on Asen. When Asen saw these Dark Knight cat monsters, he didn't slow down, but grabbed them with one claw. Just now, she actually wanted to fight with those Dark Knight cat monsters. However, because she had to protect Luo Chung and others, her offensive means were not put to use. And now, she can finally let go and do her best. Seeing that Ashen was fighting with those Dark Knight cat monsters, the fire elf magician quickly used magic to attack Xiaojio from behind. Seeing this, Luo Chung quickly said, "Go in support." As he spoke, the other members of the expedition team also took out their pokeballs and released their monsters. Among them, Garurumon rushed to the front. The other spirit pets, on the other hand, provided assistance from the side. As the only fourth-level monster in the expedition team, Garurumon is considered to be the strongest fighting force in the expedition team, apart from Lin Zhao's humanoid pet, whose strength is unpredictable. However, the fire elf magician was full of disdain for this, and she did not take Garurumon seriously at all. At this moment, a wool sound was heard, and then everyone saw another Dark Knight cat demon jumping down from the tree. But what is different from the Dark Knight cat demons that everyone has seen before is that the fur of this Dark Knight cat demon is pure white. Chapter 65. Little sister, don't play with fire in front of your sister. The basic information of this Dark Knight cat demon immediately appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. The poisonous Night Cat demon is a sea-level 4th-order demon beast. The Night Cat demon lives in a poisonous environment for a long time and will be assimilated by the environment, and then mutate and evolve, causing it to have a poisonous attribute. When seeing the other party's information, Lin Xiao was also a little surprised. Isn't it said that the Dark Knight Cat demon is difficult to evolve? Before Lin Xiao could figure out what was going on, the poisonous Night Cat demon on this side had already aimed at Garurumon and started attacking. Although Garurumon was caught off guard, it still reacted in time and quickly dodged. The Night Cat demon is a social animal. If you see one, it means you are surrounded by them. Immediately afterwards, a large number of Dark Knight cat monsters jumped down from the trees and surrounded Garurumon in the center. Garurumon was attacked from both sides and was beaten into a state of disarray. The fire elf magician also began to chant at this time. She summoned a fireball again, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to take Xiaoju away in one go. Unexpectedly, the fire elf magician's fireball was suppressed by Xiaojio's heavenly fire as soon as it arrived in front of Xiaojio. The fire elf magician couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't understand why her fire magic didn't work. At this time, Xiaojie showed a very charming expression. Little sister, don't play with fire in front of your sister. After saying that, a large amount of heavenly fire suddenly emerged from Xiaojie's body and surrounded her. After that, Xiaojie turned into a big fireball. Then, her big fireball hit the fire elf magician directly. When the fire elf magician saw this, he showed a look of contempt. Although Xiaojie could not understand the language of the fire elf magician, he could roughly guess the meaning of his words from the fire elf magician's expression. It was obvious that the fire elf magician didn't believe that Xiaojie could hurt her at all. After all, the true form of the fire elf magician is a group of elves made up of flames. It's just that this elf has now transformed into a human form. According to common sense, the fire elf magician is not afraid of fire, and all flames will be assimilated by her. But except for Skyfire. Because heavenly fire is the ancestor of all fires, it can even burn flames. So, the next moment, when the fire elf came into contact with the heavenly fire on Xiaojie's body, he began to scream miserably like a prisoner being burned at the stake. After seeing this scene, everyone present was so frightened by the shrill screams that they dared not make a sound. A moment later, the fire elf magician turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Not even a corpse was left behind. The battle on the other side has also entered a white-hot stage. Under Luo Cheng's command, Garurumon has shown very strong combat effectiveness. It fought and stopped, and the fight with dozens of Dark Knight Cat monsters was hard to separate. Lin Xiao glanced at the time, then said to Xiaojie, "Okay, don't waste time. Quick victory." Xiaojie received Lin Xiao's order, said and started to act. "Let your pet retreat quickly. Otherwise, it might be accidentally injured." When Luo Cheng heard Xiaojie shout, he suddenly felt as if something bad was going to happen. So he quickly asked Garurumon to retreat and put it back into his pokeball. Then, Luo Cheng saw a huge fireball that directly covered the area. Afterwards, the huge fireball burned up even the poisonous miasma, not to mention the Dark Night Cat monsters. Just now when they entered the Dark Forest, Lin Xiao was surrounded by the Night Cat monsters, so he didn't dare let Xiaojie use a large-scale attack. After all, this might accidentally hurt his companions. But now, Lin Xiao doesn't need to worry about these things. A large-scale heavenly fire directly burned all the Dark Night Cat demons to death. After the sky fire, the corpses of the Dark Night Cat demons were scattered everywhere. Xiaojie, however, turned a blind eye to the corpses because she felt they were too dirty. Only the poisonous Night Cat demon could give her some appetite. So, Xiaojie swallowed the poisonous Dark Night Cat demon into his stomach without hesitation. When everyone saw the beautiful and charming Xiaojie swallowing the poisonous Dark Night Cat demon, they couldn't help but have a complicated and strange expression on their faces. Lin Xiao could also guess what everyone was thinking. In order to take care of everyone's emotions, he immediately changed the subject and told everyone about the appearance of a poisonous Dark Night Cat demon in the poisonous miasma. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on the poisonous Dark Night Cat demon that was swallowed by Xiaojie. They were as surprised as Lin Xiao that a poisonous Night Cat demon had appeared here. Is it not difficult for the Night Cat demon to evolve now? Luo Cheng then walked up to Lin Xiao, patted him on the shoulder, and thanked him. "Thank you again. If you hadn't found the fire elf in the first place, we would have been eaten as barbecue in the carriage of the cattle and horse driver." The driver of the ox horse carriage just now was in full defense mode. If he had really been hit by that huge fireball, everyone would have been suffocated to death in the carriage. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately shook his head. "It wasn't me who discovered it. It was actually my humanoid pet." Of course, Lin Xiao did not lie. It was Ashen who first sounded the warning, followed by Xiaojie. After all, Xiaojie already possessed the incredible power of heavenly fire and was extremely sensitive to the fire element, so she sensed the danger before the other party appeared. "Really? Sharp. I didn't expect your humanoid pet to be so useful." Just as he said this, Luo Cheng suddenly started coughing. After he started coughing, others also showed painful expressions. "What happened? Why am I in so much pain?" When Anna said this, she suddenly remembered something. She covered her throat with a panicked look and said, "Oh no, this is the inside of the poisonous miasma. We were so busy fighting that we forgot that we are now in the poisonous miasma. Normal people will feel this pain if they inhale too much poisonous miasma. Let's run away." After saying that, and Anna summoned the somewhat weak ox-horse driver again and asked everyone to get on quickly. Then, the ox-horse driver hurriedly headed straight ahead and started driving. However, Xiaoqing still had to follow the cattle and horse driver outside because there was not enough space and help everyone to keep watch. On the way, everyone except Lin Xiao and his 3 humanoid pets had a purple face. Only Lin Xiao and his 3 humanoid pets were not affected at all. Lin Xiao and Xiaoqing are immune to all poisons, so these poisonous miasma are actually a kind of nourishment to them. And Xiaojiu's heavenly fire can burn everything. The toxins from the poisonous miasma were directly turned into ashes under the burning of the heavenly fire. As for Asen, she simply has a good physique, and the dose of these poisonous miasma has not reached enough to poison her. But it is different for others. They are all ordinary people and have no way to resist these poisonous miasma. Moreover, they were all crowded in the carriage, having already been poisoned by inhaling the poisonous miasma. The crowded environment in the carriage made them feel even more uncomfortable. Luo Cheng then rummaged around and quickly took out some antidotes from his pocket and distributed them to everyone. However, these antidotes are completely ineffective. Luo Cheng couldn't help but be very surprised. Why doesn't it work? We used this medicine the last time we came here. Anna thought about it and then guessed. It may be that the concentration of the poisonous miasma here has increased, or it may be that the composition of the poisonous miasma has changed. After all, the last time there were not so many Dark Knight cat demons in the poisonous miasma, and there were no highly poisonous Dark Knight cat demons. Having said that, Luo Cheng also thought of the crux of the problem. The poisonous miasma here is enough to breed and evolve a poisonous night cat demon, so it is not excessive to see some changes. Luo Cheng couldn't help but ask himself anxiously, what should we do now? All the antidotes are useless. How can we help everyone detoxify? Lin Xiao heard this, thought about it, and then gave Asen a wink. Asen understood immediately and poured out some antidote from the storage bag hanging around her waist. Try this antidote. I think my antidote should be able to cure the poison in your body.